what's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy, not sunny, very rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. Because today is a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day, regardless of how shitty it is. It's 57 degrees and rainy here in California, Los Angeles, basically, betraying everything that we have signed up for. The idea, the notion that we've signed up for. But guess what? Regardless of all of that, there's also still some good in the world, and we're going to be talking about all of that, right? Let me tell you something. Why am I saying that it's a good day regardless? Because it's a fucking Tuesday. Right. It's a fucking Tuesday, lads. That's right. It's Tuesday, March 14th, 2023, 11:17 a.m. And there's a lot to cover today. The United States got a fucking Russian fighter jet forced down a US drone over the Black Sea after an intercept, right? Right, lads? It's fucking Tuesday. That's right. We got Joe Biden unveiling executive order to crack down on lawbreaking gun sellers. We got fucking Joe Brandon also doing a pipeline, right? Doing a fucking pipeline, yeah? We're doing war games. We got pipelines. We got fucking Jordan Peterson getting peeled off the fucking benzos, right? Jordan fucking Peterson! One of the greatest fucking turfs on the planet. Absolutely mental. Going fucking bananas. That's right. We're going to cover all of that because it's fucking Tuesday. But this is the part of the fucking broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, yeah? That's right. I'm going to be doing some personal news before I get into all of that, right? Fucking right. That's right. That's what we're doing then. You know, the part of the broadcast where I tell you about what's going on between the period of time where I press stop streaming and start fucking streaming in it. And let me tell you, on this fucking bloody Tuesday, there's not much going on in this proper Brexit geezer's life. Anyway, but yeah, there is really not much going on in my life. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. What's fucking going on, yeah? We're doing fucking rug pulls. That's right. We're doing rug pulls. Andrew Tate got denied bail again. He's fucking wanker. Fifth appeal, full release, been denied by a Romanian judge. Absolutely fucking bananas. This Romanian judge is a fucking ledge, man. Anyway. Bro, are you going to try and get ticks for the cure? What do you mean? What is that? It's a Monday, not much can happen, law. It's not a fucking Monday, lad. It's a fucking Tuesday. Okay. Oof. On my glasses. Yeah, we'll talk about all that. But honestly, like I said, there is not much going on in my life. Not really at all, as a matter of fact. So I don't know. Last night I ended the broadcast. I didn't even watch any One Piece. I watched... What the fuck did I watch last night? Oh, Trigun. I gave a Last of Us update yesterday. Am I missing Japanland every day? Did you rip her skin off, my guy? No, it's a zit patch. I have a zit patch on my cheek. Make your prediction now. Will America invade Russia? I'm going to say yes, so the opposite happens. America will definitely invade Russia. Did you get skinnier, bro? Every goddamn day of my life, baby. Well, yeah, I've been eating right. I've been working out. I've been feeling fucking good. The new Trigun is kind of mid, not gonna lie. I disagree. I think it's awesome. Henry Andor Hank, thank you for the 5 good subs. Carter Heifner, thank you for the 5 good subs. I'm still watching Vinland. You disagree because you ain't seen the original, to be honest? Well, that's funny you should say that because I'm also watching the original as well. Bro doesn't know what batteries are. Lol, 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 lol. Bro, if you're going to sell me a fucking fraudulent product, don't come in here and make fun of me. You know, I was going to keep that a secret. This morning, I'm going to do a poopy like I always do, you know? And this is my throne, right? I've let this man into my throne and basically desecrate an area that I don't let anyone into. And I let this man change my bathroom. And his bidet needs a battery in the remote. And unfortunately, battery life is kind of dog. Or he just didn't put like real fresh ones in there or something. But now I have to buy batteries. Like, I have to buy batteries so I can use my Totoro. You know what I mean? Or not Totoro, Ludwig Totoro. Swipe, whatever the fuck. Also, Ludwig, get out. This is for parasocialists, okay? This is the part of the broadcast where I tell people my personal news about what's going on in my life. It's not for you. But yeah, I've been watching, it's Toto, not Totoro. Oh shit, whatever. My Neighbor Toto, the famous anime. My Neighbor Toto. And then the pooper is the Totoro. Ludwig's bidet just bidon. Yeah, rechargeable remote for version 2. Yeah, the remote should like recharge when it sits on the thing. Anyway, I looked up this chatter. He seems to be some right-wing YouTuber. This is true. He has like some fucking right-wing essay channel or something. Ludwig said he prefers German to you, by the way. Bitch, I prefer German to me. What kind of question is that? Of course Ludwig said that. Anyway. I was literally watching the German baseball video this morning. Like just pieces of it. What is this? You're giving what? Giving this? Good. Anyway, as I was saying, as I was stating, what is this? Wait, Train is the next guest on Fear and Pod confirmed? No, not confirmed. I don't know what the fuck this is. What? Mr. Hasan, can you tell us who you are wearing today? Yeah. Great question. I'm wearing... I think this beanie is like North Face. Pretty much everything I'm wearing is like free or like gifted or some shit. But North Face, don't know where I got this at all. It's a North Face beanie. I'm wearing a Carhartt shirt, long sleeve, double XL. I'm wearing John Brown Hunting Club pants. also double XL. And that's it. And I'm wearing my... I got inebriated and drew some portraits of you. I'm a Yoji Yamamoto fanboy now. Yeah, but you didn't even show the Yoji. Well, I guess you did. You showed the shirt. That is a Yoji shirt, but... where did I get my glasses? Interesting take. I got it in my P.O. box. I got it in my P.O. box. One of you guys sent it to me. Oh, wait. I don't know if this is... I don't know if this is copyright free or not. Anyway. Can we get to the China milking porn now? Yeah, we will eventually. Mr. Hasan, what did you have to eat today? Nothing. In the mornings, no, they don't know my prescription. They sent me the fucking glass, and then they sent me the optics, the frames, and then I took it to my optometrist. So, what was I gonna say? Oh, in the mornings, I just have fish oil pills, burpless. And it's like low-key kind of filling. Surprisingly. But yeah. That's what I do. I work out fasted. Disgusting. I need it for my fucking joints, man. What do you mean? I don't need any seafood, and I need omega-3. Omega lol. I need it. So I have to take the pills. Anyway, there's a lot of good stuff in the fish oil pills, so I gotta do it. I gotta do it to them. But yeah, there's really not much going on in my life. I mean, it's just been raining. It's been raining nonstop. And that's it. What is this? I worked out this morning. There is some cool stuff going on. Any dog updates? Nothing yet. I'm trying to do it this weekend. I have 2 content ideas. I'm going to see if I can get Bradley Martin on board with this one. Or maybe lean beef patty would be sick. I don't know if she'd be down. But I want to rank and rate the weirdest protein supplements I use. Because, like, I just realized I am literally, for my friends, I am the plug in Los Angeles and for other influencers, too, even. Like, I've shown Jeff, like, I've shown actual straight-up fucking legends in the field, like Jeff Nippard himself, new kind of, like, protein supplements. Not supplements, substitutions. Like protein Pop-Tarts, protein cinnamon cakes, and shit like that. And I've shown it to Bradley too. He loved it. I want to go through like all of my favorite things that I've tried, some of the products that I fucking hate. Talk and do like a taste test basically. So that's something that I will show you guys. I mean, obviously a lot of these are very expensive for the record, but what is this? Fuck you, Hasan. You kill our culture, our way of living, our swag, and the only way that makes us happy in this hellhole call Twitch. From now on, the community will go swag off. Fuck you, Eric, too, you bald cuck, for being happy for this. I'm pissed and sad at the same time. Cubans for salute. I have no idea what's going on. Cute dog, though. I don't know what any of these fucking words mean. None of them are in the Bible. Open up a book. Make sure it's the Quran. One of your tweets you made saying permission to swag out as a meme in Europe's community, apparently. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't care. I mean, I guess I killed it, but maybe I didn't. I probably didn't. Like, be more brave, memers. You know what I mean? Just because, like, I used it one time doesn't mean it's dead. You know what I mean? Don't be a fucking coward. I put you on new game plus difficulty all of a sudden. You know what I mean? I made it a little bit harder for you. But ultimately, you should realize that it's because you use permission to swag as a caption, which is an Europe community meme, and they use it to shit on him about out of context clip, and now Europe thinks this will kill it. It won't. Yeah. It will not kill that. Memes are bigger than just me using it. It's not like I'm a fucking the Weather Channel lady. Once the memes reach the Weather Channel lady, then it's over. You know what I mean? Then it's dead. It's done. Dunzo. It's murdered. But I'm not like I'm still way too fucking non-mainstream for me to be able to kill memes like that. Anyway, how does your family fast for Ramadan? Nope. Bro, I hate to break it to you, but on Twitch, you're the weather lady using the meme. Yeah, I know. I'm saying, like, in the real world, it's very different, though. Also, I hate to break it to you, but, like, yeah, that it means that I have, like, less mental illness than every other group that we're talking about. It's literally like, who is more mentally ill? That means, like, they get to do the... They get to be, like, the cutting edge memers. Okay. One Piece updates? There's no One Piece updates. The Oscars at 18.7 million views. The streamer awards at 5 million currently. The Oscars charge 1.7 to 2.2 million per 30-second ad during the event. How the fuck are sponsors not begging for ad space? Yeah, I mean, it's not even a question. I actually don't understand how that is possible. You going to DreamCon? Yes, most likely. Yes. Okay, that's such a misunderstanding of viewership. Weird misunderstanding of viewership. Yes. The Oscars probably did not. I mean, the Oscars, I don't know if they had 18 million concurrent, but I doubt that it was live viewership. That would be shocking. 5 million viewers total on a VOD does not mean 5 million concurrent viewers, of course. However, the way that However, considering that the event itself was 300K live, that would imply at least a 10x, I would say. Maybe not 10x, but if it's 350K live, let's say it's 5x. Because of people coming in and coming out every single moment. The way that, like, Nielsen ratings work, they track an audience over the course of an entire hour. So when they give you, like, ratings for a TV show, that doesn't technically mean that that was literally the concurrent viewership across the board for the entire show. That just means, like, how many people actually tuned in and tuned out, how many unique eyeballs hit the fucking hit that show. So that's what TV ratings are from. Nielsen is who does the most accurate TV ratings. So ultimately, I would say a 300K concurrent viewership for Cutie Cinderella for a TV audience, like for TV numbers, would most likely be around a million plus, more than a million. Whereas if the Oscars were 18.5 million, I don't know what the unique viewership looks like. 300K concurrent viewers is massive growth and improves that people are slowly starting to embrace streamed events. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, we already know that. I'm trying to make people understand. It's not bleeding, man. My cheek's not bleeding. It's a fucking pimple patch. God damn it, dude. It's like, holy fuck, I wear a pimple patch one time and people just like lose their minds. And it's not even like the normal pimple patch that I wear.
Truth to the rumors that Hasan is super mean off stream. I heard he punched a waiter.
Dude, he really is such a bozo. Now, Hasan's an angel. He was so nice to me. The racist one was Ludwig.
True.
Crazy. He kept referring to Hasan and I as like a group. Like he couldn't tell the difference. But clearly,
dude, Ludwig did say my hair is ethnic. Which, I mean, he didn't mean anything bad by it, but he was like, yeah, dog, your hair is too, no, sorry. He said furrowy. He said, dog, your hair is too furrowy. And I was like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Are you saying my hair is ethnic? He's like, I don't know.
clearly Hasan has hair and will I, you know.
Is there any truth?
You heat up your chicken in the microwave? Yes, bro. What? What do you want from me? Yes, I heat up my chicken in the microwave. Why do you keep asking this question? I make it on a pan. I put it in the fucking fridge, and then I heat it up in the microwave. Why are you asking me this? A very odd question. You heat it up with salmon and milk? No. Anyway. So that was Squeaks. Squeaks is wonderful. He was very good.
Is he live? Is that why? He's not live. Oh.
What?
Okay.
What is this?
You have more viewers than Hasan. He fell off.
Wow.
I don't know why I'm so mean to Hasan. He's so nice to me. Okay. What else about Japan? Is he?
Why is Maya so mean to you? I don't know. She also flakes about how everything fit her in Japan. I know. It's such... I keep getting bullied for no fucking reason, dog. What the hell? Like, see? Peak viewers and average viewers, audience size 1.31 million. So I think that's what is the real number. So this would be the rating number. Like unique viewership probably is even higher than this, I think. But I'm surprised that it only is 1.31. Would you rather nut twice as much or twice as far? Twice as much. Easy. I mean, I already rip fat ones though, so I don't know. I mean, actually, it might be too much. I also rip them far too, so I don't know. Anyway, Salem had some good ideas. We're gonna talk about that. Let me just blast off real quick. Are you trying to make your cum weaponized or what? I mean, dude, I'm just answering questions that people are asking me. Jordan on a bender. Andrew Tate prison extended again. Russia intercepts U.S. drone. Biden pipelines. Economic meltdown. And more. People that nut slowly don't know that they are lucky. What? Does anyone have a good meme? Looking hipster? I know. Does anyone have a good meme to blast off? The only thing I'm worried about is the streamer rewards going corporate with TV like ads during the stream. They had a few this year, but with numbers like that, it's for sure they can get heavy bags from ad rev. I mean, I would want them to fucking get heavy bags from ad rev. I think they deserve it. Okay, I'm using this bomb left meme. You guys are too slow. I can't believe I'm doing that. Yeah, I don't even know why I did that. This is the worst meme I could have ever posted. I've given in to the weirdos. Here you go. You fell off. I have fallen off. Judy said they broke even. That's good. But like the reality is, no shit, you don't watch it. You just react to it and is there so it won't impact you, all the ads. What? I mean, I'm a part of it. What do you mean? And I know more about the I know more about the like logistics of it than you do. That's why I'm saying it's unimaginable. Like, I'm not gonna reveal anything, but like the rates should be way higher. AOC's gonna check her Twitter and see this and then be like, why the fuck do I? Anyway, here. Blasting the frig off. What are you drinking? Medicine? Yeah. The memes you post under your tweets makes me not want to like it. Why not? Do it. Don't be a coward. Like it. What did Ben Shapiro say now? Why is he fucking... Why is he going why is he going viral on Twitter? Why is he trending? Have you talked about the Willow project recently? No, I'm going to talk about it today, hopefully. Women making fun of podcast bros is my favorite genre. I literally just watched this last night on TikTok. It's pretty funny.
$1 a day for a year, do you know how much money you'd have? Roughly $30,000.
If you're 25 and you and your friends don't meet up to day trade, how are you expecting to be a millionaire in your 20s?
If you go to a restaurant and you're like, oh, what am I going to eat for dinner? Like, that's the wrong mindset. You should be thinking, how can I buy this restaurant?
Flip your mindset. If women just stop getting lip injections for a year, what'd they save? 80K?
You need grit, determination, and a small loan from your parents.
I'm at the point where if someone came up to me and said, if you slap your mom, I'll give you $15 million.
Yeah.
I'd slap my mom, but I would not accept the $15 million because, to be honest, that job experience is invaluable on my resume.
Bro, people say women can't be funny, but like, I mean, this is pretty fucking hilarious, dude. That the invaluable on my resume part is.
They say, oh, I have property. How can I make more money on my property? It's simple. Like, buy little greenhouses, maybe a red hotel.
And instead of being innovative and building their passive income, people are worried about going to jail. It's really easy to not go to jail. Just roll doubles and you're done.
In life, you need to know who you are. Like, are you an iron? Are you a race car? Are you like a thimble?
Totally. And I'm at the point where when I go back to my hometown, people are like, how do I invest in money like you? How do I buy properties like you? Where'd you get that tiny little monocle from?
Dude, I love this because when I first watched it, I literally was like, what the fuck? Are they serious? Like up until like this moment, like the first one when they go, you know how much money you'd make? Roughly $30,000. It made me go, what? Because like they set it up so perfectly with the background, with that one fucking ass, fake flower behind, you know what I mean? Like, I literally was like, wait a minute. Like, they got the TV behind them. They did it too well. They got the fucking fern. Like, they're saying all the right things. This is exactly what fucking those dumbass Shrigma smegma grindset podcasters sound like. And I feel like they figured out a way to they figured out a way to just like literally capitalize on the rage baiting, right? Oh my God, we're gonna one day watch Bill Burr shit on capitalism. You guys have been putting this in front of me since literally the day it came out. Like March 3rd was when this podcast came out, and you've been posting this in here since March 3rd. Anyway. They're making school shooting safety rooms now. I saw this. Is this actually a safety room? Or is that just for like, is that like the autism room or something? Like I thought this was just for, like I thought it was like for people who are getting like if they feel, what is it? Like over, God damn it. What is it called? Yeah, like a sensory room, right? Like that's what I thought. Yeah, if you get like sensory overload and then you're overstimulated, you like go in there. Yeah. Or is it actually ballistics? Yeah, they use them as a sensory room. I was right. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, it's not a ballistics room.
It's that easy.
Coleman City schools are minutes away from unveiling their rapid deploy safe room system. Oh shit, I wasn't. Okay, well, I only saw the autism room part of it. It's not about that actually. It's about school shootings. Never mind, I was wrong. Coleman City schools are minutes away from unveiling the rapid deploy safe school system. The room that extends from a whiteboard is meant to protect students and staff in emergencies such as active shooter or severe weather. I love this, man. I love this. Capitalism does foster innovation. You know what I mean? On the one hand, gun manufacturers are so powerful and so important as an industry to this country that like everyone has to have a gun. Like you have to have an AR-15 at the very least. Like it's very tactical. You got to get all the sights, everything. You know what I mean? And it has to be as easy as possible to fucking basically get it from your Walmart with no background checks whatsoever. So then you have mass shootings happen so frequently that you can then create a way to try and sell more product to the people who don't want to get killed in a mass shooting. You know? I love that. And of course, remember, every time a mass shooting or a school shooting happens, remember, gun sales go up because everyone's like worried that Joe Brandon's going to come take their guns away or Obama's going to come take their guns away, right? So like you're literally triple booking on the same issue. You're farming off of like the very catastrophic circumstances that you have played a role in creating. I mean, I love it. I respect it. It's so fucking good. This is the Sigma grind set. Yeah. Why fix the core issue when you can make money off the problem like this? I mean, yeah, especially because you're never going to fix the core issue because the core issue is how you make money or how your real beneficiaries make money. So why the fuck would you, you know? It's not going to happen. Infinite money glitch. Yeah. Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Thank you for the fat playlist. We're going to, speaking of the war machine, which is not dissimilar to what we have talked about already with respect to, with respect to the gun issue that we have domestically. Here's our international gun issue. So, fire. The school safe room brought to you by Bushmaster. Yeah. That's sick. Capitalism does foster innovation. Yo, I saw something so fucking insane last night, by the way. I don't even know if this is real or not. I need to find it again. There was a Florida guy who was like allowed to walk after he shot someone, or not shot at someone, but shot at someone. Are you guys ready for this? The road rage guy? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It's insane, dude. Okay. So you want to understand what Florida man is? I'll give you what Florida man is. There's no better way to understand Florida man. In June 2021, Eric Popper got into a road rage incident and fired his gun at someone. Okay? The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office just dropped the charges against them. In a stand-your-ground state, you can lose your temper and fire a gun for no reason. I've never seen something like this. This guy got off on what he just did, okay, on the basis of stand your ground. Please understand, what you're about to see is like unimaginable. It is the most Florida thing that could have ever happened.
Oh my god. Oh, fuck off.
He brake checks this guy behind him after cutting him off. Goes into his gun safe in his car while he's going like fucking 75 miles an hour, you know what I mean? 60 miles an hour. Still going 60, by the way. Slowing down a little bit. Nope, still at 60. The guy comes up past him. This is a real thing that happened. Now, okay, watch. So what this guy did, apparently, he had his arm out the window. No, this is not a parody. This is a real thing. Like he was like leaning over probably to be like, fuck you. We don't know if this guy actually threw the water bottle. There was apparently the other car. We do not know if the other car was actually he didn't shoot. Shut up. Let me explain the story. First of all, he didn't even fucking roll down the window, which is wild, okay? I mean, this is some no pixel ass shit. So that's insane. Like, why would you not fucking roll down your window? But anyway, the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office dismissed the charges against the man who opened fire from his car on I-95 nearly 2 years ago. Eric Popper said he was being tailgated on the highway on his way to work in June 2021. Okay, there's this dash cam video. The judge saw this and dismissed it. Florida Highway Patrol trooper said the other driver then hurled a water bottle towards Popper's Toyota Venza, but Popper maintains it was gunfire. I've watched the video many times, did not see a water bottle, he said. I think under the stand your ground law, Mr. Popper was perfectly reasonable and justified in his actions, said Robert Gershman, the attorney representing Popper. There was no question when you look and listen to the facts of the case. Mr. Popper was shot at. They are saying that he might have thrown a water bottle. He is maintaining that he got shot at. There's no part of the video where it looks like there's any shooting happening. But the reason why I love this story is because, one, he got away with it. Okay? He got away with it. Two, like when you have a gun and you're like hopped up on whatever kind of fucking Florida brain disease you have. Saw a bug in my car. Yeah. When you're hopped up on whatever kind of fucking Florida brain rot you have, okay? Shooting back at him, there was for sure shooting. Wait, what? No, he wasn't. What are you talking about? Okay. He gets to keep his gun. He gets to keep his freedom. He literally just like he is so fucking cracked out that he probably it could have been it could have been an exhaust that he misheard as gunfire. Okay, but when you have a gun and you hear a car or someone throws a water bottle at your car or anything like that, and you have a gun, you're gonna want to use it. I love this story for so many different reasons, but especially because, like, again, it's everything we talk about. It's everything we talk about. He's recklessly driving. He is placing people he's placing people's lives in danger with the way he's driving. But, like, of course, because he's only driving 60 miles an hour, this is the most normal Florida driver. If anything, he's driving too slow. Like, let's be real. Driving too slow, 50 to 60 miles an hour with your eyes closed while you're shooting is like the most normal Florida driving experience. Let's be real. If you've ever been to Florida, you know how fucking psychotic people in Florida are. No one in Florida should be allowed to drive. If I was, if I had any power in the state of Florida, I would just stop people from driving in Florida. Anyway, same with Texas. Motherfuckers don't know how to drive. It's similar to California, let's be real. But disabled PvP in Florida, disabled driving in Florida. Anyway, he pulls his fucking gun out. He starts blasting. Luckily, he's dog shit. Funniest part about him is that he closes his eyes. Like, he just started blasting with his eyes closed, brother. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm shocked that popping 11 shots, which is what he did. He apparently shot 11 shots. I'm shocked that did not lead, mag dumping in the middle of the fucking highway did not lead to a massive pileup. That's crazy. Like, Florida is so used to just this kind of behavior that you can mag dump on the highway and everyone's like, yeah, fuck it. Let's just keep going. Like, we got to go to work. It's Mad Max style, dude. It's people like this that have made me think so heavily about how I react to shit when I'm driving. I've been nearly driven off the road like twice just for flipping someone off. People are actual psychos. Yeah, but remember, Florida, not a problem, not a problem. This is not an issue in Florida, crime only happens in places where there's black people in cities where Democrats are running the cities, This kind of stuff is not a real crime because, like, he got off, Driving is already scary enough, but now adding people shooting, that's terrifying. Dude, it is. By the way, he ruined his car and his hearing. You can tell how he tried to cover his ears with his shoulder. Yeah. Incredible stuff from this guy. Incredible self-own from this guy. Just wanted to point that out real quick. That, like, if you want to understand American gun culture, like, I think this ties along very well with what we just watched, okay? Florida also famously, the city, or Florida also famously did the Pioneer program, where in the aftermath of the Parkland shooting, they decided to, not create red flag laws, but instead, I said the city and then I said the state. Shut the fuck up, okay? Jesus Christ, everyone is hyper-focusing on me saying the wrong thing for one moment. Oh my God, chat, please be normal for like 3.5 seconds. Oh my God, streamer man said the wrong thing. Okay, anyway. Now I forgot what I was saying. Oh, so, as I was saying, Florida decided instead of like putting any kind of gun control measures in place, they decided to give teachers guns, or at least like give them money, not to buy school supplies, but reimbursement fees if they get a gun, literally, and bring it to school. That's not a joke. I wish that was a joke. I'm not joking. That is precisely what happened in the state of Florida in the Pioneer program. That is how fucking unimaginably backwards this goddamn country is. That's how fucking insane Florida is in general. I don't know what else to say other than until everyone is like this guy, basically, we are never going to stop, okay? Everyone needs to be like this guy. How many times has he shot himself? I wonder. While he's like trying to do this choreography. Gun kata. Yeah, gun kata is real. But it's unfortunately only conducted by hogs in America. This guy is an Aikido and gun kata master. Building up an immunity to bullets. Yeah. Hell yeah, brother. The more you shoot yourself, the more of an immunity that you create for yourself, brother. Oh, speaking of there's no segue here, honestly. The only segue is at the top of the hour, as a matter of fact, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. But, we're going to be talking about HasanAbi Productions' is like very good latest video and how he was victim to mass reporting. But if you no longer want to be victimized by the top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is subscribe. Do that for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. That's another way to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I thought you said the ad break would go back to 1 minute the other day. I've never said that. So HasanAbi Productions had a really good video. I mean, he has a lot of really good videos. He's like kind of cracked at it. There was a video in between Valkyrie asked Hasan to rate Pokemon and Moist critically exposes Sneeko. That video had literally 1 million fucking views. Okay? It had 1 million views. It was just me on the red carpet. We watched it. We watched it on stream. Okay? Well, not 1 million. I guess it had 709,000 views. But I thought it was going to hit 1 million in like 2 days. And according to Team YouTube, Hasan doing regular interviews with streamers was so bad that it violated YouTube's community guidelines. What the fuck? Hi, HasanAbi Productions. We have reviewed your appeal for the following. We reviewed your content carefully and have confirmed that it violates our community guidelines. We know this is probably disappointing news, but it's our job to make sure that YouTube is a safe space, safe place for all. Okay? What happened in that? What happened in that video? There's no way. We watched it. We watched it. What human being looked through that video and thought, oh yeah, this is unacceptable. Especially because listen, the irony there is that like that video is just a short condensed version of the same fucking video. Ludwig's riot comments maybe. Guys, why? Why do you have to always do this? Every single time we talk about how fucking stupid these platforms are, there is at least 7,000 people in the chat that's like, oh, it's probably this. Oh, it's probably because it's cringe. It's not justifiable. There was no justifiable moment, especially if you exercise three and a half of your fucking brain cells. If you put them together, okay, and zap them together, you would recognize that there is 1,000 versions of that exact same video that's circulating on YouTube right now. Cutie Cinderella's entire award show red carpet VOD is up on YouTube. Okay? I don't know why you literally fucking turn around and try to look for additional reasons. It's not. It got mass reported because it was going viral. That's it. No joking, a lot of being cringe in leftist chats. No, that's not what I'm talking about. There's like a lot of people who are literally being like, oh, well, there was a Ludwig riot comment or some shit like that. No, that's not how it is. It's very clearly just mass reported. It's just targeted hate. And YouTube is just like allowing it to happen. Which is crazy. Yeah, it went viral. A video of mine, a video that features me from a fan account, went fucking viral. And immediately they were like, oh, we got to go. We got to go take it down. Motherfuckers answer the question you asked and we get yelled at. I mean, it was a rhetorical question. Which is wild to me, though, that like these systems they have in place, like what policy did this violate? I would love to know. What policy did this violate? I would love to know. Anyway. You can rewatch it on my, VOD. Completely ridiculous. It's just so fucking frustrating that they do this shit. Anyway. Do you have any YouTube contacts? Yeah, I have an account manager. Yes, I know that France's garbage collectors and also transportation are doing a general strike right now, and people are launching garbage at Macron's party headquarters. Yeah. Will you play the new CS? Did it come out today? Yeah, I love that. I love when YouTube is like, yeah, we gotta take this video down. It's violating important guidelines. And then they just like let Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder basically run wild, advocating for mass transgenocide. And it's like, yeah, no, that's great. What do you mean Jordan Peterson is going wild again? He's being targeted. Yeah, bro, he's being targeted by the fucking benzo demon. Oh my God, my man is barred the fuck out, dude. He's been posting on the timeline in the most insane ways possible, and I am here for it. Holy fuck, I love that. Yeah, he's off the perk, dude. He's off the gummy. JBP is off the motherfucking gummy. Does YouTube make more ad revenue from reactionary right-wing content? No, I think reactionary right-wingers have a lobby and offer way more headaches to YouTube then there's no, and also there's no organized like left wing equivalent to this anyway. So that's the reason why they capitulate to like far right and right wing psychos all the time who cry bully YouTube. Yeah. That's the reason why they are like, they take a protective stance. Yeah, a lot more right wingers are willing to harass and death threat YouTube than there are on the left. That too. I really don't understand all this hate. Yeah, it happens. The left is just a shield for the right. Come on now. Wait, what? That's big brain. That's some big brain shit. When you say it's not even the Democratic Party. It's not even the Democratic Party that's like protecting the right or anything. Now it's like, no, I've moved on from that, and I'm now stating that like actually the left, like Marxists, are defending the right. This was a great idea from Salem, also known as HasanAbi posting. We tried laying down on Los Angeles' most aggressive architecture ranked. Taste testing and ranking vegan chicken substitutes dedicated to Mitch McConnell, this community's chicken that we saved. Investigative reporting, I went to a very tall room to feel short. 4, coolest runway show concepts react. Investigative reporting, egg prices across the U.S. Political commentary, public bathroom search and review. Katamari Damacy playthrough, capitalist commentary, arts and crafts, scariest puppets ranked, art with me, Bob Ross day, 7-Eleven menus across the world, 80s, 90s, 2000s customer service, employee training videos, deep dive, most racist Yelp reviews, including train line reviews, eating old-timey American candies and talking about American exceptionalism, most terrifying mascots throughout history, knockoff cereal brand deep dives, oligopolies and the economy, Sanrio deep dive. Magic tricks are easy, actually. Finding out what's inside my YouTube play button. That's pretty funny. Okay, some of these are wild. Some of these are good ideas. I'm working on it. Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois has signed a law ensuring at least 40 hours of paid leave for all Illinois workers. 4 million workers in Illinois don't even have 1 day of paid leave. But starting in 2024, all will accrue at least 5 years each, 5 each year to use however they want. Big boys on the rise. Big boy W, just another fat dub for the big boy, JB Pritzker. Everyone's favorite, lovable big boy. My millionaire king? You mean your billionaire king? JB Pritzker is a billionaire, not a millionaire. Why are you joking about addiction, for example, with Jordan Peterson and benzos? I don't know, because it's funny. And Jordan Peterson is a genocidal freak who literally plays up the idea that he is like incredibly rugged and individualist and has done a really good job of like cleaning up his room when you recognize that he actually hasn't. Yeah, that's it. Why is it that people whose entire worldview unironically revolves around like, light ethnic cleansing of marginalized groups turn into the fucking most annoying woke scolds the moment that like one of their own actually fucks up? It's like the same people who are like, women are bitches and they're fat. If you're a fat woman, you die. Right? Like Andrew Tate fans saying shit like that. Turn around and fucking cry. They write like essays underneath every single one of my posts where I make fun of Andrew Tate being bald. It's like, bro, I see the other shit that you're writing. You know what I mean? I know you don't give a fuck about body shaming, you dumb bitch. You know? Leftists are held to different standards. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. That's my take, okay? Here's my take. Suck my fucking cock. If you try to come in here and be like, wow, oh, that's really fucked up that you're, you know, body shaming Andrew Tate, or that's really fucked up that you're making fun of Jordan Peterson's addiction issues. It's like, man, suck my fucking cock, man. Please, suck it from the back. I'm not high-roading. I'm low-roading. Not a good guy, okay? Yeah, the women fall off after 30 crowd coping for their bald king. That shit makes me so annoyed because, like, the worst part is there's definitely a bunch of leftists who go, you know what? That's right, actually. You know? Yeah, I'm not on a high horse. I'm on a low horse, man. I'm gonna go low. You know what I mean? Get the fuck out of here. Look, here's another good example. Anyone who thinks these clowns give a flying fuck about women's rights is an idiot. The trans movement is inherently misogynistic. This guy is a fucking absolute psycho. Calvin Robinson. He was the one who was like tweeting about like Albanians in the UK. I was like, bro, look at yourself though. Like, you think those British people, you think the EDL gives a fuck about you? They think you're like, you know, you're too many shades brown for their liking. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's besides the point. He's over here writing about the trans movement is inherently misogynistic, mentally unstable men mocking and impersonating caricatures of women whilst eradicating women's spaces, women's rights, and even the very definition of a woman. Why do people support such a movement? Now, if I was, behaving in the cartoonish depiction of a fucking pilgrim, I wouldn't be talking about cartoonish depictions. But here he is talking about how women's rights gone too far. These guys are not. These guys are not fucking defending women, but we all know that. They're all hypocrites, just like every single time they fucking chirp about like, oh, body shaming. Body shaming. You're body shaming. You're body shaming. It's like, bro, yeah. Yeah, we're having a little bit of fun with the people who do this relentlessly and mercilessly to people who actually do get victimized by it. You know what I mean? Come on now. There's no benefit of being tolerant to intolerant people. It will just allow them to keep being shitty and progressing their fucked up agendas. Yeah, I'm here to ask people. You know, this is called blowing off some fucking steam. Aren't you technically a hypocrite too? Following the same argument you used? Brother, I don't think people understand this. Everyone is hypocritical, okay? I'm hypocritical too. Being a hypocrite is just being a fucking human. But for some weird reason, a lot of people on the internet have decided that like hypocrisy is the only thing that fucking matters, even though they are ultimately also always hypocritical. You have to look beyond that and look to what people truly believe, what their actions are, and what they're advocating for. And we already do this. You do this. If you're defending Fresh and Fit on the virtue of like, you know, hypocrisy by talking about an interlocutor and how hypocritical they're being, you already have made that assessment. You just agree with them. You're not like, I'm anti-hypocrisy. No, you're anti whatever the fuck you're for defending Fresh and Fit or Andrew Tate or these fucking dipshits because you agree with them. That's it. Do you get it? The difference is, I always say, yeah, you said it yesterday. Just say you don't like someone, you're intellectualizing your hatred. Exactly. For me, I say when I don't like someone. And then I follow that up by telling you why I don't like someone. Usually when I don't like someone, it's because of their routine, consistent, hate-ridden agenda. You know what I mean? That's why if someone is not like expressly making their entire output, their entire, their entire output, their entire content about like demeaning women or whatever the fuck, then I'm not going to hate them. It takes a lot for me to just like simply dislike someone. Okay. Especially content creators where I'm like, especially if I know them. You know what I mean? Because I understand that people are complicated, people are complex, people have, people have issues. Lol, admit it. You know what I mean? I get it. It just sucks being bald in these spaces sometimes, cop phrenology and whatnot. Jesus Christ, dude. That was so obviously a joke. I hope that was a joke. It's just funny, like, yeah, don't you think it's hypocritical to shame Hitler for looking goofy? Hitler didn't like people for their looks either. Yeah, exactly. That's how it's working here. That's how it works. Like, I don't understand. You making fun of Hitler for looking goofy is exactly the same as Hitler advocating for the Übermensch being the only viable group that should exist in Germany. You know what I mean? The bald to fash pipeline starts here. Okay. I love this take. Guest commentary. UAW's crusade against right to work is wrong. Without right to work protections, Michigan workers will be forced to pay money to the UAW bosses or else be fired. Of course you can trust me with your union dues driving around in a fucking Ferrari. Now, never forget, I've been scolded by Alex Press on this many, many years ago, but this is actually really funny take. UAW boss is such a hilarious way to frame it. Like, especially because like their entire job, and this is a democratically assigned position, right? Unlike your actual fucking boss, who's just your boss, and you have no say in who gets to be the leader in your company that you put all your fucking time on. Okay? The union leadership, one, makes very close to the amount that like their workers make. That's number one. If the rank and file have a problem with that, they can actually take it up with the union and change it. Number two. Number three, their entire role revolves around trying to get the bosses, the actual bosses in the fucking company, to give more money to the workers so they do deserve their salaries. Okay? But like, it's hilarious to think that the UAW boss, the UAW leader, is like caked up, and you know, the poor CEO of the factory is not. If you look at the salary difference between the fucking CEO or executives versus the actual rank and file worker, Hasan gets corrected. Okay, dude, whatever. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Enough. It's been like 3 years. Calm down. Can you talk about the Willow project, please? I'm going to talk about it. Calm down. It's so funny to me in particular when people write shit like this, make shit like this, and they never actually talk about like the actual bosses, but it's additionally funny when this kind of agitative propaganda also secretly also secretly reveals the truth that they know as well, that bosses are bad. Like, having a boss is an unjustifiable hierarchy. Having a boss is quite literally just not a good thing. But as long as, because all these fucking idiotic boomers don't have object permanence, as long as they don't see that, like, there's another boss in the entire dynamic that isn't being drawn here in this crude way, they forget that that guy exists, and they think, oh, UAW boss, that guy's a bad guy, he's a boss. Okay. If you have an issue with bosses, well, where's your fucking issue with the actual boss in the workplace? And if you have an issue with the actual boss in the workplace, how do you deal with it? Perhaps the only way to deal with it, and the most effective way, unfortunately, currently, to deal with it is, by unionizing. Collective bargaining. As a UPS driver put me in a car just like that. Next day, I'm happily handing in my union dues, and the picture would be correct. That yeah, I talked about Eden Night yesterday. All right. Can you explain why conservatives are so against unions? It seems to help everyone. Genuinely, thanks. Genuinely curious. What do you mean? Because conservatives are openly dogs for capital. Democrats are also dogs to capital. They are the servile demons of capital. Okay? But Republicans openly show, they openly mention that they love small business. They always say small business, small business, small business. When in fact, they're actually defending big business, right? But they use small business as an effective way to, like, advocate for whatever the fuck they're advocating for to make it seem more palatable. But they actually are just defending big businesses. They're defending business across the board. And unions are bad for business. Why are they bad for business? Because they do something that takes away from the profit margins. They take a share, a greater share of the profits that their workers are creating and give it back to the workers in the form of benefits, in the form of time off. They make demands. They can do work stoppages if they don't get their demands. This is terrifying. This is a terrifying prospect for capital owners. That's it. That's the main point here. That's the short and sweet of it. Watch Drew Barrymore kneels for Dylan Mulvaney, a man pretending to be a woman, in one of the most bizarre interviews you will ever see, he says.
There's so much hatred directed at the trans community right now. It's everywhere. And I think the greatest weapon that I can contribute is trans joy and comedy and talking about hard, subjects and really intricate moments of a transition, and try to let everybody in to see that, I'm not a monster. I'm not somebody that, is trying to do anything but be myself. I think having my chosen family and the people that I love to take care of me, but I also think there's something just about making sure that you don't put something out there before you're ready, and really just surrounding yourself with good people. It's interesting because I look at someone like you and I can't imagine anybody disliking you.
Oh, please. Do you want to know, ironically, who dislikes me the most sometimes?
Who?
Myself.
Oh, me too. Oh.
I mean, yeah, they're like being cringe and doing like weird cringe lib stuff on a show. I don't know why this is like, I mean, this in and of itself is cringe, but like finding this clip and then getting angry at it is infinitely more cringe than whatever the fuck liberals could put together in Hollywood. You know what I mean? You're so fucking, I just don't care. I don't care. Unions were the agreement to negotiate over workers' rights, peaceful as opposed to dragging the factory owner out of their home late at night. Yeah, exactly. What is this? Charlie Dennis Mack. Wait, what? Why am I Mac? I guess Mac is better than Dennis, let's be real. It's just like Charlie can't get trans out of the mind. You know what I mean? He's got trans on the mind, baby. Like I always say, these motherfuckers can't stop. They literally are. Charlie Kirk is just constantly thinking about what trans people are doing. He is a stan that turned anti, I guess. Here's Joe Biden talking about trans rights in Florida. Wait, what? Wait, isn't Redux literally an anti-trans magazine? Pro-woman, pro-child safeguarding, anti-bullshit? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you just sent me... I'm pretty sure you sent me, like, the TERF magazine. You literally sent me the OG Radfem TERF magazine. They're, like, the most... Like, if you get a bunch of people who should definitely be on medication together, but, like, not the right kind of medication, on the wrong kind of medication to just, like, fucking write, like, some of the most unhinged weekly shit. That's all of Twitter. True. There is truth to that. Yeah, fuck that. I'll watch the full thing instead. Cal Penn and President Biden talk same-sex marriage on The Daily Show. Same-sex marriage? The fuck? What is this, 2008, dude? What's happening? Parents don't realize the Soviet level of indoctrination that their children are receiving in elite high schools and colleges. Hundreds of Stanford students lined the halls yesterday to protest the law school's dean, Jenny Martinez, for apologizing to Kyle Duncan, the judge shouted down last week. Wait, what? What is this? Martinez arrived at a classroom with a sheet, teaches constitutional law to a whiteboard covered in flyers attacking Duncan and defending those who disrupted him. The flyers parroted the argument made by student activists. Oh, we are so back on that 2015 shit where it's like, look at these college freshmen. They're yelling. And that is literally the worst thing that you could ever do. Please do not think about what these teachers are advocating for in the classroom. Please do not think about what these teachers are doing in the Federalist Society when it comes down to taking away people's like legitimate rights, civil liberties, that kind of thing. Reddit is a left-wing echo chamber. Yeah, totally, dude. It's so fucking left-wing. Yeah. That's so funny. Dude, if you think Reddit is a left-wing echo chamber, I mean, the Reddit does have liberal tendencies. It just depends on which subreddit you're going to. But if you make like a broad assertion like that, one, you're going to come across like a dumbass. And two, and perhaps more importantly, all you're doing is revealing your psychotic reactionary political perspective. You know what I mean? Like, that's all you're saying is, like, I am so right-wing that Reddit comes across as very left-wing to me. Too left-wing, you know. I don't like it. Millions of American children are exposed to Sharia law, Islamic indoctrination in schools with a mandatory study of the teachings of Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi, core tenets of al-Jabr. Yeah, I know. Al-Jabr. It's fucking unacceptable, dude. We need to eradicate the number 0. Okay? No, he's right. That chatter is absolutely correct. It's really fucked up. The number 0 is a Islamic invention. Okay? It is. It is. It is fucked up. Or is it not an Islamic invention? I thought it was like an Islamic invention. Maybe it's not. I don't fucking know. Anyway. I mean, it's Arabic. It's Persian, you fucker. Everyone is like, no, it's Indian. It's Persian. Whatever, shut up. I invented the number to count the number of bitches I get. Arabs popularized it to Europeans. They should have never done that. They should have never done that. Since we learned algebra, the world has gotten worse every fucking day. Anyway. Always remember that. Fuck, I hate this shit. I just like, I can't even find it in me to laugh at these dumbass boomers all the goddamn time who just like chirp about like Marxist indoctrination happening in fucking schools. I'm like, where? Where is it happening? Have you seen a fucking business class? Have you seen a finance class? Have you met someone who's taken any econ classes? Do you understand what the curriculum looks like? There is no left-wing ideology implemented in any of these places, okay? You are fucking delusional. Unless you literally are saying openly, and many of these people are saying that openly, that like, you know, principles such as you shouldn't be a Nazi, or principles such as let trans people do whatever the fuck they want as long as they're not bothering anyone, is like unironically considered to be just left-wing Marxist principles. I don't understand. I don't understand how these people keep just advocating for shit like this and no one goes, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. No, it just means don't be a bigot, you fucking asshole. That's it. That's it. It's just don't be a bigot. When people say don't be a bigot, a lot of these people go, wait a minute, but I am a bigot and I should have a constitutional right to continue being a bigot without any sort of like scrutiny whatsoever. That's it.
I wanted to ask you a slightly different question. So my partner Josh and I have been engaged for the last 5 years, which really only means that every auntie and uncle that I have is beyond disappointed that there hasn't been a wedding yet. But Cardi B is going to marry us, apparently officiate our wedding, which would be nice. But my question for you, Mr. President, is you codified support for same-sex marriage and interracial marriages like ours. I'm curious what your evolution was like on marriage equality and what the federal government might be able to do to protect LGBTQ Americans, especially trans kids who are dealing with all these regressive state laws that are popping up right now.
I can remember exactly where my epiphany was.
Okay.
Hadn't thought much about it, to tell you the truth, and I was a senior in high school, and my dad was dropping me off. I remember about to get out of the car and I looked to my right and two well-dressed men in suits kissed each other. I mean, they gave each other a kiss.
I've heard him tell this story before. I just don't believe this story at all. I've heard the story. The idea that like Joseph Robinette Biden and his dad are both like pro-gay in like 1963 is crazy. Like, it's such a LeBron epic story moment. Like, yeah, it's like one of those LeBron lies, okay? I'll admit that.
And then one looked like he was heading to the DuPont building, and one looked like he headed to the Hercules Corporation building. And I'll never forget, I turned and looked at my dad. He said, Joey, it's simple. They love each other.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. No shot. Yeah, right, dude. Come on. Come on. He said, Joey, look at those F words. Maybe we can beat on them. And that's how me and my dad got closer to one another. Jack, Joey, bust out the hammers. We're gonna go beat on these F words. That's what happened. They bonded through the hate crimes. Oh my God.
Simple. No, I'm not joking. It's simple. They love each other. And it's never been, it's never been, it's just that simple. It doesn't matter whether it's same sex or a heterosexual couple. You should be able to be married. What is the problem? So listen to your auntie and your uncle. Get married. Do it now. Don't wait. Transgender kids is a really harder thing. What's going on in Florida is, as my mother would say, close to sinful. I mean, it's just terrible what they're doing. It's not like, you know, a kid wakes up one morning and says, you know, I decided I want to become a man, or I want to become a woman, or I want to change. I mean, what are they thinking about here? They're human beings.
Okay, guys, close. You're getting close. Like, you're getting mad at that. This is like the most overtly pro-trans sentiment you've ever heard from a modern American president, and you're getting mad at that. Just, I hate Joe Brandon too, but like, you have to kind of have to hand it to him on this regard. You can get mad at him for not doing anything about it. Here's your Insta post on Biden changing his opinion on being gay. Oh yeah, here. This is funny. Here.
Is between a man and a woman, and states must respect that.
I'm gay.
Marriage is between a man and a woman, and states must respect that.
This is also part of the reason why I think it's like fucking so stupid that like he's telling this story. But do I think right now, in this day and age, in modern day, is Joe Brandon actually pro-gay, pro-trans? Yes. More pro-trans than any other fucking modern president. Straight up. Like, the fact that he's over here mentioning trans people, mentioning anti-trans legislation and how fucking awful it is, and even saying, like, you know, trans kids don't just one day decide like, oh, I want to be a man for attention, or I want to be a woman for attention. Like, that's huge, man. That's actually, like, sentiment-wise, that he's not, like, expressly and overtly anti-trans, which is hard to I mean, hard. It's hard to, it's not easy to find that in public office. Even if he isn't personally, I don't give a fuck, because he's in power and saying the right things as best as a 90-year-old man can. Yeah, ultimately, you can get mad at him for not offering adequate trans protections. So there's that as well. I think that is the real issue here.
They love, they have feelings, they have inclinations that are, I mean, it just, to me, is, I don't know, it's cruel. And the way we do it is we make sure we pass legislation like we passed on same-sex marriage. You mess with that, you're breaking the law, and you're going to be held accountable.
Thank you, sir. I also can tell that, like, some auntie or my mom probably texted you beforehand if you're trying to pressure me too.
No, but get moving, man. I don't want to hear you can't do it.
So many Ameribrain people are like, well, the president said it, and even if they don't like him, he has some authority. I mean, he's using, isn't this just feckless pandering? The bar seems so low. First of all, yeah, it is feckless pandering, But you also have to recognize that that kind of feckless pandering from the bully pulpit is actually valuable, especially if it's tied to like some kind of movement, some kind of tangible legislation. And the second part is actually the more important part. So the feckless pandering is good, but hopefully there will be something on top of that. You know what I mean? It needs to be packaged with like actual concrete ideas at the very least. But it's a step in the right direction.
A Russian jet has
Speaking of directions, we're going to move on to the Russian fighter jet who forced down a U.S. drone over the Black Sea after the intercept. That's right. What's happening? We're back on the war train, baby. Choo-choo, war. War train.
Forced down a U.S. drone over the Black Sea after damaging its propeller. CNN's Oren Lieberman is at the Pentagon gathering details on this. Oren, tell us what we're learning about this.
Brianna, this played out early this morning over international waters of the Black Sea, according to U.S. Air Force Europe. An MQ-9 Reaper drone, a U.S. Air Force surveillance drone or spy drone, was flying over the Black Sea when, according to the Air Force, 2 Russian fighter jets conducted what they're calling an unsafe and unprofessional interception. That's just the beginning of it. According to the Air Force, the 2 Russian Su-27 flanker fighter jets repeatedly flew in front of the MQ-9 Reaper drone, apparently in an attempt to disrupt or disturb its flight pattern, even dumping fuel in front of that U.S. Reaper drone. And then, according to the Air Force, one of those Su-27 fighter jets damaged the propeller of the Reaper drone, forcing it down. The propeller on a Reaper is behind it, so somehow that Russian fighter jet managed to damage the propeller, forcing the U.S. to bring down the drone in international waters. Of course, this is a very severe incident, and U.S. Air Force Europe issued a statement essentially referencing how severely they view this. Let me read you a part of this. This incident demonstrates a lack of competence in addition to being unsafe and unprofessional. These aggressive actions by Russian aircrew are dangerous and could lead to miscalculation and unintended escalation. According to the National Security Council, President Joe Biden was briefed on the incident earlier this morning by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. So he was given that information about how this played out earlier today. According to the NSC, there have been other interceptions between Russian and U.S. aircraft, but none as severe or as potentially escalatory as this, where we see an actual collision in midair between a Russian fighter jet and a U.S. drone that forced down the U.S. drone. Of course, the key question now, Brianna, how does the U.S. respond? How severely do they view this, and how deliberately do they view this? Certainly the statement from U.S. Air Force seems to say that the Russians were very deliberate in flying in front of the drone, dumping fuel in front of the drone, and then damaging the propeller, forcing it down eventually in the Black Sea. So now we'll wait to see how the U.S. chooses to...
They were doing, what is it called? They were dogfighting, but with drones. Also, why is there a CNN base inside of the Pentagon? That's kind of weird. What the fuck? What the fuck is that, bro? They're just streamlining it. You know what I mean? Remember a week ago when CNN was flying up and down the China Sea crying about how they're being followed by a Chinese fighter? Chinese balloon is the end of the world, but our drone is no big deal. Yeah, I don't understand, brother. What the fuck do you mean? If China sends a balloon over, anywhere near a goddamn airspace, you bet your fucking ass we're blowing that shit up. But when we send it to the Black Sea, it's completely allowed. Fuck you.
To respond to this incident, we have also reached out to the Russian Ministry of Defense for comment. Brianna?
And Oren, just to be clear, of course, the Ukrainian port city of Odessa there on the Black Sea, we don't know specifically where this happened?
It's our understanding, and it's worth noting, that we have been able to track the flights of many Reaper drones over the Black Sea over the course of the war and before. And they essentially fly an almost circular pattern, either in the western part of the Black Sea there, west of Crimea, or southwest of Crimea. We don't know exactly where this happened, but we have seen Reaper drones flying almost on a daily basis since the beginning of the war, and even earlier than that. We know Russian jets have flown as well. Of course, what's different here is the interaction, frankly, the collision between these jets. U.S. Air Force says it happened in international waters where both the U.S. and the Russians are absolutely entitled to fly under international law, but not like this. Brianna?
Certainly not. All right, Oren Lieberman, live for us at the Pentagon. Thank you. Let's talk about this now with
international airspace, though. That's real big. I'm not touching you vibes. No, that's precisely what happened. They were like, so Turkish fighter jets and Greek fighter jets do this over contested airspace all the time, or like international territory all the fucking time, where they'll like fly next to one another. It's called dogfighting. They do it regularly. It's just that like this happened in this instance. Not only did it happen, but it also led to like one of the drones actually being forced to land. That is not what dogfighting is. I mean, they weren't like, it doesn't seem like they were doing, you said dog fart, not dogfighting. Dogfighting is actual combat? No. Like, no, what is it called? I thought it was called dogfighting when they fuck around with one another. It's like chicken. They play chicken. It's not supposed to like actually deploy weapons or anything. But isn't that what it's called? It's intercepting. Yeah, I might have used the wrong term. But it's basically two opposing forces. A secret war between Turkey and Greece just turned deadly after a long history of dogfights over the Aegean Sea. A Greek fighter jet crashed and the pilot was killed after intercepting two Turkish F-16 fighters that had intruded into Greek airspace. While fatalities are unusual, Turkish jets have been violating Greek airspace for decades, and the incursions have happened over the years. Yeah, a lot of those is just like planes fucking flying towards one another, planes flying side by side with one another, but not necessarily like deploying weapons. And that's kind of what they were doing. Notice how it's not contested zone. It's Greek airspace, by the way. Kind of different than international water. No, I mean, I'm explaining what they do. They do it all over. That's just, insiders' way of describing it. But they don't just do it over a Greek airspace. They do it all the time. Yeah, it is like saber rattling. Yes. The problem is you have to understand, as you correctly pointed out, Chatter, all airspace is U.S. airspace. We have bases everywhere. Okay? Why do we care about an unmanned aircraft getting damaged? Because America. Because it hurts our feelings. Because it's like a fucked up. Anything that threatens America's hegemonic power status is genuinely an issue. Do you understand? That's the main point here. Matt NLT, thank you for the 5 get the subs. That's what it is. That's the main point.
General Mark Hertling, he is a CNN military analyst, former commanding general, U.S. Army Europe and 7th Army. And David Sanger is with us as well. He is the White House and national security correspondent for the New York Times. All right, General, first off, I mean, just explain how significant this is.
This is typical of shadowing and intercepts in Europe, Brianna, truthfully. What you see is Russia does this all the time in international airspace, on top of international waters. Russia often considers the Black Sea their national lake, which is dead wrong. It doesn't apply that way. But you will see Russian aircraft continuously having these kinds of intercepts or shadows, but nothing like this. Airplanes get close. You certainly will see. There have been years where there are over a couple of hundred.
Yeah, it's wrong. It's America's lake. Look at that. That's our guy right there. You see that? That right there? That's NATO, brother. That's NATO territory. So it's our airspace. Greek airspace, Turkish patrol mission into Greek airspace. Yeah. This morning, we tracked an unusual patrol mission. A Turkish Navy CASA made patrol mission into Greek airspace. As you can see in this map, Turkey doesn't recognize Greek view of exclusive economic zone, including also some Greek islands in the Turkish EEZ. Guys, guys, understand this map. This is technically Greek airspace, okay? They're like the moment that a plane fucking flies out of Izmir it's in Greek airspace. Yeah, Taiwan does this with China. It's just like, come on. Like, understand that it's a little ridiculous, right? Especially, yeah, it's all Southeast Albania in reality. That it is all Albanian airspace, technically. Turks always escalating. Greece just trying to live. Yeah, I mean, I'd be trying to live too if this was my fucking sea border, brother. HasanAbi doesn't recognize the Greek islands. Bro, I mean, is this justifiable in your eyes? And these are both NATO countries too. Really? You look at this map and you go, nope, that's normal and good. Really? That's what you think this is normal and good? It's fair? You think this is fair? I'm biased. I'm Greek. Sorry. I mean, come on. Like, yeah, it's not fair. Greeks deserve more. They should actually take Izmir and Manisa and Aydın and Muğla too. There's some good tourism. So this should also encompass the Greek airspace. Like, come on. Anyway. So just remember when they say like Turkish fighter jets are dogfighting inside of Greek airspace, they're here. This is Greek airspace that they're fighting inside of. Like, come on. Like, I don't mean, give those islands to Turkey, by the way. That's not even what I'm fucking stating. Okay? But it's crazy not to consider this to be like, at least give clearance to which, by the way, Turkey, that's why Turkey violates it, okay? Because it's ridiculous to be like, oh yeah, no, this is just like Greek airspace that you're inside of, sorry. Like, that's the reason why it is routinely violated. Like, it's shared airspace. That's fucking bananas. You might be biased. Bro, yeah, of course I'm biased, dude. Oh, yeah, seems evenly distributed. I'm so biased. Like, come on, brother. That's an insane fucking assertion. Like, I'm not saying give the islands to Turkey, dumbass. Like, but that's insane if you think this is even distribution. Like, what is happening here? That's insane. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, line should be literally on top of Turkey, too. They should take Manisa, Izmir, all of that. Like, I'm not over here saying we should fucking annex Crete. Okay? Which is where half of my family's from. But it's wild to be like, oh, wow, the Turkey's doing dogfights in Greek airspace again when you understand what the fucking airspace looks like. Anyway. What are you saying? I'm saying that that area is understandably shared, whether fucking countries or whether the international community decides it's fair or not doesn't change the reality that like it's ridiculous. Absolutely fucking unacceptable. Fair is fair. Like the top of the hour ad break fairly targets every single person. If you no longer want to see those ads, in the interest of fairness, you can subscribe. Okay? You sound like an imperialist. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to lose my fucking mind, dude. It's like insane to look at this and go, wow, Hasan advocating for imperialism because like he thinks it's ridiculous to consider that like the Greek airspace touching Turkish landmass is normal. Please stop baiting me into this because there's people who unironically will say that. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's yeah. You know what? I should have abided by the Western world's understanding of what the limitations should look like. You're right. Yeah, I said the borders and airspace should be shared by these two neighboring nations who culturally are very similar to one another, even though they fucking constantly fight. And you're like, you know, that's imperialism. It's such an American understanding of imperialism. Arctic Horizon, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Be honest, if the U.S. took down a Russian drone, you would consider it an unnecessary act of aggression and you would not defend it like you do now? First of all, I'm not even defending Russia taking down an American drone. Like, it is unnecessarily aggressive. But you have to ask, what the fuck is an American drone doing in the Black Sea, brother? Like, you are the one who's patching that up. You are the one who's going, oh man, look at Hasan again, defending Russia. No, I'm not. But like, do you know where America is on the map? Why is the American drone in the Black Sea? That's crazy. Arctic Horizon, thank you for allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, by the way. You too can avoid it if you subscribe for $5 or for free. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. But yeah, you're just like, bro, you don't understand. This is NATO airspace. Everything is American airspace. Like, it's funny because this literally happened. Like, this literally happened. Okay, Big Boy Gamer Man, thank you for the 5 get the subs. This happened where America shot down the Chinese balloon, right? That was literally a fucking, that did not have the same maneuverability, that did not have the same capabilities of flight that this drone has, right? And it accidentally fucking flew into American airspace, and then they blew it up because it flew over American land. They blew it up, okay? And now you got, yeah, bro, keep putting words in my mouth. Wait, what? Aiding Ukrainian defense, be honest. U.S. took down Russian drone. Wait. You said, yeah, bro, keep putting words into my mouth when I don't even know who the fuck you are or not even like really responding to you in general. But you just literally did that. Like you did that right here. You just created a hypothetical and then assumed what my perspective was. I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't know anything. What the fuck? Anyway, like I was saying, we saw what happened when a foreign warring nation, a foreign adversary's like surveillance equipment trailed into American territory, right? Which is a very commonplace thing, just like these drones are super commonplace, which, by the way, is something that countries do to one another all the fucking time, okay? Obviously, Russia doing this is you know, it's saber rattling. It's saying like, oh yeah, you bring your fucking drone near the Black Sea, near our territory, we're gonna take it down, we're gonna fuck with it, right? Which is an act of aggression. But like, if you think that me going, why the fuck is there an American drone in the Black Sea is like defending Russia or something, I don't know what to tell you. you've already eaten the fucking bait, hook, line, and sinker that you're just like, what? It's unimaginable that like America wouldn't have a drone in the Black Sea. You know?
These kind of things, incidents occurring every year, and it's normal procedures. But when you get this close and you interfere with flight paths of other aircraft, either manned or unmanned, it's certainly not under international law, and it's certainly going to create quite a distraction in this campaign. But as Oren just said, it's in western, possibly in western Black Sea region to the west of the autonomous region of Crimea. It's just Russia, again, interfering in international airspace with other aircraft.
David, how do you think the U.S. government is looking at this as they're trying to figure out how to respond?
Well, I'm pretty sure, Brianna, they're going to respond pretty calmly to it. I think they will denounce it, but it's an unmanned aircraft, and that means that fortunately there are no casualties. And I'm sure that President Biden is going to be thinking that what he's trying to avoid here is, of course, is an escalation with the Russians. Remember, his first goal in this war has been help the Ukrainians. His second goal in this war has been avoid escalation and anything that could lead to
I gotta
World War
pee.
III.
I'll be back.
Now, we've had surveillance craft taken down before. The most famous case in modern times was a Chinese collision with a manned American surveillance craft in international waters, as in this case. The Chinese pilot ended up being killed in that incident, and the Americans survived but were taken captive for a while, eventually returned to the United States. This does not rise quite to that level because it's unmanned, but it nonetheless tells you that the Russians are now willing to take more risks to push back on the American involvement in the war. And the question is, where does that end?
Yeah, where does it end? And certainly the U.S. is considered with escalation, concerned about potential escalation here, as we hear from the Air Force General. But I wonder if that isn't sort of the point. And I also wonder if, from Vladimir Putin's perspective, you know, something like this happening in the Black Sea is perhaps good for him, a place where he has suffered some embarrassment, right? When you think about the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet being sunk.
I would not agree with that. I'm sorry, go ahead, David.
Please, Mark, go right ahead.
No, I would not agree with that, Brianna. I think this is baiting. I think a pilot made a mistake. They were trying to, like Lauren said, intercept, which means escort and see what's going on. But when you clip an aircraft to cause it to either land or crash, then you've got a different situation right now. Yes.
Well, there you go. It was a mistake. Oopsie. They're already saying it. Breaking news, a leak from Vladimir Putin's cabinet says Putin wants to use weaponized spy balloons for U.S. surveillance. CNN 1-minute video. It has 1 views and 0 comments. I'm going to give you a week off for that, 12-month subscriber. Have fun with the poop sock on your own. There you go. Thank you for that, by the way, especially while we're in the middle of like serious news coverage. Breaking nudes, what?
Hello, it's me, Hasan, and I'm currently live on Twitch. You should click the link and see for yourself. You can customize my appearance with redeems and subscriber commands, all thanks to the world-famous genius entrepreneur Eamon Hawk.
What the fuck? Is my head getting smaller? What is happening? He has all my haircuts too? What the hell is this? Bro, HasanAbi has gotten out of control. Okay, we'll look at that later. We'll look at that in a little bit. Let's continue.
Russia has certainly been embarrassed in the Black Sea with the sinking of several vessels by a country that doesn't have a navy. That's Ukraine. But certainly when you're interfering with international aircraft in international airspace, that's not purposeful. That's baiting and it's interception. You know, this is not something that where again, Mr. Putin is trying to puff up his chest a little bit and says, see what I can control in the Black Sea. These reapers were more than likely not only looking for intelligence, but also overwatching some of the grain fleets that are going through embargoed territory out of Ukraine into the Bosporus and up the Danau Canal. So these are things that are all parts of this. Again, all this is conjecture on my part, what that Reaper was doing there. But certainly when a Russian aircraft interferes, clips it, and knocks it out of the sky, that's a little bit more serious. And we haven't seen one of those things happen since this war began.
Yeah, this is incredibly serious. And I wonder, David, how Vladimir Putin might respond to this versus how he might see this as something that obviously should be avoided, but how he might respond to this. You wouldn't expect that he's going to come out and give some heartfelt apology to the U.S.
No.
Wait, no, there's not going to be a heartfelt apology, which means we should do more droning, I think. Like,
He's certainly not. And, you know, think about...
is it serious or is it an accident? I mean, he made it seem like it was a regular intercept gone wrong. So I think that's it. That's basically, that's what you're going to get. If they were interested in banging the war drums, you think they would fucking say it like this? I mean, CNN is going to say that. CNN is going to be like, well, this is pretty fucking gross. It's a gross escalation of violent property damage. You know what I mean? Because, like, CNN is going to fucking do that. But when the Pentagon guy's like, yeah, it was just an intercept that went wrong, then all of a sudden, are you serious? I just gave a fucking week off to one guy for this. What is happening? Are you guys the fucking drones? My long-term community members are literally like NPCs, dude. They're just throwing themselves at the fucking...
The more recent case of the balloon, really another kind of surveillance vehicle that was over U.S. territory, and China complained when the U.S. took it down. But of course, in that case, it was clearly over U.S. territory. The key part here is this was in international waters. One of the big questions that Mark raises here, and that you do as well, is what's the level of intention? In other words, did Putin himself order this? Did the Russian military order this? Was this a Russian pilot who saw an opportunity and was sort of acting on his own? We may not know that, or it may take us a while to go figure that out. My guess is that right now the administration will denounce it, but that you won't see them take a similar action. And the reason for that is pretty clear. Putin has until now been pretty cautious about keeping the war inside Ukrainian territory. There have been some cyber attacks on Poland.
Dynamic Jab 13, thank you for the 5, get the subs.
But other than that, there has really been no case we've seen where they've gone into NATO territory, where they've shelled into that kind of territory. And I don't think Putin wants to bring NATO into this. So my guess...
Dude, this is so funny. Like, this is why I always say nation states do nation state shit. Okay. Russia's defense ministry said Tuesday that it scrambled fighter jets following the detection of a U.S. drone over the Black Sea, but denied causing the crash despite accusations from Washington. They said as a result of a sharp maneuver, the MQ-9 unmanned aerial vehicle entered an uncontrollable flight with loss of altitude and collided with the surface of the water. Yeah. The ministry said in a statement, adding that the fighter jets did not use their onboard weapons, made no contact with the UAV. They sound like our cops doing a report? Yeah.
Guess is that both sides...
I think they want to make this into a thing that it's not. You know what I mean? Anyway, we're going to move on from this. The government is ensuring safety of banking system following the collapse of 2 banks. Let's take a
Turn
look.
now to the turmoil from the failure of 2 major banks. Customers lined up yesterday outside the headquarters of Silicon Valley Bank in Santa Clara, California, hoping to get their money back. And earlier, trading was temporarily halted for more than a dozen other regional banks as their stock took a hit. That's despite federal action designed to calm the markets. Errol Barnett is outside the headquarters of Silicon Valley Bank once again for us. That bank being sued now by shareholders, investors who have been wiped out. Errol, good morning.
Tony, good morning to you. And that lawsuit now, class action lawsuit being built by shareholders, is just one of the fresh headlines. The Federal Reserve Board also reviewing its oversight of this institution. And the customers I spoke with all lined up yesterday. Yes, they're relieved. They're now getting some access to their money, but they are deeply frustrated that any of this happened in the first place. Are you satisfied with the service you received today and what the FDIC is telling you happens next? Sort of. It was a somber morning.
There's a lot of volume. There's a lot of people accessing their money.
As representatives from the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or FDIC, greeted customers of Silicon Valley Bank waiting outside headquarters for hours just for a chance to withdraw their deposits.
You could either do it with the cashier's check, cash, or wire. And you have to be pre-set up to do the wire, so it left the cash and cashier's check, and who wants to carry out a bag full of money out into their car?
Bob B. opened a personal account with SVB around 2 decades ago. At risk, most of his life savings.
The officers of the company causes a bank to crash like they did here, and people are losing money. They should go to jail.
Similar scenes took place at Signature Bank in New York, which dealt heavily in cryptocurrency and failed just 2 days after SVB.
I cannot believe it.
Despite the government's intervention, the volatility during Monday's trading proved investors are still nervous about contagion. In fact, trading halted for at least 20 other regional banks.
So if a bank crashes, do you just lose all the money you gave them? No, man. That's like the entire point of the FDIC. We talked about this extensively. The federal government has a protection, an insurance that, of course, came along with some protective measures that we destroyed. Shouts out to Bill Clinton for that. But the FDIC is a provision, an insurance, a protection mechanism created by the federal government to go in and take over a bank in the possibly worst case scenario where the bank runs out of money. I don't care how investors feel. Pay more attention to the poor bastard losing their shoes. Not mad at you, just the news. Kevin O'Leary has said he will never buy a bank stock again as Biden has essentially nationalized the industry post Silicon Valley Bank. What? I don't even understand what the fuck these guys are like. Like, I don't know what they're like chirping about. But the FDIC, of course, only covers up to $250,000. But if you understand the main reason as to why the FDIC exists to begin with, you will also understand that in the United States of America, as long as the federal government is standing, unless there is like a gigantic fucking economic meltdown, the United States government is going to protect all matter of depositors because that's crazy. You need a bank. That's the whole point of a fucking bank. You're not giving your money to the bank so they can take your money and then like run off with it and do insane, completely fucked investments. Okay? No, it's your money. You put it in a bank. You have to. It's ridiculous that they would, it's ridiculous that they would decide to do whatever the fuck they want to with it. That's not how that works. Commercial banks should have been separate from investment banks in general. Huh. If only there was like some law, like we talk about the FDIC and we think that the FDIC is good. If only there was some kind of regulation that prevented that from happening. Oh, shit. There was one. And then shouts out to Bill Clinton who repealed it. So that was actually the same thing. So, yeah. That's kind of the point. God, I hate everyone. This is Rabbi Bill Clinton. You guys are literally... Like, you guys are so fucking perma internet brained. Like, you literally are just repeating a 14-year-old's meme. You know what I mean? You're a whole ass grown ass adult, unironically repeating a 14-year-old child's one fucking meme. Extremely online. Please stop doing it. Please. Please. Bro, Cutie just had him at the awards? No, she didn't. That was Wantep. Sometimes I wonder if these shadows are here for you to babysit them. Yes, I am. I am the world's most highest paid babysitter. Okay. Stop sending me links of the kid. All he wants is attention, and he's doing like weird fucking Groiper memes. I'm not interested. Okay? Giving him what he wants when you do that. Please. Please stop. Annoying. Where was I? Anyway, here. The reason why the government is going to ensure some level of confidence in banks is the very, I mean, that's the reason why the FDIC exists to begin with, right? So that's precisely why they did what they did.
After steep drops, First Republic was down more than 60%. Meanwhile, CBS News has learned SVB was operating without a chief risk officer for months before one was hired in January. President Biden said those responsible for the collapse of these banks will be held accountable.
I'm going to ask Congress and the banking regulators to strengthen the rules for banks.
And repeated that none of the losses would be paid for by taxpayers.
Yeah, there's going to be no strengthening, especially considering that, like, a good question to ask Joseph Robinette Biden is that, why weren't the regulations that were in place that you literally as vice president oversaw that were unrolled under the Trump administration put back into place immediately? Why didn't that already happen? Right? That's a good question. I would love to ask that question. I would love an answer for that question. Why weren't those regulations implemented immediately after Biden became president again? That's how it works. That's how it always works.
Payers.
Instead, the money will come from the fees that banks pay into the Deposit Insurance Fund.
Now, federal officials say they plan to auction off what's left of SVB as far as its assets. And that class action lawsuit we reference claims that those who led this company concealed how raising interest rates left the bank susceptible to liquidity issues. Tony?
All right, Errol, thank you very much.
Well, folks,
can't wait for Ben Shabibo's incredible take on this, incredible assessment on why the bank happened. I hope he talks about how it's woke culture. That's the reason why it happened.
Second biggest bank meltdown of all time actually took place over the course of the last 72 hours. As it turns out, Silicon Valley Bank is apparently not the only bank that has the same kind of issues that shut down Silicon Valley Bank. Signature Bank has also been closed right now. There is now talk about the possibility of other banks following in the footsteps of Silicon Valley Bank. and having serious problems on their hands on their own. That would include, for example, First Republic apparently has similar issues to SVB. So we're going to go through exactly what happened with SVB, why it shut down, and we'll talk about whether there's a system-wide banking issue. The first thing to understand is that the reason for all of this is federal government mismanagement. The reason for all of this is because the federal government blew it on inflation and then had to ramp up the interest rates in order to fight the inflation. According to the Wall Street Journal, SVB Financial is the parent company of Silicon Valley Bank, which counts many startups and venture capital firms as clients. So this means that a lot of people are sort of laughing today because look at all the big tech bros who are about to go under. Now, here's the reality. What's actually going to happen is that the federal government is going to bail out the depositors, meaning that all of the people who had their money invested in Silicon Valley Bank, everybody who took their money and put it in Silicon Valley Bank and left it there, and then they would take swing loans in order to pay their staff, all those people will be fine. It's the bank itself that is going to shut down. This does mean the federal government is violating its own rules. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, which is supposed to give you back $250,000 of your deposits, right? This, every time you go to the bank, you'll see there's like a little sign on the bank teller window that will say FDIC insured up to $250,000. Well, most people who are running companies keep a lot more than $250,000 there. The FDIC is going to fill in all of those people anyway. This does create a situation of moral hazard. But what happened here is that SVB Financial, they had about $200 billion in total deposits by the end of the first quarter of 2022. That was a major increase in the amount of money that they had in deposits from the first quarter of 2020. In 2020, they had $60 billion in deposits. By 2022, they had $200 billion. Why? Well, because between 20 and 2022, we injected more money into the American economy than any time in human history. We just shoveled money out the door. And a lot of that money went to the big tech companies. A lot of that money went to firms that didn't know where to put the money, and so they started shoveling it at tech. Because remember, that was a tech boom. It was really a tech bubble. It was very reminiscent of the dot-com bubble of 1999, 2000, where all of a sudden firms that really should not have been valuated at the valuation that they were being provided were suddenly being valuated at extraordinary prices because people had money just gushing out of their pockets. Like, what am I going to do with this? Pets.com, I can go take my money and I can put it in some weird venture capital attempt, and I can just throw the money at it because what else am I going to do with this money? And so
you can't say this and then simultaneously act like capitalism is a decent system, right? Like, he's quite literally describing like what is fundamentally flawed with the way that like the modern stock market works, what is fundamentally wrong with like high earning sectors and the overvaluation that happens in said sectors. He's talking about rich people not being productive, not being actual producers, right? And cycling money. And then he's going to turn around and what? Say that it's like actually not deregulated enough? Like, I don't understand. Like this, if it wasn't Ben Shapiro that was saying this shit, you would look at this and go, "Oh, okay, another based anti-capitalist YouTuber." Of course, who knows where he is going to take this video? Well, I have an idea. He's probably going to say that it's regulation that caused this bank to go into government bonds. I guess it would be better if they were left to their own devices or something. I don't fucking know. He'll say that they're too woke. There was one gay and one black person in the board. He'll probably show a YouTube video I saw swirling around the interwebs about like one dumbass marketing initiative that they did. 2 vets. He already blamed on the pandemic spending.
All of those companies then took their money and they put it in Silicon Valley Bank. And so you saw the balance sheet expand dramatically for Silicon Valley Bank Financial. This created a question for Silicon Valley Bank because the way that banks actually make money, they don't keep your money in a lockbox. It's not like you have a safety deposit box and you bring in your $1 million and they take it in cash and they shove it into the wall or something. That's not what they do. Instead, it's all digital. And what they do is they then lend out the money to other possible ventures, or they go and they buy bonds, or they go and they buy stocks.
And of course, there's nothing wrong with this process because Ben defends it. Remember, he just thinks it's bad in this one instance because everyone's clowning on SVB.
Invest the money themselves, and then they essentially arbitrage the difference between what they have in their coffers and what they owe back to you and what they think they can earn from the markets. So what exactly did SVB Financial do with this massive influx of cash? Well, they started buying tens of billions of dollars of seemingly safe assets, primarily long-term U.S. treasuries and government-backed mortgage securities, which means that SVB's securities portfolio rose from about $27 billion in the first quarter of 2020 to $128 billion by the end of 2021. Okay, so they took all that money that was being thrown out there by the federal government, this inflationary wave by the federal government, they took all that money and they shoved it back into U.S. treasuries. Well, normally U.S. treasuries are supposed to be pretty safe, right? I mean, the way the U.S. treasury works is that you take $950, you invest it in a $1,000 bond, and that $1,000 bond is supposed to come to maturity in, say, 10 years. And that means that your rate of return on the $1,000 bond is, a few percentage points. And that's fairly safe because you know you're going to get that money back. The problem is, if the interest rates dramatically increase, then the value of your bond drops really dramatically. Because let's say that you buy a bond, and that bond is going to give you a yield of 4%. And then suddenly, there is an interest rate increase. And so the government is issuing bonds at a much higher rate. Well, then the market for your bond, which is going to earn you a much lower rate, the market just disappears. Suddenly your bond is worth like nothing. Because I can go down the street, I can get a brand new bond issued by the U.S. government that is going to earn me a much greater yield than the bond that you are now currently. You're going to have to sell your bond at discount to compete with the new bonds that are being issued by the federal government. This is why when interest rates increase, the prices of bonds that are currently on the market tend to drop. So what happened here is that SVB Financial thought that they were being safe by buying a bunch of U.S. treasuries, but they were being stupid because
everything he said is correct so far. Like literally no notes for the record. I just want to make something clear. When he's describing the situation, no matter what his background and no matter what his perspective on like why this failure happened, as long as he's just describing the situation, he's correct. Okay? Not really? No. What do you mean not really? He's not wrong. No, he's describing exactly what happened. The problem is he has to find a way to say that this is somehow not the responsible party or this is somehow not capitalism. There's some other reason why this is happening. Okay? And if he was actually correct on the matter, he would say the fact that, Glass-Steagall was repealed is what led to banks behaving in this awful way. This completely irresponsible way with your money. If he was honest about it, he'd talk about Dodd-Frank and how additional deregulation happened under the Trump administration in 2018 for banks of this size that are like literally right underneath the max limit. Like Silicon Valley Bank is not a tiny bank by any margins, but asset-wise, they technically were able to just hide right under that upper limit of big banks that would cause them to have more cash on hand, specifically to avoid this kind of thing from happening. Ultimately, though, the thing is like they're buying government bonds, right? It's not like they're making these incredibly risky investments. I guess I mean you could everybody knew that interest rates were going to go up. More importantly than anything else, they could have hedged it adequately, which they didn't. I don't know how they failed to understand that when I'm a fucking idiot and even I knew that was coming. And, even I bought a house with a mortgage before the interest rates went up. You know what I mean? If I know, how the fuck did the Silicon Valley risk managers not recognize that? I don't know. But ultimately, here's what's going on, okay? If they had enough cash on hand, this wouldn't be an issue. They could just they could sit back, eat the losses, and still pay out people when they need to, right? They could have done that. They could have done exactly that because it's just you're holding on to these government bonds. Eventually, you can cash. You would be able to cash them out, but they didn't do that. Like, if they had more assets and if they had more cash on hand, this would have never been an issue. But the fact that they were running low, and when Peter Thiel and a bunch of other goons in Silicon Valley recognized that this was, this was, I guess, opportunity for a bank run to, like, just, crash the Silicon Valley bank, which you could technically, with enough power, I guess, kind of do to any other bank as well. They did what they did, and then everyone in Silicon Valley started saying, oh my God, this bank is going under. If the government doesn't step in and do something about it, everyone's going to pull out, and then this is going to capsize the entire banking industry, which isn't incorrect. It's true, which is why the government had to step in and do something about it. That's the entire purpose of the FDIC. That's why they did it. It's not like that difficult of a concept to understand. What I do find really funny and interesting is, of course, these rugged capitalists creating a system, designing the system to benefit themselves, and then routinely violating the bare minimum rules and regulations and restrictions that they are allowing the government to have, lobbying against the government to, like, undermine what little regulation they already have, turning around and then begging the government to fucking bail them out, while simultaneously talking about the moral hazard every single time the government does that for poor people or for the broadest majority of the public. No student loan debt relief. Fuck you. Even though literally student loan debts should not even exist in this country. Education should be at least free up until college, especially for certain sectors. That's like, you're literally educating your labor force. You are making or creating a more educated, more competitive labor force in the international market. It's totally valid to have it be free, including college. Not education should be free up until college. Sorry. I meant education should be free, including college. Okay. Meanwhile, the very same people who have openly fucking cried about Biden and even lied about how student loan debt relief, it's going to be taxpayer funded, which was a lie. Okay? Those fucking pieces of shit were like, come on, give us the money right now. Give us the money. Give us the money. Give us the money. Give us the money. U.S. regulations are whack. Between 2001 and 2023, the U.S. endured 562 bank failures, according to the FDIC, plus the most recent SVB. In Canada, that number is 0.
They didn't look at the market and say, okay, wait, inflation is likely to follow here. And so when inflation follows, you're going to have to ramp up the interest rates. When they ramp up the interest rates, what is likely to follow is that the bond holdings that we have are going to drop in value. So if there's a run on the bank and all of our money is invested, all of their money, all of your money is invested in the bonds, we're going to have to sell off those bonds at a loss, and that's going to bankrupt the bank. That's essentially what happened here. We'll get to more of the explanation in just one moment. First, in this economic climate, pretty sketchy.
Oh, God, he's going to do fucking... He has so many fucking ads.
The problem, Sell.com/Shapiro. Again, according to the Wall Street Journal, they bought all of these securities. The problem emerged is that because they pay fixed interest rates for many years securities, that's not necessarily a problem unless the bank suddenly needs to sell the securities. Because market interest rates have moved so much higher, those securities are suddenly worth less on the open market than they are valued at.
Like, what's the take here? Inflation happened, so then the Fed had to raise interest rates, okay? He's like blaming the bank for not hedging, right? Or not changing their tactics, which is fine. It's understandable. But then also simultaneously, like, what are you supposed to do? Like, there are deflationary mechanisms, but you're completely against them, like taxes, you know what I mean? So, like, what are you supposed to do in this situation if you're the government? What are you supposed to do? You're not going to talk about price checks, right? There is no shot you would ever in a million fucking years allow the federal government to say, okay, we have too much corporate consolidation in this goddamn country. And because of that, people can get away with pricing food and pricing commodities at whatever the fuck they want to price because there's no competition, because all industries are basically oligopolies, firmly held oligopolies. So we're going to implement price checks. And we're going to tax you out the fucking ass if you don't actually abide by price checks, right? So Ben would lose his mind if the federal government did that, which is deflationary, because inflation ultimately is just that, right? It's prices going up. Ben would fucking lose his mind. He'd be like, this is communism. We need to fucking assassinate. We need to do a business plot, is what he would be advocating for. So, you know, that's what he would be saying, but this time not a failure. You know, business plot to Electric Boogaloo. So what is it then?
On the bank's books. And as a result, they could only be sold as a loss. Right? That's what I was telling you. The price on the bonds they had bought declined from when they had bought them because of the interest rate increases necessitated by the inflation. So as the Wall Street Journal says, at the same time, SVB's deposit inflows turned to outflows because clients were burning cash and they stopped getting new funds from public offerings or fundraising. So remember, all of their clients are tech companies. Those tech companies are very reliant on inflation. Those tech companies were...
This part's true too, though. I mean, not relying on inflation, but like those tech companies basically operate with an unlimited money supply up until recently. That's what's really disruptive about the interest rate hike so far, which is part of the reason why I guess this week they're not going to increase it marginally like they have been over and over again. But that's it. They were relying on free money. I'm not even going to say cheap money. I'm going to say free money. You know what I mean? That's it. That's half of the American economy basically realized that, like, you know, free money is the only way to keep fucking doing this permanent growth economy shit. Yeah, free sex. And now that it's not free money anymore, wait, how do they have an unlimited money supply? I mean, we are America. We are in the United States of America. We technically kind of do have an unlimited money supply. You sure are agreeing a lot with Ben? I mean, I'm agreeing a lot so far because he's only described the situation and he hasn't even like put his own spin on it that much.
Burning through cash at an extraordinary rate. For about 2 years there, if you were a company that was in search of public financial capital, you would just seek to get bought up by what was called an SPAC. You sought to be bought up by a publicly traded company that didn't have any content to it. It was basically just a slush fund, and then it would buy you, and then you would become the publicly traded company.
Damn, he's coming after SPACs now. Oh, shit.
We've seen a few of these. Truth Social was funded through a SPAC, for example. But when all the money dried up, then suddenly all of these companies came up short. They've been burning through cash at this extraordinary rate because there was so much cash flowing through the system. And then interest rates increased. People stopped spending money quite as much. All the investments dried up. And at that point, everybody started trying to draw down their balance at the bank. Again, they keep a certain amount of money at the bank, like what they have to by law. But then the rest of it is being lent out or bought or whatever. And so suddenly, if everybody goes to the bank at the same time, you have the Mary Poppins scenario, right?
Give it back! Give me back the money! There's something wrong. The bank won't give someone their money.
Everybody goes to the bank at the same time. It's a run on the bank, and everybody freaks out because they have to shut the windows. There actually is no money at the bank. On Thursday, customers tried to withdraw $42 billion of deposits, about a quarter of all of the money that was supposed to be held at the bank, and it just ran out of cash. And then other banks started to get hit because there were other banks that were invested in this bank. Stocks of other mid-sized lenders like First Republic Bank and Signature Bank were halted on Friday morning. And in fact, Signature Bank essentially went into receivership for the exact same reason. They were invested in Silicon Valley Bank, and also they were heavily invested in bonds. And so the question becomes,
when retail investors lose millions because for any reason, Ben and every other capitalist says they knew the risks of their investment and should have taken rising interest rates into account. When the bankers lose billions of workers' life savings, Ben says the government's fault for rising interest rates. No, I don't think he's even saying that. He literally said the bank should have foreseen the interest rates increasing because of inflation. So like technically he even, I'm a little shocked that he even basically said that, interest rates were of course slated to increase because of inflation, and the fact that the bank was not able to foresee that and act accordingly was silly. It's true. It's been 9 minutes so far, and he still hasn't made the turn here about how the guys were gay and that's why they did it. So I'm surprised.
Okay, so what happens next? So that's two questions. Question number one is, are they going to bail out SVB? Are they going to bail out the depositors? How many other banks are in the vulnerable position that
He said it was government failure at the start. Yeah, he said it was government failure, but he already said his perspective on FDIC insurance, that it creates moral hazard for people to play with other people's money. Yeah, I don't agree with that. Like, I think it's understandable to have FDIC insurance, especially when you have some kind of system in place to also limit the amount of gambling that banks could play with people's money. Of course, Ben Shapiro and I differ on that. The FDIC, however, however many years ago when it was first cooked up in a fucking shop by FDR, was working fine because it also came with a bunch of additional rules and restrictions on what banks could do. Except we decided, fuck the other part. We'll keep the FDIC and we'll allow banks to gamble. That's the problem. It was deregulation. That is the issue. The deregulation is the issue. Okay? Understand that both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party has played a role in what happened. The FDIC is an acknowledgement that people are 100% going to fuck with people's money because the U.S. is so anti-regulation. It's just straight up a necessity. The idea that as long as the FDIC exists, the banks will make risky gambles with your money is a stupid one, because it's ahistoric, because the FDIC became a necessity after there were bank runs and the Great Depression. So it's not like banks were waiting on an FDIC to make these kinds of banks were not waiting for the FDIC to make risky bets with other people's money. Anyway, there's actually some interesting news here as well. Breaking: a group of Democrats led by Elizabeth Warren and Katie Porter are unveiling legislation today to restore to bank regulations that were undone in 2018. The bill would increase scrutiny on banks with assets of $50 billion to $250 billion. Let's see if that happens. Good luck. Would you agree that SVB should get canned, not bailed out, and depositors should be credited? I mean, that's what they're doing right now. The FDIC only protects the depositors. If you're a shareholder, sucks to suck. If you are a executive, sucks to suck. You no longer should have a job. You should never get hired in that sector ever again. You know what I mean? I don't have an issue with any of that. But yeah, if you're a depositor, it's not your fucking fault. You know what I mean? I know that, like, look, I'll say it like this. I totally do understand that it's like all bullshit jobs and it's all bullshit fucking corporations. Like that one lady who was like doing events planning or something for $6,000 a month, right? You don't really believe that? What do you mean? A deposit is a loan? Dude, that is an insane assessment on banking in general. You are literally talking... What you're saying is like the entire system needs a rewrite, and not even in a socialist way, but in like an anarcho-primitivist way where we just like somehow magically do not need banks any longer. What the fuck? No, when you deposit your money with a bank, it's not a fucking loan, dog. It's not supposed to be a fucking loan. What are you saying? Do I have to go back to currency? Back in the day, when we were fucking cavemen and hunters and gatherers, we would barter with one another, and then we decided that there needed to be an exchange rate. Like there needed to be something that you could point to that had value internally, that was a shiny object, maybe, that you could point to and say, this is worth this many breads, okay? So when that happened, you fucking had to put that somewhere, okay? You had to hold it somewhere, because if you put it under your fucking pillow, someone could come and take it, okay? Oh my Lord. It's ridiculous. You're like... There is going to be a need for banks in the way that the current system is designed. Okay? That's why it is, before capitalism, capitalism, there were still some kind of banks, something that held your money. Maybe it wasn't for every single person, especially if you were a fucking serf, but So we as long as commodity production exists and we have a network, like a network that spans globally for said endeavors, and as long as trade continues, you kind of have to point to something to make it easier for people to trade with one another, goods and services, commodities. Bartering came after currency. Prior to that, we just had mutual debts, according to David Graeber. Regardless, when people say you're wrong, credit came before barter and coinage. Read Debt 5,000 Years. It still doesn't change what I am trying to describe to you, which is that, yeah, we don't have IOUs, okay? Like, the fuck do you mean? We're pointing at something. We do, that's debt. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my money. I'm going to lose my mind and lose my money. Keep your money in the safest place possible, your ass. Oh my God. I'm going to lose my money? No, I'm fucking reading chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. I told my bank my interest rate is 20% and they still haven't paid me yet. Yeah, it's fucked up. Depositors choose not to diversify their accounts so they can get 0% mortgages. Yeah, listen, that's Sam Cedar's approach. And I'm sure there's some truth to it. You get like favorable service or whatever from SVB. I don't know. But like in many instances, I think people are just not even thinking about it. It's just like ease of access to one account. Especially if you're not banking with SVB, but instead with like one of the big ones. Anyway. I'm not mistaken, banks were critical in winning many wars. Nations needed to be able to take loans and go into debt to sustain long wars. Yeah. Okay, look. Ultimately, you need to make sure that, like, when you give your money to a fucking bank, no offense, but most people with that much money know these things. They didn't get it all at once like a Twitch streamer. I mean, sure. But you have to remember that, like, a lot of these are literally just fucking businesses, right? And they might be businesses that are creating shitty products, which, you know, and a lot of them are. It's like the fucking party planner that was talking about her business, right? But ultimately, the principle of, like, a bank, it needs to be able to defend, or a bank needs to not be so insecure in order for people to not lose confidence in the banking system across the board. That's the reason why the FDIC exists, and that's precisely why the government stepped in, as they always were going to. It does not matter, because no one is looking at it and going, well, these were shitty businesses, so the workers that work at those businesses shouldn't even get fucking payroll. Fuck them, because the bank decided to make risky trades, or not even risky trades, but the bank didn't foresee interest rates increasing and didn't have enough cash on hand in the possible unforeseeable bank run. You know, like, that's stupid. That's not a smart assessment.
SVB was in. How many banks are not telling you they're in that vulnerable position? And nobody really knows the answer to that. So there's a lot of unease in the markets today, because even if the depositors of Silicon Valley Bank are bailed out.
You said, so the banks operate by trust? Brother, everything operates by trust. This entire system that keeps having these weird cycles of failure that are premeditated and created by the inherent contradictions that are designed into the system that constantly keep happening all the time, are literally held together by ticker tape, okay? It's held together by the small string of confidence. That's it. And if people start losing confidence in the entire system, nothing will fucking work. Yes, it's all confidence. That's it. It's backed by the confidence that people instill in the United States government and its military might, for the most part. Okay?
Well, what happens to all the unsecured credit holders in Silicon Valley Bank? And there are a lot of people, in other words, who invested in Silicon Valley Bank. They're not going to get their money out. That money is now gone. And Silicon Valley Bank was a big concern. So that means those people are going to lose a lot of money, which means they can't hire. It means they can't fire. It means they can't, like, they're bankrupt, right? I mean, it can bankrupt a lot of people. And so we are in the same situation, financially speaking, that we were during 2007, 2008, when you had a bunch of financial institutions who were tacitly relying on the promise that the federal government was going to fill them in to make risky bets. And then those bets fail. And then the federal government does indeed at least fill in the depositors. Now, they're not going to save Silicon Valley Bank here. Silicon Valley Bank will not be a going concern from here on out unless there is somebody who comes in, sweeps in, and actually buys up the assets. Now, that could have been done on the open market anyway, right? There could have been, Elon Musk talked about buying up Silicon Valley Bank, for example, and then going.
With whose money, motherfucker? What do you mean he's going to buy up Silicon Valley? Elon Musk can barely afford a fucking $5 a month subscription at the top of the hour to avoid the top of the hour ad break. And he's out here talking about fucking buying up Silicon Valley Bank. Oh my God, I can't wait for him to run that shit into the fucking ground too. Holy fuck. Anyway, if you no longer want to be destroyed by the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour, which is a 3-minute ad break, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub. Okay. There you go. There it is. Bill Vog and Bats Rats, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Think of it like a bailout.
And finding investors to fill in what depositors were owed. Because not like Silicon Valley Bank had no money. It's not like they went from $200 billion in holdings
Ryan
to $0
Miller, thank you for the 5
in
gifted.
holdings. They still were able to liquidate some of the bonds that they had on the market. They would need somebody to come in and buy them up and fill it back in, and people would presumably continue to invest in Silicon Valley Bank once they realized that the run was.
Yeah, that's why they were trying to sell it. That's why they were trying to very quickly hastily, in order to avoid the fucking bank run, try to, you know, raise funds. That's what they wanted to do. Holy fuck. I got a 9.48 on that. That's like one of the highest, dude. That is a record-breaking rating on that on the HasanAbi broadcast. Let's fucking go.
Was over. But that's not what the federal government did. So the federal government had basically two concerns here. Concern number one is making sure that this thing did not spread directly from Silicon Valley Bank to the rest of the system. That there wasn't a meltdown where depositors lost their money, and so everybody across the system went, hold up a second, my money is not safe at my bank. I'm going to go do a run on the bank right now. And because there is a sort of herd mentality when it comes to this stuff, is my bank safe? Are they doing the same thing? Are they lying to me? And everybody goes get their money at the same time, and suddenly a lot of banks start to go under. The other is the moral hazard created by the simple fact that over and over and over.
I mean, yeah, if you're in the business of like fucking screaming about a moral hazard, then I guess it's more viable or more understandable to fucking talk about a moral hazard when it's in this circumstance and not for the fucking working poor, I guess. But ultimately, the reality is, or the problem is capitalism. The problem is that these banks behaved this way before the moral hazard of the FDIC. I'm sorry, you're fucking ridiculous. Okay? This literally happened before this. The reason why the FDIC exists is because this quite literally happened. Okay? It happened. That's why the FDIC exists. So the notion that like, oh, this is creating a moral hazard, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, well, even without it, there was a moral hazard. The real issue is that regulation that accompanied the FDIC. Hasan is the biggest capitalist. Fuck yeah, baby. Dog ass RIP ads. I love capitalism. That's why I'm literally defending the FDIC. I'm defending the banking system. You know what I mean? The FDIC wasn't just alone. There were additional regulations that came along with it. Those regulations were, of course, deregulated away. You know, it is what it is.
Over again. The federal government keeps doing things, and people keep relying on the federal government to fill in the gap. In 2007, 2008, the presumption was for everybody who was invested in subprime mortgages that the federal government was going to back their play because Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which were quasi-government subsidized, they were backing that play. In 2007, 2008, the smart money was that the federal government was backing subprime mortgages. So what's the big deal if we mix in a bunch of crap subprime mortgages with actually like good mortgages, and then we mix it all together, create a credit derivative structure that allows us to create a crap sandwich, and then everybody eats the crap sandwich, but most of the sandwich is not crap, so it's probably okay. Well, as it turns out, the federal government stepped in to save everybody from their own stupidity in relying on the federal government. Same sort of thing here. All of these companies relied on the federal government not to.
Yeah, I mean, he's so right. That's why, because people are relying on the federal government to bail them out. That's why they behave this way, totally. But except like, you know, how did it happen before the federal government had any kind of protective measures in place then? Why did it happen before then? I wonder if the very same system that those guys were operating under is the exact same system that we're operating under, and that's precisely why dickheads like you that fucking advocate for deregulation are regularly making things worse and then talking about some of the outcomes of deregulation openly and then trying to still find a way to like blame the government on it. The orthodox view in 2008 wasn't that the feds would bail people out.
Raise those interest rates to dramatic levels. That's exactly what happened with SVP. They said, yeah, we can see that you're inflating the currency, but we'll bet that you're not going to raise those interest rates to high levels, even as Jerome Powell was saying we probably will. And then, of course, things went south, and now they're going to get bailed out by the federal government, at least the depositors are, and it's a question as to how many other institutions are going to be guaranteed that way, which raises the question as to if depositors are just getting bailed out by the FDIC, then why exactly is the federal government subsidizing a bunch of banks in the first place?
Yeah, exactly. Why not own it? Ben Shapiro said there should be public banks. That's what he's saying, dude. You understand? Because, like, that's it. That's the takeaway, right? Like, that's what he's saying. I assume. No notes. No notes.
Place to engage in investments they would not make with their own money. Because that's really what you're talking about here.
He said that. He said that when the government comes in and handles your bank and takes over, it's public bank now. That's what he's saying, I think. Well, he didn't really say anything. That's the hilarious part about this, is that he quite literally just described the situation and like briefly alluded to how it was the government's fault, but not really why. Oh, this was great. Big Black Jacobin Edward Ongwezo Jr. Wrote at the Slate about how venture capitalists are parasites who couldn't be trusted with the financial institution that held up their industry, let alone the direction of our technological development. Euthanizing them is imperative if we want a better world. Okay? And Nate Fisher, a founder and investor focused on rebuilding trust in the digital age. Let me see what kind of fucking check mark he has. Of course, Twitter blue. Wow, shocking. Said this sort of rhetoric is how you end up with things like the Rwandan genocide. Yeah. Ryan Grimm says we should bankrupt the executives of the banks to combat the moral hazard. Not exactly, but at least it would be doing something. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the point.
Journalist from the reputable organization The Intercept, writer of bad news on Substack and host of Counterpoints. Or is that on Breaking Point? I love this guy. This is Ryan Grimm. Welcome to the show, Ryan. Hello, thanks for coming, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having me here.
Why don't you get yourself some earpods, mate? Them type of headphones, people don't wear them no more. What are you, from the old days? What are they paying you?
Because they're just stuck right in here.
Yeah,
they're always going to be here.
Ryan, it's not my business to ensure that you keep up with the mindless consumerism that drives us through life. Now, Ryan, can you please tell me what's going on in this banker crisis? Was you listening to me and Gareth just then? Do you think we did a good job of it? And what are you going to add to it, please?
Yes, that sounded pretty good. I think what I would add to it is the stick side of it. Like, what does the government need to do to these bankers in order to, because they talk about this moral hazard.
Ryan Grimm is greenwalding, by the way. No, he's not.
And so they say, well, if you bail people out, then they're just going to be reckless. And, they're going to keep doing this just the way, they did it in 2008, they did it in the 1930s. If there's no penalties, then what's going on? But the question is, are we really going to make the depositors suffer the penalties? I might be fine with that if you're depositors who have millions of dollars and you're in a risky bank like Silicon Valley Bank. But just realistically, from a political perspective, we're always going to make depositors whole. So if we're going to make depositors whole, then thinking through this, how do we, monkey around with this moral hazard? And to me, it would be, not only do you wipe out all the shareholders of Silicon Valley Bank, not only do all the executives get fired, but you also do something like bankrupt the executives. So if you say, look, if you run a bank into the ground to the point where it's going to cost taxpayers, and ultimately it's going to be taxpayers, millions of dollars, we're going to you first before we hit up the rest of society. Then I think you would have executives who all of a sudden are a lot more cautious.
Of course, that would never happen. Deadly Higambana, thank you for the 25 get the subs. That would never happen in a million years because the society is literally designed to avoid that.
About the bets that they're making and the way that they're running the bank. The other,
I mean, it'd be great, but it would never happen. The entire point of a bourgeois economy, a bourgeois government, is to ensure that that never happens. That's why losses are socialized, gains are privatized.
Wild text chain among all of these tech, founders and funders.
Tech fucks.
Did you see this? This guy talked about it. There were 200 founders who were in this text chain who on Thursday started saying, hey, maybe we should all take our money out of Silicon Valley Bank. And if you really were scared that the bank was going to collapse, what you would do is you would go to the bank and you would take your money out. You wouldn't text 200 of your richest friends and suggest, hey, maybe we should all take our money all at the same time out of this bank. That makes absolutely no sense if your goal is self-preservation of your own wealth. If you think the bank's going to collapse, you call the bank, say, here's my wire instructions, get my money out of that bank. What they did is they created a bank run with that text chain. And then you have to ask, why did they do that? And
please, speculatively, and I know it's purely speculation, Ryan, why would you do that? Is it because you know that if the bank collapses, you're going to be bailed out and ultimately it's going to be more beneficial than taking the money out in the first place?
Yeah, one of the theories that's going around is that this entire tech economy requires low interest rates and massive amounts of quantity.
Ooh, this is actually a really good take. I was going to mention this as well. I've been thinking about this a lot. I think I know what he's going to say. I've been thinking about this a lot. And one thing that I was thinking is like, they did get the government to stop raising interest rates for at least 1 week. You know what I mean? Who knows if this is hurting the tech sector. Interest rates increasing is hurting the tech sector. It's going to eviscerate the tech sector. So potentially the reason why they're doing this is to be like, look at how it's hurting us. Like, look, there's going to be bank runs everywhere. There's going to be bank runs everywhere because all banks are doing this. All banks have similar issues. There will be bank runs all around the country to a degree where the FDIC can't even step in and help out. So maybe we should stop with this interest rate hike and maintain that. Inflation is not so bad. So is that why they'd have some interest in engaging in a bank run rather than letting the bank fail despite the result of the depositors is the same? Peter Thiel started it. Some theories are out there. They were trying to weaken the dollar even more and boost crypto. Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. I don't care about the crypto shit. Rokana is holding a fundraiser. Hosted by David Sachs, the loudest person calling for protecting depositors at SVB over the weekend, which Rokana also called for. If there's someone driving the anger row, Spider-Man give. It pisses me off that your government's policy gets me laid off. I don't even get to vote for your leadership. I think ultimately, high interest rates are eviscerating the tech sector. So a lot of tech guys, basically are resorting to like this financial terrorism potentially. To I don't know. It's just it's speculation. This is speculation because I can't find in my mind a single reason as to why they would have pushed for a bank run, other than and then literally continued talking about how if the government doesn't bail them out immediately, there will be a bank run. You know what I mean?
Quantitative easing. That chart that you showed, that money flows into asset prices, houses, like that's why housing prices are going crazy, rents are going crazy. But really what it funnels is into big tech. Like without the quantitative easing the last decade, you don't have this big tech explosion over the last decade.
Absolutely.
Now that they're starting to turn that spigot down, you're seeing all of these tech companies lay everybody off. You're seeing everything collapse. So the speculation is, what could these tech bros do that would get the Fed's attention? That would say, look, if you keep jacking up interest rates, you're going to blow the economy up. You're going to cause real problems here. And what could they do? Well, they could blow up a tiny little bank and threaten contagion.
Are you suggesting this is becoming more of a conspiracy by the depositors? I mean, it's not even. First of all, there was a conspiracy. Like, not in a conspiracy theory sense, but they did conspire to do a bank run. And, don't believe me. Believe the people that were in the fucking group chat. You know what I mean? Believe Peter Thiel. He's the one who started it. They openly talked about it on Twitter. Where's the Twitter link? Okay, it's a long-ass thread, so I didn't want to fucking read it yesterday, but god damn it, I think we do need to read it now. But, I mean, here you go, dude. Zoomers, it's like when Logan Paul did a rug pull, kind of, not entirely. Silicon Valley Bank was the main bank for two of our companies, my personal savings and my mortgage. This is how things unfolded for us. Between 2013 and 2023, all good. Thursday, 9 a.m. in a chat with 200 tech founders, mostly in the Bay Area. Questions about SVB start to show up. Some suggest getting money out of SVB for safety. Only upside, no downside. I read the messages in a bathroom break. I immediately canceled the meeting I had. I asked my wife, Tina, to wire all of our personal money out to other banks. Call my teams, ask them to do the same. One of them at the dentist has to stop the procedure and run home. We can't get the money out of any of the accounts. For our personal savings, we don't have any other bank accounts readily available. For one of the companies, the permissions are not set up to allow such significant exit of money. We can only get half of the money out. We wired into Ameritrade as we don't have any other bank accounts set up. For the second company, the banking credentials have been changed. I cannot log in. Tana gets a hold of another bank we're already talking to, UBS. Ask them to open a bank account pronto. I changed the permissions for the first company. We request another wire out to Ameritrade for the remaining money from that company. We have to wait the wires to get out. After a long wait, I get hold of an SVB agent. They reset my credentials with a second company. All of my chats with tech founders in the U.S. light on fire with what's happening. Obviously, we have a bank runoff. Surreal. We request 2 wires for all the money from the second company to Mercury. They clear. Dozens of documents are signed without even reading them. Complete opening of a personal bank account with UBS. Tanya requests SVB via their website to wire all of our personal savings to UBS. Given the permission settings in place, they tell us that they have to call us. SVB is a solid bank. I know their CEO, Greg Becker. Great guy. I figured this is a temporary issue caused mainly by people panicking. They'll recover. I buy shares of SVB at what I consider is significantly low prices. What? Okay, I didn't read this before, but this is fucking awesome. One of the wires for the other company clears. My chats with tech founders from Latin America start to catch up. SVB calls us, tells us that our savings will be wired the same day as requested. We jump on a plane to fly back to San Francisco. We land. I want to know what his fucking bullshit-ass companies are, by the way. I'm assuming they're all bullshit. We land. We learn that a second wire for the second company hasn't cleared yet. Worse, the wire to get our personal savings is still in queue. Go to bed. Wake up. Nothing. SVB stock is down 60% overnight. Cancel all morning meetings to focus on the problem. 8 a.m. We learned that SVB is now controlled by the government. The shares I bought the day before are now likely worthless. I made a mistake. I host a town hall with my team. Explain what's happening. Answer questions. All day long, I wait and cope with anxiety, help other entrepreneurs, share what we know, answer questions for investors. Figure that the money for the company with the pending wire is safe. It will be available as of Monday. Unfortunately, for our personal savings, only a portion is safe. We may recover most of the money. The percentage, however, remains unclear. It may take years. Play with the kids. Help me forget about the material world. What did I do wrong? Am I good enough to do what I do? Hug, Tanya. Figured there's nothing of value by focusing on the topic. It's an externality. We shouldn't invest too much time thinking about them or trying to predict the markets. Time to go back to what we can control, the execution of our companies. Continue pushing forward. Persist, persist, persist. Let's see what this guy has. He is the founder of Tribe. What is that? What? A community offers robust custom. If you write a tweet that long, you should immediately go to prison. Yeah, I agree. Rise Pal. There's nothing even on it. There's a citation needed for like half of his fucking companies, dude. He was on Shark Tank Colombia. He was featured at MIT's list of innovators under 35 in 2012. He's a known advocate of remote work. He's worked with remote teams since the founding of Voice 123. Tribe is Facebook for burners. All his apps are bullshit rent-seeking disruptions with a subscription model for like an alarm clock or something. I mean, you didn't really describe anything. You just basically described the entirety of Silicon Valley. Damn near every single Silicon Valley tech startup is basically bullshit rent-seeking disruptions with a subscription model for pre-existing things that you could get for free. You basically, yeah, you just described. Remember when they did vending machines? They were like a disruptive new way to undermine bodegas. And it was like a vending machine. And it's like, what the fuck are you saying? You know what I mean? What like that's just a vending machine. Like you're describing a vending machine, dog. It's basically the same concept behind Uber too. It's like it might come across like this brilliant fucking idea, but the only thing that Uber did was, you know, and the reason why it still has to present itself as a tech company is basically disrupting the regulation required for taxis. It opened it up to contractors, you know, that are on in real time all the time. My friend worked there. It was called Bodega. Yeah, exactly. It was just a vending machine company. They called it Bodega, and they got millions of dollars. They raised millions of dollars. Why? Why did they raise millions of dollars? Well, they raised millions of dollars because everybody wants to be everybody wants to be the guy who invested into the next Uber. Okay? That's it. The only thing that Uber Eats did is make people earn less and gets you cold food delivered for more money. The most Silicon Valley example, yeah, Juicero is still the greatest example of Silicon Valley stupidity.
We'll talk. Wait a minute. Is Silicon Valley making your life easier or just making...
Wild-eyed commentary. A year after hyped-up Wi-Fi connected juicer fails spectacularly, Silicon Valley's obsession with it still makes it crazy. It's a $400 Wi-Fi connected juicer as the first home cold press juicing system. It promised convenience. It promised wellness. A world where a glass of fresh juice in the morning didn't require you to squeeze pulpy citrus between your bare hands like a monkey. It was as simple as pulling out a produce pack, a sachet of pre-chopped fruits and vegetables, securing it between Juicero's flat squeezing plates, and pressing a button to get instant cold-pressed juice. It was Silicon Valley's answer to the massive trend toward healthy living and cold-pressed juicing. But on September 1, 2017, a year ago today, Juicero imploded in a dazzling shit show of Silicon Valley bluster. Techno hype and something about the threat of global spinach recalls. It also sucked you off to completion, which is why everyone loved it, but they couldn't advertise it like that. It's like how the Q-tip boxes say, do not use in ears. Sure, bud. Wait, Q-tip boxes say, do not use in ears? Yeah. The hilarity is that the thing that they were selling was already pre-squeezed old-ass juices that you could squeeze with your fucking hands. You didn't need a Wi-Fi. You didn't need any of that. Another example is WeWork too. Anyway, so we will never learn from our lessons. I don't even know what this guy's fucking companies are. It seems silly. But I do agree possibly with Ryan that this could be an alternative motive as to why this bank run was facilitated. Because when you think about Peter Thiel pushing for it, Tribe isn't really bullshit. It's an influencer marketing marketplace. It's pretty big. Okay. I take it back. One of his products was legit, I guess.
Around the entire economy. So to me, we don't, like you said, this is speculation. We don't know. We do know. Go ahead.
I love this thing.
Real story. Former McKinsey who made $230K a year gets $3 million in VC fund to start a business. The business is charging $6,000 a year to insanely rich people to help them plan vacations and birthday parties. Feel bad story debunked. Oh yeah, this was the hi. I'm Lindsay, Ohio mother of 4. I employ a team of 15 as a startup founder and CEO of Strong Suit. Drive a used Hyundai Odyssey. Husband works in manufacturing. The financial future of my company, team, and family are at risk with the collapse of SVB. Now, people saying this is bullshit, this is a bullshit job, okay? People saying this is a bullshit job, here's what they don't understand. A lot of jobs are bullshit. We need bullshit jobs, okay? But you could have a bullshit job that is like otherwise good, pays their workers well, where they're also doing bullshit jobs. You know what I mean? You could do that. You could even have those bullshit jobs be relatively productive. Okay? Most of our economy in the United States of America is geared towards bullshit jobs. The tribe that dude runs is not the tribe that you looked up and is an actual company. He runs some random remote work shit that doesn't have a presence online either. Thank you. So why would you even call that bullshit jobs? What do you mean? It's like a lot of these things are bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit jobs. Chatter, if you work in a fucking white collar job, like 90% of your job is bullshit. If you've ever worked a white collar job, you already fucking know that like half of what you do is just dog shit. You're not even doing anything. You're just like sitting around and you know, it's busy work. It's make work. You know what I mean? That's it. Half of you are watching me right now while responding to emails, acting like you're doing shit. Okay? The difference is these motherfuckers make it seem like these are saving the planet. But if all jobs are bullshit, if a lot of these jobs are bullshit and the economy is geared towards the creation of these bullshit jobs, then yeah, you got to protect it to a certain degree. While also making sure, right? Also making sure that these workers are adequately protected. They're getting, you know, decent pay and they can eke out a living and have a life of fulfillment. Anyway. My dad worked really hard when I was very young. He didn't have a computer or the internet. I mean, Nick, I don't know what your dad did, but we're talking about white collar work for the most part. But part of the reason why these jobs are now bullshit is because tech, he was president of the USA. Oh, nice. But because technology and technological improvements have ramped up productivity to a degree where like you know, you literally don't need to work that long. Half of the logistics have been handled because you can from your pocket do the exact same thing that 25 years ago you needed like an actual physical presence to handle. That's it. That's why we say productivity has skyrocketed, whereas wages have remained stagnant. Productivity skyrockets with technological improvements because all matter of tech improvements are so that your more of your labor can be extracted from you. You know what I mean? But yeah, here are the companies that he created. Tory.co, AI that handles your remote job search and recruitment. WithYourTribe.com, a new communications platform for remote teams. And BunnyStudio.com is an outsource the creation of creative assets at scale. Yeah. Bunny Studio seems to be Fiverr, but for very high quality creatives, which means they are absolutely not getting paid enough. Here's the Bunny Studio website. Scalable solutions for driven brands. They literally, it's just Fiverr. It's just Fiverr. We vetted top global talents and designed an efficient platform. No, it's just Fiverr. Oh my God, it's so easy to fucking make this. Oh my God, it's so easy to make a website like this. Oh God, it's just free money. It's all free money. It's all just, you can literally get ChatGPT to make this fucking website. Just get the Squarespace template, slap a website, act like you actually work with fucking Dell and shit. Yeah, every single thing that this man created is a pre-existing disruptive technology. Finally, a communication platform that's designed for remote teams. Oh, man. You know this motherfucker made this after Zoom popped off, okay? He saw Zoom popping off and during COVID and was like, oh, I should get in on it. Like, he literally saw Zoom popping off and was like, I got to get in on this shit. Which, by the way, Microsoft already has it. It's Teams, right? Anyway. That's it. Because all of this shit is so stupid. But when there's free money to be made and everyone wants to be a gambler who is going to be at the ground floor of the next unicorn, and they already have too much money and they don't know what the fuck to do with it, they just dump it into a couple million here, a couple million there, a couple $100,000 here, a couple $100,000 there. They dump it into companies like this because one of them's going to hit. One of them's going to fucking hit. At a certain point, you're probably not even looking at the product that you're dumping money into. You know? So that's it. It's the Gary V strategy, yeah. Would you let a company hit? No. I wish the government would use Discord for everything. I want to see a 4-star general with his profile pic taking official business. Yeah. All matter of business basically now is just being disruptive, right? Which is a way to like skirt pre-existing regulation in order to improve your profit margins, which, by the way, this is kind of fun. I'm going to show you this real quick. All matter of Silicon Valley tech startups are just basically trying to find a techie way to disrupt or basically get away without, abiding by the pre-existing regulations as you try and, force every other competitor out of the marketplace with, predatory mergers and shit like that, as you get funneled an infinite amount of money because quantitative easing is awesome, okay? So you get an infinite amount of money to monopolize a marketplace, and then you fucking turn around, and once you do monopolize that marketplace, that's it. You can raise prices, you can make the work shittier and shittier, you can consistently drive wages to the ground. There's no regulation to begin with anyway. And then that's it. What is this? TechCrunch Disrupt SF? Silicon Valley
Are you ready? Are you ready for the ultimate tech startup competition? Let me hear it. Disrupt!
Hello, my name is Saeed Jabrani. I'm the CEO of Ametabug, and we're here to revolutionize the way you report bugs on your mobile platform.
Happen will revolutionize location-based mobile news aggregation as you know it. We're making the world a better place through Paxos algorithms for consensus protocols.
And we're making the world a better place through software-defined data centers for cloud computing.
A better place through canonical data models to communicate between endpoints.
A better place through scalable, fault-tolerant distributed databases with ACID transactions.
And we are truly local mobile social.
And we're completely so-mo-low.
And we're molo-so. We're low-mo-so, bro.
We were so-low-mo, but now we're mo-low-so. No, mo-so-low. No.
Next up, Executive Chairman and Chief Visionary Ehrlich Bachman presenting Pied Piper.
I hate this because it's so real. This is Silicon Valley, Mike Judge's parody of Silicon Valley, which is like very prescient. But like, it is real though. It's actually real. That's what's like really fucking annoying. Like, I look at this with so much disdain. It's a great show though.
Since the dawn of time, mankind hath sought to make things smaller, but until now,
Anyway, the rest of this is whatever. I write software for actual car repairs. I have no downtime. Yeah, it's barely tweaked to be a joke. I know. This is happening in South by Southwest right now. Yeah, as like the world is fucking collapsing around these people, as the walls are coming down, they're still at South by Southwest, probably still advocating for a bygone era where that kind of shit would immediately give you a cash injection of like $3 million at minimum. Yo, as an app, was the perfect representation of this. Yo, as an app, as an analogy, is very similar to like the shitcoin that was cleverly branded as scam coin. You know what I mean? There's no difference between either of these things. It's just that Yo was the more legitimate crypto rug pull. Hot dog or not hot dog? Now, while we were doing quantitative easing, which Breakfast with Beast explains to the chatters, saying quantitative easing was when the Fed would pump millions per month into the stock market, solidifying gains, and with zero interest loans, business would prop up investors, had confidence to invest in anything in front of them. That level of, that profound amount of wealth that was being pumped into the market did not get distributed down to like the average consumer and simply stayed at the tippy top as it exchanged hands over and over again between bullshit fucking startups by way of people who wanted to get money from their banks with their pre-existing assets that they put down as collateral and then pump directly into whatever kind of fucking dumbass Silicon Valley tech, tech application that they put money into. Now, the difference is cryptocurrency also doesn't have that same level of like you know, paying coders and whatnot. So it's basically on overdrive. It's the same exact principle, but on overdrive with no protections whatsoever. And not really that many workers working at the bullshit jobs and the bullshit, the bullshit startups. That's it. Now, here's what we have right here. The silver lining from Jason Calacanis. The silver lining thing about the banking crisis is that the creative startups will build new products to solve the problems that have been revealed. We're going to see a lot of FDIC 250K limit products, I predict. What is this prediction? Like, this already exists, brother. Like, what the fuck are you saying? That's your silver lining? Is that a product that already exists? Which shouldn't exist, by the way, but, you know. Introducing Mercury Vault. Protect your cash with a money market fund and up to $3 million in FDIC insurance. 12x the industry standard. Learn more at mercury.com/vault. What is this big man in Japan? What the fuck is this? It's called an insured cash sweep, and it's literally made to get around the FDIC limit by keeping $250K in banks. Yeah. This, for the record, this is a thing that exists already. This is not new. Okay? You can do it on your own if you're, what's his face? What's the Greek god? Who has like 50 bank accounts or whatever? Yeah, Giannis does this. Personally, by having 50 fucking bank accounts. Not Zeus, man. The Greek freak. He said Thor as a Greek god. That's funny. Anyway. Banks do this as a service is really tedious. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, they're literally putting your money split up into different banks. I was just pitching this idea to my friend, but I guess it's made already. Like, all of these accounts are constantly fucking jerking each other off, not realizing that, like, they're just openly demonstrating that they don't know this thing that exists. That's called CDARS, and it existed for 10 years now. We've been using CDARS no infantry for over Intrafi for over 13 years. Like, all this shit works, man. They already had this. But of course, if you're a Shiba account, supposedly fucking brilliant guy, you're like, wow, what a revolutionary new disruptive technology. At no point did these motherfuckers go, maybe we're kind of dumb. You know what I mean? Maybe we're just like kind of stupid and haven't done the reading and didn't really understand this at all from the jump. You should see LinkedIn law an order of magnitude worse. No, it's like, I never thought that these fucking crypto bros and like Silicon Valley bros were ever actually intelligent. But it's mind-boggling that there were people that fucking felt that way at any given moment. Like, I get why people think politicians are smart, right? I get that. I get why you think politicians are smart. Because, like, they kind of have to be, or you feel like they have to be. They're not. They're just as dumb as you are, sometimes way dumber than you, okay? But these fucking weirdos, they just have a Twitter account. Why the fuck did you ever think that they were smart? They never were. They've been making the wrong decisions in the business world from the jump. Yeah, you at least have hope that politicians are smart. You don't need to think that any of these fucking crypto bros are smart. No one thinks politicians are smart. That's not true. No, you're wrong. The Norman does have this assumption that like politicians are smart or they have to be smart. So you're wrong. What is this? I really want you to react to this. Asking business students how much money they make.
I'll tell you how much the company makes a year.
I know I'm going to be a millionaire.
I want to be a billionaire by 30.
How do you think you're going to accomplish that?
Oh my God.
I got that on camera at least. First of all, what is your name and what year are you?
My name's Jackson. I'm a junior. My name's Sor.
I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, before we do that, let's look at what the FDIC does when your bank fails. This is a 60 minutes archive video. It's actually very informative. We're going to watch this one more time instead of the G word because we don't have the G word access because G word is actually aren't you a business major? No. No.
These days. While devastated
And then
giants
we'll watch
like
the other one.
Citigroup get bailed out again and again and again,
But I'm also going to pee
many
real quick.
smaller banks are failing.
Yeah, I'm much worse than a business major. I'm a poli-sci
that takes
major.
over unsound banks is the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the same people who guarantee that depositors won't lose their money. Most every Friday now, the FDIC is seizing several banks. You haven't seen these takeovers happening because they're done secretly at night to make sure that there's no needless panic by depositors. But last week, we were given extraordinary access to one of these operations because the FDIC wants you to see what happens to your money when your bank has failed.
They're going to start at one branch, pull the cash out, take it inside the bank.
This is a team of FDIC agents preparing to seize a bank outside Chicago.
What we need to do is we need to pull the corporate records.
They've checked into this hotel under a fictitious name, CB and Associates. To prevent a run on the bank, they don't want anyone to know who they are or why they're here.
You all know that this is for the closing of Heritage Community Bank.
Cheryl Bates and Arthur Cook are in charge of the operation that has been given the code name Happy. Strange, considering what they're about to do.
Do not discuss outside of this room what is going on, what we're here for.
They're here to seize all 5 branches of Heritage Community Bank, a 40-year-old local bank providing savings, student loans, mortgages, and checking. But like so many others recently, Heritage made ruinous bets on real estate. Sheila Bair is chairman of the FDIC.
How many banks failed last year?
25.
How many do you expect to fail this year?
It's going up. There have been 16 already now, and so our loss projections
Wake up!
are
The banks are
going up.
failing.
We're having to increase premiums on banks to address the loss projections going forward. It's a very distressed environment right now.
I wonder if you have a number in mind of how much the FDIC is prepared to pay for bank failures in 2009.
Well, we make a 5-year projection that for the next 5 years we project over $65 billion on bank closings.
$65 billion?
$65 billion.
Some of that was about to be spent on the imminent failure of Heritage Community Bank. It held 12,000 deposits totaling more than $200 million. The FDIC team waited for the last customer to leave. Cheryl Bates prepared to go in.
What sorts of specialists do you have on this team?
We have accountants. We have asset specialists who specialize in loans. We have people who specialize in just the physical facilities. And we have a group of investigators that come in and do a review on the reasons for the bank failure.
Really, your whole team could come in and run the bank?
Yes.
4 months ago, the FDIC and state of Illinois ordered the bank to stop risky lending and raise cash. But Heritage couldn't find new investors. The night of February 27th, no one at the bank knew that the end was minutes away. The FDIC walked into all 5 branches at once. The chief executive, John Saphir, was told that the bank that was his life's work was no longer his. We waited outside as they delivered the news to the employees.
With Heritage Bank, your pay stopped at 6 p.m. At 6:01, you went on a pay which is paid by the FDIC. Unused vacation time, you will be paid for it. You will not lose it.
In that moment, Operation Happy looked pretty grim.
Correct, because I would say...
Dude, there's something I absolutely love about just fucking government bureaucrats coming in and going, hey, we seized the bank, we're still going to pay you, we're from the government, and we're here to help. It's like the exact opposite of what like dumbass, dumbass fucking Reaganite Republicans believe is the wrong thing. But like so much of what you take for granted would simply just fall apart if fucking guys like this didn't exist, okay? I love that shit.
Say a large majority of the employees don't know that the bank is in trouble and that it's about to close.
We want it to be as seamless as possible for your depositors, so no depositor loses any money at all. And they reacted somewhat with dismay and shock that we were there. And it is a very trying period for them. So it is an end to that whole chapter of their lives.
When we walk in, we appear to be the bad guys.
I mean, some of those people have been there more than 20 years.
And those are the ones who take it the hardest because they feel that they have put their life into it and now it's no longer there.
Make sure that no one comes in without FDIC badges.
The employees now work for the FDIC. A public notice went up, and that was the signal to a team of nearly 80 people to take over the bank. They took control of the bank website and added a notice that all deposits were safe.
The beauty of it is you don't even know about it. You like barely are aware of it. It happens literally over the weekend, over the course of fucking one weekend, just like it did with SVB, and your bank account doesn't change, the money there doesn't change, and you can just go out and like take the money out perfectly and with ease.
Then they started an inventory of all the assets and liabilities.
What's happening right now?
We're getting the bank personnel assigned with their FDIC counterparts. The accounting people are meeting with our accounting managers, and then we have an investigations group that comes in and does a review of the bank.
They broke the news to the media and prepared to reopen the bank Saturday morning, as usual.
What do you expect from the customers?
I think the customers some of them will come in with a sense of fear.
Fear created the FDIC in 1933, after the Depression set off panics that wiped out even healthy banks.
We've been around for 75 years. Nobody's ever lost a penny of insured deposits.
No depositor has ever lost a penny since the FDIC
come on,
went into
dude.
business.
That's right, of insured deposits.
And these pieces of shit have the audacity to say the fucking federal government doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. There's nothing that is as successful. Sorry, not to fucking glaze up the government as much, but like, goddamn, dude.
Absolutely right, which is why you need to make sure you're below the insured deposit limits. But no one's ever lost a penny.
And the insured deposit limit is what?
Right now it's $250,000. That's the base limit.
When the FDIC comes in and makes depositors whole at a bank that has failed,
right,
is that tax money?
No, it is money from our reserves, and we are funded by insurance premiums that are assessed on banks. So no, it is not taxpayer money.
FDIC Chairman Sheila Bair is a former Treasury official and professor of finance who's written children's books on the wisdom of saving.
Maybe some of the CEOs on Wall Street should have read the children's books.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
Bair warned 2 years ago that bad mortgages threatened the financial system. Now she's managing the biggest bank failures in years, including the collapse of Washington Mutual and last summer's sudden failure of IndyMac in California.
We were told we would get in. Stay open an extra hour!
When IndyMac failed, you were watching these scenes on television
Yes,
of
I
people
was,
lining
yes.
up outside the bank like it was 1932.
Yes, it was.
What did you
amazing.
think of that?
So I think people just forgot that banks do fail and how the FDIC works. Their money was safe. It was safe. It was probably the safest place in the world to have your money because we were operating the institution at that point.
What sort of hit was that on your balance sheet?
I think we ended up it was over $9 billion for a $33 billion. Yes, it was very stiff.
The question becomes, how many times can the FDIC do that?
I've got Bank of America. That shit can't fail, right, brother? If Bank of America fails, it's over. Like that's kind of the way I see it. Like it can. Okay, but the way I see it is like if Bank of America failed, that means literally everything has failed. You know what I mean? You're already in the Mad Max future that you are afraid of. Anyway. I mean, by the way, these banks have failed, but I mean like full-blown collapse. Do you keep all your money in banks? It's easier to do it in stocks. Yeah, well. Bank of America has biggest loss in bond portfolio among peers. From what I understand, BOFA and others have still additional scrutiny since 2008 that they are beholden to, that have not been deregulated in the same way that SVB has, because it's like 50 to 250 billion in assets puts you in a different category. If you're 250 plus, then you have to maintain some level of liquidity in so that you don't have like any kind of issues, and you can pay back depositors in the event of crisis. 109 billion in unrealized losses on Bank of America's balance sheet, with 150 billion in mortgage-backed assets. BOFA also funds pipelines in Cop City, so there's that. I mean, yeah. Yeah, they do that. They do everything. Of course they do. They're a bank. What don't they fund? What's BOFA? BOFA these nuts. What do you mean? Why would you ask that question?
At what point is the FDIC broke?
The FDIC is backed by the full faith and credit of the United States government. So if we need to, we try not to and don't want to, but if we need to, we can borrow from Treasury to make up for any shortfall.
So the FDIC never goes broke?
We don't go broke. No, we are the government. We're backed by the full faith and credit of the United States government.
Exactly. The FDIC is similar to Social Security in that respect.
But customers at the former Heritage Community Bank outside Chicago weren't so sure about the safety of their money. On Saturday morning, the bank reopened on time, and the FDIC's Ricky McCullough stood at the front door.
The people who were coming in this morning, what were they asking you?
Can I still write checks?
This is my favorite question. So US dollars backed by nukes, but when banks fail and if Fed don't bail out, what's the use? This is why Bitcoin was invented. Bro, you think when the dollar collapses, there's going to be fucking Bitcoin? What are you talking about, dude? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Do you not understand anything? We're literally over here sucking the government cock, praising regulation, praising some assurances, and like confidence instilling moves that the federal government has made it because financial collapse has occurred in the past. And you turn around and go, no, more deregulation is a necessity. Like, what are you going to do with your fucking Bitcoin when the dollar has collapsed, when the nukes are no longer a viable way to instill confidence in the dollar? What are you going to do? How are you going to work with the Bitcoin? What can you currently buy with Bitcoin? Before you fucking nerds get in here, you can't buy a $5 a month subscription to avoid the top of the hour ad break, okay? So it doesn't matter. There's no value. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? You can also get gifted a sub. Some of you crypto nerds, if you have a lot of crypto that is, converted or valued on the basis of how much it costs to own that crypto in fiat currency, okay? Use some of that fiat currency to allow others to avoid the top of the hour ad break by gifting them. Yensho, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 gifted subs, allowing 35 total people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. People be like, Bitcoin is not backed by fiat currency, sir. It's decentralized. And then I ask him how many dollars you have in your fucking wallet. And you don't say 0.00017 BTC. You say, you know, however many fucking dollars you have. Right? No, stupid people say that. Motherfuckers are going to be running around in a post-apocalyptic universe. Motherfuckers are going to be running around in a post-apocalyptic universe being like, in my USB, which I can't currently plug into a computer because unfortunately the electricity grid is off. I promise you, I have 0.17 BTC. Trust me. Can you please become my private security? I will pay you. 9.12. Let's fucking go, dude. I will trade you 1 slurp juice for an iodine tablet, sir. Can I get one of those suck straws, please? I have now realized that my slurp juices are no longer viable on my apes. All my apes gone. I need a real slurp juice, as in one of those suck straws that clean the water automatically.
Can I access my safe deposit box? Can I use my ATM machine?
And to all of those questions, you answered what?
Yes.
Customer Bill Hess showed up on a mission with an empty briefcase. He intended...
Yeah, advocating for crypto when the FTX and SVB failed back to back, but the people with money in FTX are just fucked while the depositors at SVB are already got their money back is pretty funny considering... funny position to take considering... Additionally funny when you consider that, like, we are currently watching the government protocol set in place to ensure the depositors are safe. Like, and these motherfuckers are still turning around and be like, no, crypto's better.
To leave with all of his money.
We'd be glad to answer any questions for you.
I don't care anymore.
He said, I don't care anymore.
And so I became a little concerned. So I came inside. And one of the things that he told me as he opened up his briefcase, he said, well, I don't have a gun in here. So I said, well, that's good. I can't wait.
McCullough explained to Hess and his wife, Audrey, that their savings were safe.
So if you have a single account, that's $250. If you have a single account, that's $250. So now that's $500.
Hess's briefcase was empty when he came in and empty when he came out.
We just thought we were going to see closed and the doors locked.
Yeah.
You know.
So how do you feel now that you've talked to them?
It's fine.
Assured.
Yeah.
Assured. Yes.
You feel
fine.
assured?
Yes. Yes.
You had confidence in the FDIC.
FDIC, right. Yeah. Right. Now, if they can't pay you, then I won't have confidence in them either.
One customer did take most of her money out, but for many, their concern was for the bank employees.
I hope you all stay, and I hope they don't let anybody go.
We're fine.
Good.
You just keep coming.
Bitcoin doesn't fail, bozo. Yes, it can only just be devalued. Technically, it's still not a failure, even if it's valued at $0.
Back to see us.
There are 3 ways the FDIC takes over a bank. It can close it and pay off depositors, run the bank itself, or more often, it'll try to find a buyer.
We do have bids from 5 different parties.
A few days before the takeover of Heritage Community Bank, we were at the FDIC office in Dallas, where they were holding a secret online auction in hopes of finding a buyer for Heritage.
I wanted to congratulate you. We've chosen to accept one of your 3 bids.
The winner was MB Financial, a $9 billion Chicago bank. The night of the takeover, all of Heritage Community's branches became MB banks. Mitchell Feiger is MB's CEO.
It's almost as if nothing had happened.
Almost nothing did happen. It's the same products, it's the same services, it's the same people taking care of the same customers.
It was a sweet deal for Feiger. The FDIC paid MB Financial $3.5 million. MB got all of the deposits, customers, and loans. If some of those loans go bad in the future, the FDIC will pick up at least 80% of the losses. We wonder.
Don't these takeovers drive towards a monopoly? A little bit, but also what they should do is instead, have the government own them. If I were to do that, that's what I would do instead of selling it off to another bank to turn it into another like regional bank. The scary and concerning thing about the situation isn't that banks can fail. It's the sheer number of people that don't even know the FDIC exists, let alone what it does. Good Lord, you have no idea, lol. That makes the bank run potential much higher. We need better public visibilities for critical agencies like this, or in a few years, we're going to have tech bros trying to disrupt and deregulate aviation and shit, and then we're all fucked. Yeah, there are no libertarians in a bank run. Remember that.
Wondered what Feiger thinks of the health of banking today.
You have to believe that dozens and dozens and dozens of more banks have to fail. But it's okay.
What do you mean it's okay?
It's okay because I think the process is smooth. Depositors are fully protected by an industry-funded FDIC insurance. And I think that taking out the weak players and taking some capacity out of the industry is good. It's good for the industry. It's good for the survivors. It will produce, at the end, a much healthier banking system.
The story will continue after this.
If you can put Heritage Community Bank out of its misery, why can't you do the same with Citigroup?
First of all, I don't talk about open and operating institutions. We can only deal with the resolution of a bank, a federally chartered or state chartered depository institution. And these very large institutions that are creating the headlines now, these are really very large financial organizations. So it's more than a bank. It's a broker-dealer. It's offshore operations. It's foreign deposits.
We notice that while giant banks get bailed out, investors in failed community banks like Heritage get wiped out.
Ben Bernanke, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, says that the system is unfair for smaller banks, and that's just the way it is.
Well, I think that's true. And going forward, I think we need to really review the size of these institutions and whether we should do something about that.
Bear surprised us when she suggested that maybe the mega banks, those bailed out by the taxpayers, shouldn't be allowed to exist in the future.
I think that may be something Congress needs to think about.
Actually limit how big a bank can be.
Yeah. Well, I think taxpayers rightfully should ask that if an institution has become so large that there is no alternative except for the taxpayers to provide support, should we allow so many institutions to exceed that kind of threshold?
And the idea would be that no bank would grow so large that it posed a systemic risk to the economy. That'd be a very different world.
It would be a different world.
Because Heritage Community Bank was bought by MB Financial, the FDIC didn't have to pay depositors. Even accounts over the insurance limit were safe. For Cheryl Bates, it was her fourth closing this year, but certainly not her last.
What do you want people to think when you tell them you're from the FDIC?
I always want them to think that I'm one of the good guys and that we want to make sure that they get their money back. Should their bank fail, that they are going to be okay because the FDIC is there.
The FDIC quite literally is I'm here from the government and I'm here to help in action. Probably part of the reason why you don't really hear about it a lot, because it would kind of go against the idea that like big government is good, because it is actually an instance where big government is good. So Republicans don't want you to know about it. Capital owners don't want you to hear about it. So that's how it works. Yeah, it happens way more frequently than you would think. I think it was like, 256 bank closures have been managed by the FDIC since 2001 to 2023, or is it 500? Anyway, if you want to know what a fucking libertarian feels about the government and big government spending and big daddy government, there it is. Not sure if I've self-identified as a pure libertarian since college, and even libertarians understand the need for government to prevent bank runs, but a hateful media that will make me be whatever they need me to be in order to keep their attack machine going for another day. Even when they know I'm fundamentally right about an issue, deep down agree themselves. This is why they're so despised and distrusted. Fucking piece of shit, David Sachs. What is this all in? Yeah, this meme is hateful. Okay.
Soren Peterson, and I am a freshman.
I'm Kayla. I'm a freshman.
I'm Grace. I'm a freshman.
I'm Lena. I'm a freshman.
I'm Christina, and I'm a senior.
My name is Jose, and I'm a senior.
My name is Damari Johnson, and I'm a junior.
My name is Brandon Shore. I'm a freshman.
My name is Emily Truskowski, and I'm a first year.
I'm Gabriella Sally, and I'm a sophomore.
My name is Vanessa Reese Gardner, and I'm a freshman.
First question is, how much do you value money as a college student?
Yeah, I value it a lot. I mean, it's just a tool to get things that you want. I mean, if you don't have money, it's hard to have a good time in life.
Honestly, I don't value it as much as other people. I think that if you have enough money to do what you want, I don't really think it matters that much.
How much does it mean to you?
Less than my joy and happiness, but more than anything else.
I think about it a lot. It's something that I spend a lot throughout my time here.
People call me Money Mari.
Really?
Yes, yes. Oh, yes. I wake up, I think about it. I go to sleep, I think about it.
I don't value money. I value what you can do with it.
I'd say I value it pretty highly. I'd say I value it below time.
Money is a big tool because it's going to help me support a lot of the important people in my life, send my kids to college, have a nice life with my girlfriend, things like that.
I try to be pretty independent from my parents, so I'm pretty conscious about my spending, but also a little irresponsible.
I'd say it's very important because I'm a big shopper.
Big shopper?
Yeah.
So do any of you have jobs on campus? Any revenue streams at all?
No.
I applied.
Do you have any revenue streams? Bro, I'm 19. Like, if someone's like, do you have any revenue streams? I'll be like, I'm 19 years old. What the fuck are you saying right now? This is asking business students how much money they make by Colby Martell. He went around asking business students, like I said, I mean, he's pretty open and shut. He's like asking them about their revenue streams, okay? Revenue stream at 19, call mom and dad, lol. I mean, I guess. Or fucking working at the cafeteria or OnlyFans, right?
One and they didn't answer me.
I don't have a job either, but I'm working on it.
How do you make money as a college student?
So I work on campus as a quantitative research assistant for a professor here, and I get paid. So that's awesome.
As a first year, how'd you get that?
I guess I just nailed the interview.
I work right now, the same internship that I worked this summer at Wilson Group Real Estate.
So I'm working as a real estate agent for Coldwell Banker in Wellesley.
So I call it an AI app. It's really a web app that uses AI to help professional investors find stocks research.
So we help brands connect with creators and run creator marketing campaigns.
I do consulting. I do random stuff like newsletters, I edit videos, I'll run a Zoom meeting, like you name it. And if somebody that's old that didn't know how to work on a computer, they need something done, I'll do it. Like bookkeeping, financial, strategic consulting, like the whole range of things which I think is in my spectrum.
I don't have a job right now, to be honest. Okay. I'm like kind of living off savings, which is not ideal.
I actually was working at the country club, but I just quit. But I also run a little clothing business as well on the side.
Have you made any money from your business?
Oh my God, you know he's a reseller, dude. He has a bot. Oh my God. He's either drop shipping or has a bot.
Yet?
I had my first pop-up shop on campus and I made around $900 in 3 hours.
I have 5 jobs.
Okay, list them off.
I work at the skating rink as an assistant coach. I work front desk sometimes. I make TikToks for the college and Instagram reels. Teacher assistant for one of the classes called FME. Peer mentor for orientation. Oh, I also do photography for Babson.
Do you have any financial life goals?
I guess the baseline is like financial freedom.
Get like as close as I can to a perfect credit score. I think is a big life goal. Credit is key.
I want to be a billionaire by 30.
How do you think you're going to accomplish that?
I'm going into quant finance. I'm going to try and break into investment banking, but on the quant side. I'm going to work in it for 2 years, get out of the industry, start my own sustainable private equity firm. Then I'm going to rack up a lot of money and then start my own offshore sustainable wind farm off the coast of North Carolina.
Wow, very ambitious.
Thank you.
How much money do you have now?
$2,121.
How many more zeros do we need on that?
4. No, 6. 6. Sorry, I don't know why I just said 4.
That's okay. I believe in it. When do you think you're going to be a millionaire, if you're not already?
I'm not already. Hopefully as soon as possible. By the time I graduate, that's the goal.
Oh, wow.
Hopefully more, but we'll see.
How much money do you make in a month?
2 to 3 grand right now.
I'll put it somewhere between 1.5 and 3 a month.
The most I've gotten is probably like 4,000, 5,000 a month.
Everything in total, I would say like 5,000 a month.
5,000 a month?
Yeah.
I'll tell you how much the company makes a year.
Okay.
Okay, we pass 6 figures a year.
So all in, I make on the high end about $10,000 a month. On the low end, 0 to 100. It depends between like investing, internships, how many newsletter subscribers I have that are paying.
So,
I mean, yeah, they're business majors, brother. They're all temporarily embarrassed billionaires. You know what I mean? That's how it works. Like, this is the most temporarily embarrassed billionaire scenario you could have fucking found. Bro, these kids make way more money than me at my fucking job. First of all, no, they're not. Homie, they're on a college campus. Like, their room and board is paid for by either the college campus itself, student loans, or most likely their parents. They're also very clearly lying, okay? Calm down. They're currently minus like $300K in debt before they even get out of the gates.
Oh, you said your income varies a lot, but do you mind saying the most money you've made in a month?
16.
That's pretty good. Kind of awkward, but how much money do you think that I make per month?
So you get paid based on your views, right? And ads?
Yeah.
Do you let ads play in your videos?
I do.
Okay, so.
Sorry.
No, we get it.
This is so funny. I can actually place where the ads go, so I can place one right after you say that.
You should do that. That would be so funny.
I've had like videos where
at least 1K.
So $100 a month.
Like 500.
Right.
Make a lot of money. Like 2,000.
You change your mind?
Yeah, I'm gonna say 1.5.
I think you're a millionaire.
You become a millionaire?
If not now, very soon, for sure.
I'd say 8 grand.
1,500.
1,500.
Yeah.
More?
It's higher.
More? Oh my
Yeah.
God! Look at
Yeah.
you.
How long have you had the channel?
Less than a year.
Less than a year. I think that in September you made 4,000.
Oh my goodness. You want to? Okay, so
What was it?
I'll show you. There's this finance app. So it's called Clio. It shows you how much money you make versus spend.
Ad.
Which is super. No. Questions like how much money can I spend for dinner tonight and see whether it's in your budget.
That's actually pretty useful.
Wait, what the
'cause
fuck
for
is
my
this?
business, I need to track my expenses.
You just link your bank account to this?
Yeah,
Is that how it
exactly.
works?
Yeah, do you want to download it?
Sure, I'll check it out.
Wait, it's an ad, but like, it is kind of interesting. What the fuck? I got hit with the ad in the face, and now I'm like sucked into
I
it a little
tried
bit.
another app like this before, but it was kind of complicated to get it all set up. But this like knows it right away,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool. I thought it was gonna take a while to set it up.
Okay, Cleo, y'all really went out your way to make this such an easy process.
I'm not gonna lie, they're. Oh.
You spent $2,000 in 2 weeks? Oh man. Well, that's okay. That's fair. It's only halfway through the month, but yeah, you're probably.
This is MyFitnessPal for finance bros. What do you need an app for? Just check your bank statements, Lamau. Yeah, I don't really understand why they do that. I guess like tracking your personal spending is good, but Bank of America does that already kind of for you. If you want to use that, I don't know why you would need an additional profile, additional app to like. I guess it makes budgeting easier. Yeah. He's out business majoring them. I don't know how I feel about that. I asked smart UC students how they make money. These Hasan spent, Casey Tron said, Hasan spends $2,000 per minute on average. Well, yeah, of course. Okay, before we move away from this, where is the Kudlow? Oh, here it is. We're going to briefly talk about Larry Kudlow. Kudlow, everyone's favorite drunk Trump administration government official, now at Fox Business, still fucking hammered. Let's see what this lush has to say about the bank run.
It was reported that Silicon Valley Bank had to pay up over 5% to attract uninsured deposits. So that's a huge asset liability mismatch, right? Treasury bonds yielding 3.5%, 4%. Well, where was Mary Daly and her team at the San Francisco Fed while all this incredibly inept management was butchering the bank? Then you read about a $5 billion one-chunk investment in some kind of climate fund that was completely untested, and Lord knows what other left-wing romping was going on in these woke banks. And by the way, San Francisco Fed head Mary Daly is considered herself to be quite a wokester. The new House Republican Financial Services Committee Chair Patrick McHenry should haul Mary Daly and some of the other regions
Back in my day, when I used to show up drunk and slap the secretary's ass, I could get away with it. Now they call it sexual harassment. But guess what? Wokeism is no good. That's why I always say these wokesters are jokesters. And we need to put an end to that. These woke banks, they need to stop. Do you eat breakfast before going live? No.
Fed bank heads in front of his committee and find out what the heck they were doing while these banks were making bad, crazy decisions. And finally, the root cause of this bank crisis, namely the worst inflation in 40 years, spurred by the biggest spending spree from the Biden Democrats and the money printing accommodation by the early inflation denier Jay Powell, all that inflation
literally happened under his watch. What? Bro, what he's talking about happened under his watch, under Donald Trump. That was his administration. Yo, that's awesome. He literally said the woke Biden-induced inflation. That's like, this is the guy. He's one of the guys. That's fucking, that's so sick. That's so sick.
Inflation continues. Today's consumer price report shows the third straight month of higher than expected inflation. Last autumn, the month-over-month trends were falling. Now, since November, the month-over-month trends are rising. The 12-month change is still 6%. And as an aside, I just want to put in here, services excluding energy are up 7.3% year on year. The Cleveland Fed's median CPI up 7.2% the last 12 months. So the country still has a very big inflation problem, no matter what Biden keeps telling us. And the Fed's in a real pickle. They might want to pause because of contagion worries.
Yes, he's slurring because he's fucking slosh, chatter. He's hammered. He is a very drunk man.
But they may have to raise the target by a quarter because inflation continues high. You know, folks, just to sum up here, this whole episode, high inflation, high interest rates, bank financial worries, crazy left-wing woke policies, infiltrating banks, none of this stuff had to happen. Of course, I could list a zillion other problems, but I'll just say again, it's not America's decline. It's a decline of America's leadership in Washington. We need to wipe the slate clean.
Yeah. Which he was literally a part of.
Really dries up with the rescue plan, which drove us into this inflationary hurricane, that if you did that, interest rates were going to go up. The bank, despite all of that, this bank didn't anticipate interest rates increasing, didn't understand the needs of its customers, who are basically fed cash by venture capitalists. And of course, venture capital investing really dries up when interest rates rise. They've then got people in charge at the bank who are more concerned about ESG and DEI and woke political issues than they are about managing risk. They had no risk manager for 9 months. And then you've got the Fed in San Francisco that, as you mentioned, completely dropped the ball. The Fed they do quarterly stress tests for these banks. This bank had to pass a quarterly stress test.
Where were they?
How on earth could it possibly have passed?
Where were Mary Daly's bank examiners? Okay, and you know, Mary Daly, look, I hate to get personal, but she is known as a woke Fed head, probably the leading woke. She's a climate person. You have to wonder, Andy. I mean,
Wait. Is he saying that the regulators failed to regulate? That's weird. But why did they fail to regulate? Because they're woke climate people.
They made a lot of mistakes. They bought long-duration bonds. They had a mismatch with their deposits. I understand that, and those are probably ultimately what's brought that bank down. But you know what? The San Francisco Fed, and I don't know, maybe the board, they're all worried about the financial impact of climate change? Really? Not the biggest interest rate hike in 40 years? Not the biggest inflation? In other words, she's got to bear responsibility because there's a difference.
Yeah, that's why. They were too busy thinking about climate change. Love that. He's trying to make it seem like everyone involved. He literally openly talks about the issue and then says the reason why they didn't focus on that was because of, they got too much gay on the mind. They were too woke. All they were doing was, thinking about, they, them stuff and climate, gay stuff like climate.
Difference between regulations, which are written into print and law, and supervision. It's the supervision part that completely fell down. And I fear that's true for other feds as well. But that's the point I wanted to raise with you. You're a former successful CEO. You have to supervise. You have to look at what your operations are. I assume you probably did it every month. Maybe you did it every week, for heaven's sake. They have to do it every quarter. The bank regulations had nothing to do with it. They didn't do their job. They did not do. Maybe they were happy with $5 billion in a climate fund that nobody ever heard of.
So that seems to be what their focus was. And this is somebody that President.
Interesting. I thought banks could self-regulate. Huh. That's weird. So now he wants now he blames the regulators, but not on the virtue of not doing their jobs, but on the virtue of how woke they were. That's awesome.
Banking committee, Patrick McHenry, a very smart guy.
Yep.
He's going to run the House Banking Committee, or what's now called the Financial Services Committee, or whatever it's called. He needs to haul them. He needs to haul this guy Grunberg up. He's the head of the FDIC, who's a woke guy. He's got a board of woke people. This guy Chopra from the Consumer Financial Protection Board. He's another left-winger. All these left-wing ideologues, they're stopping.
Bro, what are you saying? He's like, man, these famously fucking woke guys. Left points out accurately that Silicon Bank lobbied hard for deregulation. Conservatives point out banks seem too focused on diversity and social justice rhetoric. Issues are combined. Corporations virtue signal on identity as a bid to reputation watch and shape government policy. Yeah, but this side is not the reason why. What? That is the main reason. God, Li Fong, what the fuck has happened to this dude, man? There is no both sides of the situation. This is the problem. This is just seasoning. The issue is the right doesn't care about this aspect. They're using this just like liberals are using this. Liberals use this to reputation watch. Right-wingers use this to make it seem like this is the real situation at hand. Why the fuck would you lend it credence either way? That's why we don't spend a lot of time talking about this shit and talking about the material realities instead. This is so fucking stupid. Yes, liberals reputation wash with this kind of shit, and conservatives talk as though it's the only thing that matters. Meanwhile, you already correctly pointed out what actually fucking matters. God damn.
The private sector from selling this bank. And selling this bank would go a long way towards, I think, easing contagion fears. But I think you got to haul off. When Jay Powell goes in front of the committees, they always talk about the next interest rate, the next quarter of a point. You need to widen the scope of the thing about no more zero interest rates and no more fine-tuning the way and no more dollar fluctuations. I think that's what you're getting at. Really kick butt. That's what they need to do is kick butt. Throw them all out. Kick butt.
Absolutely. And that zero interest rate, we're just going to.
I love that like anyone is working under the assumption that banks are woke now. Like it's so fucking stupid. Like I can't. Like, it is so entirely idiotic. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible to address, almost. Like, I don't know what to say about it. Speaking of the wokest of them all, President Biden very wokely approves controversial Alaska oil drilling plan.
Has given the go-ahead for a controversial oil drilling scheme in Alaska inside the Arctic Circle.
It's weird how you criticize rich people for being rich while you yourself are rich. You lie with extremely... Oh, come on, dude. No. Give it back. Give it back. I need to read that. That one was fire. That one was fire. What was the name of the guy? It's weird how you criticize rich people for being rich while you yourself are rich. You lie with extreme confidence and scream and exaggerate to win arguments. I don't understand how people enjoy watching you and most of your content is just other people's content with you eating in the bottom right corner. If you see this, you can't say I'm a right-wing racist because I hate right-wing people. Also, I hate left-wing people as well. You really, Weeby, my Marxist-Leninist mod, is unfortunately too afraid of the truth. The truth that very clearly lies in the center. He sees centrist sentiment and he fears it, okay? The only centrist he likes is Bill Maher, who he routinely wants me to watch for some weird reason. This guy is right and I am wrong. I am a lying capitalist grifter. I love capitalism and I love making money off of shitting on other capitalists. Now, of course, it doesn't really make sense when you really think about it more than 3.5 seconds because, like, the reason why I'm successful is not necessarily because I, promote socialism when there are thousands of examples of profoundly successful, idiotic, untalented hacks on the other side of the political spectrum. The reason why I'm successful is because I found a way to be entertaining and also use my mental brain rot to further be entertaining while talking about divisive subject matter. Why would I try to create a world? Socialism is very profitable. Yeah, if you're a fucking idiot who thinks like it's socialism, everything is socialism, I would love to hear what you think is socialism. I want to unban and hear what he has to say. But why would I try to make money while advocating against, things that I secretly hold on to, like wealth hoarding, saving money on taxes, all this shit? Why wouldn't I just literally go along with what everyone understands, agrees, and believes, which is that, as long as you're a rich guy who shuts the fuck up about politics and every now and then says that they're donating money, people will mostly love you. Like the broad majority of people will mostly love you. Why don't I just do that? Or better yet, if I was going to do politics, why didn't I just do Ben Shapiro style politics, which clearly has an audience, an even larger audience, or maybe not a larger audience, but definitely, certainly a larger pool of funders. And that way, I wouldn't even be apparently hypocritical towards, in your eyes, if I was defending that kind of thing. So what's up? Why don't I just say capitalism is good? Do you think I would lose money if I said capitalism is good? If anything, I'd make more money. I'd be more brand safe. Why? Why would I take on the most annoying, smarmy audience on the fucking planet and try to whip them into at least being like relatively normal every fucking day? Why? Why would I do that? No one has an answer for this. They say socialism is really popular. That's why. Or they say to get more women. I'm hot. I'm attractive. I don't need to fucking be socialist or anything to get women. Let's be fucking real, right? You're a black-pilled incel. This is how you see the world, right? I unbanned him. Already. So where is it? always so quiet. I want to hear from them. I want to hear what kind of wonderful takes they have. Anyway. He's already back in Discord saying he got you. Yeah. To be fair, there's money to be made on both sides. Kind of a cop-out to say you could just right-wing grift when there's an obvious audience for the left. Oh, really? Is there an obvious audience for the left? Sure, there's an audience. There's an obvious audience for the left. But your assertion implies that I'm grifting. Okay? If I'm grifting, why don't I grift to the right? My point is, there is no reason to fucking grift to the left. Especially when you could very clearly and very easily, without any fucking scrutiny from those very same people that say I'm grifting, if I was just saying that I was a capitalist. That's not a cop-out. It's the whole conversation. It's the punchline. It's everything. There's no way that you can make money in the same fucking way. If money is all I cared about, like you claim, there is no way I could. There are significantly more viable ways to make money. Significantly. You can believe in what you're saying and still be a grifter? Okay, well then you're just literally undermining the entire point of the word. You can, what? So what is it then? So like, what the fuck? Then define what you mean by grifter. I'm willing to bet that a lot of people say this kind of thing because ultimately their perspective revolves around socialist but has money, which equals grifter. So he'll take the long way of basically saying that you are supposedly anti-capitalist, but here you are making a lot of money. You know what I mean? Bro, stop caring about what these losers say. Just ignore them. I mean, for me, it's fun to every now and then hear what these guys have to say to see if they've actually changed their perspective. You know what I mean? Like if there's like anything new coming out. But it's like weird. Yeah, I don't see the hypocrisy in you criticizing the rich. You're criticizing their exploitation, not their wealth innately. I know, but a lot of people don't understand that. Can't wait for Hasan to become a capitalist. You can so easily be the leftist who became a reformed capitalist. Can't wait for Hasan talking about the capitalist after understanding the evils of socialism. Yeah, literally. I could do that fucking and you know, it would be so much easier. So what's up? Why has no one actually brought up anything? All right. Like you said the other day, if you never said you were anti-capitalist and just spread socialist ideals, shit would be so much easier for you. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Environmentalists say it's a carbon bomb, with some indigenous groups warning it will damage local wildlife and traditional hunting practices. But others have welcomed the move, saying the investment will create much-needed jobs. Gary O'Donoghue has that story.
Alaska, home to some of America's last remaining undisturbed landscapes. But one oil company says under this freezing expanse lies decades of untapped oil and the potential to ensure US energy security into the future. The company, ConocoPhillips, has already begun exploratory work, and the go-ahead from the Biden administration will mean more than 200 wells.
I don't think you are a grifter or in it for the money. Just don't like the argument that it's easier to be on the right, so don't give me pushback. I mean, that's not the argument. I'm not saying don't give me pushback. I'm saying don't give me idiotic pushback. Because the criticism that you're launching towards me is that I'm a grifter. I'm simply doing it for money. If that was the case, why wouldn't I just literally do it for... If I'm doing it for the money and I have no genuinely held beliefs about what I advocate for, then why in the ever-loving fuck would I ever, for a brief moment, take perhaps one of the least liked, least popular concepts after a century of fucking Red Scare propaganda and also have to deal with the most smarmy, pseudo-intellectual dipshits on the fucking planet who love virtue signaling? Why? Why would I do that? If I'm just a grifter, why would I do that? Why would I grift to the fucking left? I thought every leftist was poor, right? What happened? Because it is what you want to do? That is, you are baboon-brained. You are baboon-brained. You can't turn around and go, oh, you're grifting, and then simultaneously say, oh, well, that's what you want to do. When it undermines the argument, you can't turn around and go, because it's you, it's who you are, it's what you want to do. That literally implies that it's not grifting then, I guess. You never said you were grifting? Am I fucking mixing and matching the dumbasses in the chat? Or are you genuinely fucking saying that, like, I never said you're grifting, I don't think you are a grifter or in it for the money, just don't like the argument that it's easier to be on the right, so don't give me pushback. That's where most of the people come from, okay? That's where they're coming from. There is no market for the left. I'm the one who fucking made the market for the left in a big way. Okay? Not to like hype myself up too much. You guys are the ones who made it. It's so dumb. If you never said I was grifting, I don't even know what your fucking problem is. You just don't like the argument. That's a good argument. That's a good fucking argument for people who say I'm grifting. Okay? It was the best argument. So stupid. Because the other counter to that is just me saying, no, these are genuinely held beliefs. Well, when someone says I'm a fucking grifter, they already have assumed that that's not the case. You understand? So why the fuck would I just say, no, you're wrong? It's not a valid argument when there are audiences on both sides. Okay, how would you give a good argument, Pride Struck? Come on, enlighten us with your intellectual, your intellectual prowess. Let's hear what your valid argument is in this situation. Steelman my position. What am I eating? Pita bread or low-calorie, low-carb tortillas that have pieces of chicken, pieces of reheated chicken with some tzatziki sauce and some harissa sauce and some onions. Now they're just going to double out on the one technically true part of the very untrue argument they were trying to make. I just want to hear what they have. I want to hear what the valid counter is. It's just your belief system and morals to pick the stances you do. No need to say, believe me, because I could be doing much better on the right grift game. Man, please. Okay, well, you're a bad PR manager and you just got fired, okay? Because for me to say, I believe in these principles because these are principles that I hold on to because of my life experiences is something that I say already. It's a given. But when someone comes to you, an interlocutor comes to you and says, you are a grifter, they've already undermined that. So now your position is to basically prove that you are not. And the way to do that, you can't just literally look at the premise that they have and just say, that premise is wrong, and then leave it at that. Your advice is fucking dog shit. That's why I say the counter that I say. The fact that there's an audience on both sides doesn't negate the argument. The point is that mid-level right-wing creators get paid as much as the top left-wing creator. It's about money. Not only that, but also there aren't additional problems that come along with it from your own audience. Because if you believe that cancel culture is not real, but it's only real when like your side criticizes you, you also understand how fucking annoying, smarmy, and self-aggrandizing leftist circles are, leftist communities are, okay? Leftist communities love fractional infighting, okay? They love that shit. So why in the ever-loving fuck would anyone who just wants to make money, who doesn't have like a genuine moral compass, who just wants to make money by being a fucking political commentator, why would they choose to be on the left? They wouldn't. Because on the right, there is a lot of, there's a lot of agreement. As a matter of fact, disagreements are so fucking rare on the right that you literally, it made it into national news when Ben Shapiro and the Steven Crowder shit popped off in the way that it did. Think about how rare that is. And that wasn't even on like minor ideological differences. That was because Steven Crowder thought $50 million was not enough for what he does. So please, come on. Yeah, mid-level right-wing commentators also don't get doxxed by people that supposedly have the same fucking beliefs. Okay? For like marginal differences. Mid-level right-wing commentators don't get fucking harassed endlessly and cyber-stalked endlessly by the people on their side. They maybe get it from the other side, certainly, but not by the people on their fucking side, because there is like literally 99% of the things we agree on, but that 1% that we don't agree on, that means you must die. That means you're a grifter. That means you must die. That means I can dox you. That means I could just lie about you all day, every day. Leftist purity spirals are fucking unimaginably, horrifyingly self-destructive. Why in the ever-loving fuck would anyone who just has no genuinely held convictions get in on in the leftist politics game? That's the reason why for every leftist political commentator, there are thousands of right-wingers. There you go. Yeah. There's an entire industry for the why I left the left commentators. Why does that not happen in the other side? Look at a great example of someone who was a centrist or center-right. Motherfucking iDubbbz. Motherfucking Ethan. Look at how they get treated by the left. Why the fuck would anybody do it if they didn't genuinely feel it in their heart? Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut up.
Being sunk and hundreds of miles of new roads.
We are already in a climate emergency. And so every single drop added to our climate emissions is sending us into a direction of complete irreversible climate impacts.
The campaign to stop Willow generated more than 1 million letters to the White House and a backlash among campaigners on social media.
Gen Z will not accept the Willow Project moving forward.
It's one of the most powerful movements ever.
Bullying or activism
works.
In an attempt to offset criticism, the Biden administration has announced drilling bans on nearly 16 million acres of land and sea in Alaska.
This is the funniest part. Because they'll take like non-viable lands that this corporation has no interest in fucking drilling anyway and turn around and go, see, that's progress. See, we stopped them from drilling other places. We'll let them drill here. But these places that they had no interest in drilling at, well, they will never drill there.
As well as curbing the scale of development. In a statement, the Department of the Interior said it was substantially reducing the size of the Willow project by denying 2 of the 5 drill sites proposed by ConocoPhillips. And it said the actions will create an additional buffer from exploration and development near the Chesapeake Lake caribou herd. This decision could cost Joe Biden politically. In his 2020 election campaign, he vowed to end new drilling on federal land. And some in his own party will see this as a betrayal. Gary O'Donoghue, BBC News, Washington.
President Biden is expected to sign a new executive order.
Yeah. I honestly feel that targeting the supply is counterproductive because all it does is make the incentive of drilling more valuable. I feel like we need to heavily target and aggressively attack the demand of oil and property to go after it. Alaska's unemployment rate is 3.8%. Why are these much needed jobs? Because the media doesn't give a fuck. The media also, okay. This is a good take. This is a good steal, man, which I will respond to in a second. Yeah, it's not betrayal. Democrats and Republicans are actually on the same side. They will say these are much needed jobs, and they also talk to one tribe that's getting paid, I think, $35 billion or something to basically do marketing for the project. So they're like, oh, we might offset your hunting and the way that you self-sustain with this massive infrastructure project, but we'll give you billions of dollars in return to buy the food, basically. That's what I've seen thus far. And they will bring that up. That's why some people, like that, that's why the article that was covering it, and all articles, as a matter of fact, that have covered the story so far have been like, well, some people are actually on board with this. Like, some local tribes are on board with this. Like, they always do that. But yeah. Okay. The unfortunate reality is that like a lot of those tribes that get the money, that doesn't adequately address the needs that they have. I wonder if there was another. There's got to be more on this than what we've seen. Like a Climate Town video or something. Like, there's got to be like a Climate Town video. NPR mentioned a potential lawsuit the company might have due to drilling there in the past. I don't know the details, but they mentioned that Biden just settled that instead of losing. Yeah, that's the other part of it.
Respond.
The other part of it is that like the company owns that land, and they could have taken it up to the Supreme Court, and they would have definitely lost, or the company would have won.
We can come back. Let's stay on. We're staying on this issue.
Number one, no more subsidies for fossil fuel industry. No more drilling on federal lands. No more drilling, including offshore. No ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period. Ends. Number one.
I just want to give him a chance to respond, and then we can come back.
Yeah, I mean, of course he lied. That's crazy. I said no more. Not no more.
Multiple news organizations Biden to reject the project, warning it'll create a carbon bomb. In advance of approving the Willow project, the Biden administration also announced on Sunday steps to reduce oil drilling in other parts.
What? It's kind of off topic. My friend at talk about high-speed rail, and he argued that high-speed rail is not worth the ecological output that construction causes. I was wondering what your take was. You don't want to hear what my take is about your friend that just said that. Like, literally, your friend is a fucking idiot. He's wrong. Unless he's like one of those anarcho-primitivists, in which case you should fucking lock your baboon friend into a fucking cage, okay? Obviously, don't do that. I'm joking. But your friend's brain should be studied in a fucking zoo. What an absolutely idiotic fucking take, dude. Holy fuck! Like, the amount of carbon pollution that is offset by utilizing trains, okay, which, I don't know if you know this, is literally carrying hundreds of people, if not thousands of people, from point A to point B at any given fucking moment. The amount of car-caused carbon pollution that is being offset with the utilization of public transport greatly wipes out the original small amount of debt that construction causes. Are you fucking stupid? What does your friend think cars drive on? Dirt? Does your friend think cars get around on dirt? They go on roads! How do you build the fucking roads? Unimaginably dumb. Stop. Don't come to me with this dumb shit ever again. Oh my God.
Parts of the Arctic. This includes barring future oil and gas leasing for 3 million acres of federal waters in the Arctic Ocean and limiting drilling in a further 13 million acres in the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska's North Slope. Kristen Mansell of the Center for Biological Diversity criticized the Biden plan, saying, quote, protecting one area of the Arctic so you can destroy another doesn't make sense, and it won't help the people and wildlife who will be upended by the Willow project, they said. We go now to North Pole, Alaska, where we're joined by Sikanik Malpan, Executive Director of the Sovereign Inupiat for a Living Arctic. It's great to have you back. Thanks so much for joining us, Sikanik. Can you talk about what you understand is being announced today?
Well, recently on Friday afternoon, the Bloomberg report came out saying that there were speculations that the Biden administration will approve a 3-pad plan instead of the 5-pad original plan. And now we're hearing that he will make his decision Monday at about 9 a.m., but we're not for sure.
While campaigning in 2020, then presidential candidate Joe Biden said, quote, no more drilling on federal lands, period. This is candidate Biden responding to a question about his position on drilling in the Arctic.
Yes, he made
I think I'm the only one, maybe not the only one running who's been up in the Arctic Circle. Remember the great oil spill that occurred? And I watched when I went up there, and I went up in a helicopter up on the North Slope and saw what was going on and saw what was happening as the glaciers began to melt and how the caribou and everyone, I mean, there's a lot going on up there. And it's a real gigantic problem. And by the way, no more drilling on federal lands, period. Period, period, period. Well, the Arctic Circle is a disaster to do that.
So that was candidate Biden. And again, the little part we missed at the beginning of what the candidate said was, I'm completely, totally opposed to drilling in the Arctic. Sikanik Malpan, describe this project. What is the Willow project and what you understand President Biden's announcing today?
Well, this is the biggest oil and gas leasing project that's on public lands right now. It is a massive project that would be happening in the North Slope. Closest community would be NEWSLORD, and this would completely encircle the community in oil and gas, which already has Prudhoe Bay, Alpine, and this is just the start of the project because this could green light for further exploration, further development, and this project would emit so much carbon, it would actually double the amount that Biden had promised that he would reduce. And so all of his plans to reduce the CO2 being released would be nullified by this project and then putting back double what he said he was going to reduce.
And can you talk about why you've invested so much time and energy into protesting this and the two parts of the plan that's being announced today?
Yes, I want to say personally, I've been trying to fight this project for about 4 years. And on a more personal level, my mother lives in NEWSLORD. My family is from NEWSLORD. And although I wasn't raised there, I have a deep connection and love for the community. And in 2018, I was invited to go to an air quality monitoring system planning session. And currently, ConocoPhillips owns the only air quality monitoring system in place in NEWSLORD. And they also own most of the research that is quoted for the safety of this project to go forward. So we went over the top 10 pollutants that are put out by ConocoPhillips that's required to be put to the EPA and what the possible impact is from being exposed to those pollutants like cancer, respiratory illness, and other things, even changing the sex in the womb of a child from male to female. And in that session, there was community members, the youth council, and a lot of
the American government will not stop until every tribal area is impacted by like carcinogens, carcinogen contaminants. It's just like they literally are like, no, we have to make sure that every fucking reservation has no fucking water supply and have a bunch of people getting cancer. This is the true secret agenda. They're like, sorry, our forefathers tried to genocide y'all and we couldn't really finish the job, so I'm doing everything I can to continue it. It's crazy.
Of us realized that we had seen these occurrences in our family. We had seen increase in cancer, respiratory illnesses. And in 2012, there was a blowout, a Repsol blowout, and that caused one child to be medevac from the village, another one to have permanent health problems with their respiratory system. And many people have complained recently there was a gas leak near NEWSLORD in the Alpine field, and they didn't evacuate the village. They said that they were fine, but many people self-evacuated because children were complaining of nausea, headaches, and not feeling well. And so currently there is no plan put into place to help evacuate or keep the community of NEWSLORD safe. And as I learned more about this project and its impacts, not just to the community and the public health, but the climate impacts were significant. The Arctic is warming at 4 times the rate than the rest of the world. And while many people speculate climate change, we're living it. We're seeing in the Yukon River, they haven't been able to fish for many years, subsistence fishing. We are seeing caribou that are showing signs of starvation. We're seeing fish pop up with mold. And this project is going to accelerate those issues and create food insecurity and many, many issues that is not just going to affect NEWSLORD or the 8 communities in the North Slope, but the entire Arctic itself. And then, of course, globally, it's going to affect people for climate change. And so this project, we're concerned about for those reasons, but we also want to transition away from oil and gas. And this would lock us into oil and gas for the next 30 years. And so, and we wouldn't actually see any of the benefits economically for 10 years. So this would be something that, you know, a catastrophe for Biden, who had promised that he would transition us into clean energy. And what is also concerning is that systematically we've seen that small rural places like this, time and time again, coal, gold mining, have had been in an economic hostage situation where they're told that the only way that they can get basic necessities like running water and plumbing and such is to sacrifice their health, their lands, their food security, and so many more consequences from this project.
Former U.S. Vice President Al Gore, longtime environmentalist, told The Guardian, the proposed expansion of oil and gas drilling in Alaska is recklessly irresponsible. The pollution it would generate will not only put Alaska Native and other local communities at risk, it's incompatible with the ambition we need to achieve a net zero future. We don't need to prop up the fossil fuel industry with new multi-year projects that are a recipe for climate chaos. Instead, we must end the expansion of oil, gas, and coal and embrace the abundant climate solutions at our fingertips, he said. Now, according to the New York Times, Willow would be the largest new oil development in the United States, expected to pump out 600 million barrels of crude over 30 years. Burning all that oil could release nearly 280 million metric tons of carbon emissions into the atmosphere. On an annual basis, that would translate into 9.2 million metric tons of carbon pollution, equal to adding nearly 2 million cars to the roads each year. The United States, the second biggest polluter on the planet after China, emits about 5.6 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide annually, the New York Times wrote. So, yes, environmental activists across the political spectrum are calling this a carbon bomb. Sikanik, talk about ConocoPhillips and who pushed this project forward.
What's really funny about this, and this is the one aspect of conservative commentary that is absolutely undeniably true, is that when Biden does it, it doesn't get the same amount of coverage as Trump. Donald Trump tried to pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement, Paris Climate Accord, and everyone was like, what the fuck, dude? He's killing us. That was just like a handshake and a promise. You know what I mean? Like the top of the hour ad break. Handshake and a promise. It's going to be served to you at the top of the hour. Sometimes it's going to be 8 minutes late. Sometimes it's going to be right on the dot. But it's still coming, right? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By subscribing, by using your Amazon Prime account and connecting it to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Anyway. Here's a 3-minute ad break. Now, this is way more serious. The amount of carbon released from the Arctic is going to be insane. There's 4x the amount of carbon under permafrost and in the atmosphere. Yeah, I mean, oops, you dropped this link. I mean, look, listen. It seems like the Scientific American has been taken over by wokesters who are pushing the Chinese they-them agenda. China invests $546 billion in clean energy, far surpassing the U.S. Yeah, like I said, this is another byproduct of the woke Marxist they-them agenda. People are saying, Top G in the chat. Please stop. Please stop spamming Top G in the chat. Please stop spamming Top G in the chat. He's bad. And also Marxist. And also gay. Their goal is to they-themify us. Okay, anyway, I mean, yeah, China is a big polluter, but they're spending more than us right now in renewable energy initiatives.
Has a huge hand in everything that happens in Alaska, politically, locally, in the public education. And recently, Rosemary Atungarup, the mayor of Nuxet, put out a letter with other council members and the president of Native Village of Nuxet as well, stating that this project would be detrimental to the people there. But it would also be a huge climate mistake. And as we've seen,
half the reason why people say global warming is a Chinese conspiracy is literally because of their ownership over cobalt and lithium, right? Like, they say it's a Chinese conspiracy because, like, China owns the future of energy, or at least as far as we understand it. We maintained a big chunk of the fossil fuel game. Not only did we have it, but also had set up allegiances. Whereas for China, they own the future. This is part of the reason why they keep saying, like, oh, it's not real, it's fake. Climate change is fake. Because if it's real, then you need, using electric or shifting over to renewable energy is actually helping China. Anyway. Bad stuff overall here. Nothing good that comes from that. This is, should I even respond to this at this point? Steel Manning, the grifter Chud's biggest point is that is the difference in marginal utility of an additional commentator. Right-wing commentary space is more crowded. Then again, that could probably be countered that the left is already saturated for the audience that exists for its relative how much money is injected to the right. Yeah. The reality is that before I fucking popped off, there wasn't necessarily a lot of, or any left-wing commentators that were as, like, overtly successful, though. So they keep literally pointing to me to say that it's a grift when there is not a second example. TYT is nowhere near where I'm at. What are you, fucking crazy? People say the Young Turks, though. Like, what are you talking about, the Young Turks? That's like a corporation, basically. It's a company. There's no one. Anyway, so remember that. The video is back up. Oh, we chirped at them and then they put it back up. Good for them. Kyle from Secular Talk is the only other one I can think of, but even then, it's like not the same. Anyway, how Biden's executive order aims to reduce gun violence. Let's take a look.
He hopes will reduce gun violence in the U.S.
The president will outline this measure while visiting Monterey Park, California today. A mass shooting shocked that Los Angeles suburb less than 2 months ago. A gunman killed 11 people and wounded 9 others following a Lunar New Year celebration.
Joining us now is CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, thanks very much for being with us. So, among other things, this latest executive order seeks to make it more difficult for people to get their hands on guns. What about legally? Will this stand up to potential legal challenges?
It's a good question, Elaine. We're not entirely certain because, in part because so far what we understand to be in this executive order is a little vague. But basically, what it's doing is reinforcing what Congress passed last year. Remember that bipartisan legislation they passed in the wake of the Uvalde shooting and the shooting in Buffalo. In essence, making sure that background checks are conducted on the kinds of sort of private or smaller level gun sales that maybe an antique dealer does to a buyer, or that happens on the sidelines of a gun show. By making sure that those background checks happen, it at least adds one more layer of protection. You could conceivably see some kind of a small-time gun dealer, somebody who does this casually, or again, maybe is just an antique dealer, trying to introduce a lawsuit that suggests that this infringes on their Second Amendment right.
That's it, folks. Joe Brandon doesn't care about the mom and shop death dealers. That's right. What about the mom and shop gun sales persons? Nobody cares about small businesses no more. Woke leftists at it again. They hate us because they ain't us. They hate small business because small businesses are the backbone of fighting against the gay agenda.
Rights, but remember that the legislation passed with bipartisan support in part because Democrats and Republicans believed it didn't do that and would withstand legal challenge.
Well, speaking of the schism between Democrats and Republicans obviously controlling the House, is there any chance, Ed, that any more legislative action might be taken to reduce gun violence beyond that bipartisan measure that you're talking about?
It was so difficult to string together the equation or the formula that brought together, especially in the Senate, the Republicans and Democrats needed to do it, that it would be difficult to see what more could potentially be done absent some unforeseen disaster or tragedy that compels Congress to act yet again. And remember, advocates said this is impressive and it's good to see the most substantive legislation in decades past, but it doesn't go nearly as far as gun control advocates would like. And so we'll have to wait and see. Where there does seem to be sort of a bipartisan agreement that more needs to be done is in the realm of police reform or criminal justice reform more broadly. That doesn't necessarily have to do with gun violence specifically, unless for whatever reason the policing community suggests to Congress that there needs to be more done to protect cops who face these deadly weapons on the streets every day.
You know, Ed, it was just last month that I was in Michigan, in Lansing specifically, when Michigan State University students marched there in protest after a mass shooting at their school. And they were demanding action from state officials, from federal officials. Can you talk a bit more about the political forces at work here when we see this action taken by President?
Okay, this stuff is boring. I'm moving away. I never did the CoffeeZilla video. I feel like I never really got to talk about fucking Jordan Peterson too. Jordan Peterson has been going absolute bananas mode on the timeline. He's like tweeted about a bunch of shit. I totally forgot to cover it. Just got my merch. Thanks, man. Fuck yeah. You too can get your merch at ideology.shop, by the way. Ideology.shop. The merchandise is still out and about. Jordan Peterson has been going absolutely bananas mode. Off the perk, off a gummy, off the fucking perk 30, off the perk 10. He's off all of the perks, okay? He is perked up. He's barred out. He's back on the benzo bus. I mean, holy fuck, dude. He has not stopped posting in the weirdest ways possible. Like, back in the day, he used to post weird shit. I mean, he literally said, it's getting extra hard to find child porn. Like, you know, stuff like that without thinking like this will make him look bad. But lately he's just, you know, he had a sequence of psychotic posts where he was basically posting about like Chinese suck farms, right? Does anyone have it? He posted about a cock milking farm and said, this is the Chinese techno dystopia. He is debating chatbots. He deleted that tweet because it was like straight porn. Cannot show that on stream. He said it was a techno nightmare. What else? I mean, he is so much. He says so much. Oh, this was a pretty funny one. Absolutely everything you do, CNN, is pathetic virtue signaling. Thank God near days are numbered. And it felt like he was just like melting by the end of that. Don't know what CNN has to do with this, by the way. What does this even mean? He apparently retweeted a picture of a topless underage trans boy, which, by his perspective, would, I guess, be like an underage woman, right? Isn't that what they think? Even though it's not, obviously. Not to like do that kind of thing, but clearly that's not the case. A lot of these people do this all the time, by the way. Remember, like these TERFs always do that shit. It's also very odd to do that in general when you're like, when you talk about like underage operations or whatever. What's really psychotic is that, oh my God, I saw that. What's going on in China? 3 children policy. Warning, graphic pictures. By the way, I just realized the account that put the dick-sucking factory, the account that posted that dick-sucking factory is that famous cinephobic account, Song Ping Gang, which always is talking about how, like, in China, everyone is being brutally killed because there's COVID-0 policy that's still happening. I will not show you the full photo, but I will not show you the photo at all. But anyway, Jordan Peterson quote tweeted that fucking dumbass anti-China account that lies all the fucking time and said, "Such fun and unbelievable techno nightmare CCP hell." Jordan Peterson very concerned by milking porn factory. Jordan Peterson also said, I can't show you any of these links that you send me because people keep posting underneath it the dick sucking factory a post. What is this? Penile inversion vaginoplasty is done on children in the U.S. Dr. Oren Ganor says they reconstruct things that they were supposed to be for that patient. What is this? What the fuck is this? Is this another fucking instance where they're just like making shit up?
Vaginoplasty is the full name of vaginoplasty. In this procedure, the surgical team is creating the outer and the inner vagina. The reason it's called penile inversion vaginoplasty because we use the penile skin and the scrotal skin in order to reconstruct the vagina. By doing so, we break it down to all of its components and we use some of the tissue to reconstruct things the way they were supposed to be for that patient.
Oh, it's because it says Boston's Children's Hospital on the side. I'm like, what the fuck? Why are they saying like this is being done on children? This is not being done on children. For the record, I just want people to understand. Number one, what do I always tell you? They always fucking talk about surgery in like gruesome terms. When you're like, they'll take like an actual doctor. They'll take like an actual doctor talking about surgery. And then they'll turn around and go, oh, dude, unacceptable. Look at them. Look at how gruesome this is. And it's like, he's just describing bottom surgery, right? So on the side, it says Boston Children's Hospital. I don't know if you guys know this, but that doesn't mean they only do surgery on children. As a matter of fact, I know 100% that the Boston Children's Hospital does not perform this surgery, nor any top or bottom surgery, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's like it's not gender affirming, but unless there's like literally a need like a literal immediate life-threatening need, there are no top or bottom surgeries conducted at the Boston Children's Hospital for people under the age of 18. Okay? The surgery he's describing is not done to children. So not only have we established that all surgeries are obviously gross because you're technically cutting a human up, okay? But also, what this doctor's describing is bottom surgery and it's not being done to children, but this fucking dipshit hasn't stopped himself from saying it is. Penile inversion vaginoplasty is done on children in the U.S. Not true. Just completely false. But of course, that didn't stop Jordan Peterson from lying about it and saying, prison! And then also further, quote, retweeting it and saying, and it's not a vagina. It's a hole for another man to fuck. And that's that. Which is odd. So, you know, in the past week, he's basically, like I said, debated a chat GPT, I guess, which I'm not going to read because that sounds insane. Talked about how, you know, in his mind, there are children who are getting vaginoplasties, which is not the case. What is trans people's take on this, by the way? Is it okay to withhold top-bottom surgery if you get everything else and then do this at 18? I think that is what happens, yes. They did bottom surgery on that kid from that jazz show. What jazz show? Didn't they? What jazz show? I don't even know what you're talking about. There might be exceptions. Now, one thing that people need to understand, there might be exceptions to the rule. We're talking about fucking literal, the actual rule. Okay? Now, there might be exceptions to the rule. You want to know what the most common fucking gender surgery that's conducted on children that no one even considers or thinks about, though? Doctors deciding what your gender is supposed to be when you're intersex. It's done all the fucking time. And nobody thinks that's weird. Care to consider why nobody thinks that's weird? No, I'm not talking about circumcision, even though that is also obviously another non-consensual surgery that they do. And I am an intactivist and I want my foreskin back. Give it back to me. Anyway, no, it's intersex babies are born all the time, and then doctors choose their gender for them. That's it. They do that regularly. But hey, that corresponds to the binary, right? It's quite literally creating a gender binary, reinforcing that gender binary that isn't real. So they don't give a fuck. How do they choose? I think like the way they choose is like basically if there is a like a visible penis and a vagina, I think they like close off the vagina, right? Whatever is most presenting, they just kind of go with like whichever organ. I think parents also get a say. I'm pretty sure that's what the video was referencing to, or what the video was referring to. It's a super draconian practice and it needs to be ended. Our hospital protocol allows all parents to decide intersex child sexual organ assignment, but conservatives never bring that up. Yup. Yeah, if one is less developed than the other, they figure out how to get rid of it. Which, ironically, I think... ironically, that same Boston Children's Hospital that got bomb threats is no longer doing that. Because they find it to be unimaginably cruel. Like, literally. So they're not doing the bad kind of child sex reassignment surgery. And they're not even doing any kind of like organ replacement or anything like that in general until the kid is a consenting adult, at least 18. It's wild, dude. That's like a 0.2% occurrence to have an intersex. You are doing what the right does with whataboutism. That's literally not true. And it's also not whataboutism just because it's like 0.02%, even though it's not true. It's higher than that. But you just made that number up. You pulled it out of your ass. But even then, that's a lot of fucking people that are just getting a surgery that they did not consent to. Okay? Also, we're talking about trans people too. Trans people are not that large of a fucking population. So what's up, dude? What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Should we just fucking kill them? Like, is that what you want? The entire point of conversation revolving like trans affirming care and healthcare quite literally is that like they should be able to get that. It's a medical procedure that should be left between the patient and the doctor. Okay, so it's fucking idiotic to be like, this is just a tiny fraction. Oh, okay, kill him then. Fuck it, dude. What do you mean? Doesn't matter. That is an argument on my side. If it's incredibly rare, then it's understandable that doctors shouldn't even do this, shouldn't even perform this. Do you understand? Do you get it? Do you understand? Instead of saying Google it, do you understand the point that you're making? Yeah, Google says 1.7%. I know. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter. That's intersex people. And the number is supposedly higher than that because there are these surgeries that are conducted that people don't even think about. But also, it doesn't even matter because even if it was a tiny fraction of the fucking population, why is it still appropriate to do this? Why do you think it's appropriate to do this? You think it's appropriate to do this because it reinforces the gender binary. That's it. That's the only reason why you think this is like, this is adequate and appropriate to do. That's it. Got it? That's why you defend this and not the inverse of this. The inverse of this would be a child being able to consent to like whatever kind of fucking top or bottom surgery, which they don't do. That's not allowed. And that's understandable that that's not allowed because it's irreversible. This is also irreversible, but this is allowed. Do you understand why? Are hormones consentable? Hormones or puberty blockers is what people use, okay? Is gender affirming puberty blockers are reversible. Not only that, but also on top of that, or puberty blockers are reversible, but on top of that, there's also gender affirming hormones that you can get, except it doesn't fucking matter. It's like, it's conducted by medical professionals. You're talking about literally doctor prescribed pills that you're like, nope, don't care. Don't give a fuck what this doctor is saying. I, a dumbass, have decided I know more than the fucking doctor because the doctor is woke and gay and is operating under the trans agenda. You know what I mean? Do you know how much of a caveman you sound like when you say dumb shit like this? It's so dumb. Why is chat so fucking transphobic? Call them out, please. No, I am a transphobe myself, which is why I'm not calling them out. Like, what do you mean? Who is transphobic in the chat? I'm literally addressing the transphobic idiocy in the chat. The fuck are you talking about? We're literally currently having a conversation that is inherently against transphobia. Like, what do you mean? Where are the transphobes? Just tell them to the mods and we'll fucking block them. We'll ban them. What the fuck? Anyway. Only cis people get to use hormones as gender reaffirming treatment? Yeah, exactly. Look, if you're a woman, you can fucking immediately get placed on. If you're AFAB, cis, you get all matter of different kinds of hormones, right? And you should be able to, by the way. Don't misunderstand me. You get birth control, you get all other kinds of shit. But like, God forbid, you know? God forbid. Catboy Collector. Research shows, oh, here Catboy Collector is back again. My #1 enemy in the chat. The only reason they do mastectomies on trans teenagers is because the efficacy rate is absurdly fucking high and the regret rate is less than 1%. I got mine at 16 and it took 1 billion recommendations. There you go. Oh, what do you know about mastectomies, Catboy Collector? Oh, wait, you had one. Okay, never mind. No, but like, for real, it's you know, there's no way on the planet do you get a fucking mastectomy under the age of 18 without 1 million fucking recommendations and like psychiatric evaluation, all sorts of shit, right? Research shows that if child/teen presents with consistent gender dysphoria for over a year past the age of 13, they're only 2.5% likely to detransition, and most of those detransitions happen before medical interventions. Goddamn. Catboy Collector collecting facts. By the way, that number, as I'm sure Catboy Collector would also happily bring forward, is infinitely lower than any kind of cosmetic surgery. Like, what is it? What is the number for like plastic surgery? What's the percentage of plastic surgery and like people that actually don't like it after the fact? It's like insane. Yeah, cosmetic surgery regret is 65%. 65% of people regret cosmetic surgical regret, have cosmetic surgical regret. 65%. That number for trans people is 2.5%. Okay? And we spend all our time fucking talking about trans people. Nobody wants to ban cosmetic surgery. Trans surgical regret is under 1%. And the New York Times writes articles about it literally non-fucking stop. Like it's the most prescient, most pressing, most important fucking matter at hand. Yeah. That's why trans surgical regret is under 1%. Actually, most detrans pre-surgery. That's why the number is different. You know what's funny though? Because of the small number of trans people on the planet in general, that's why I have to hand it to the motherfucking New York Times, okay? I'm sorry, trans people. You don't understand how fucking hard it is to find literally the one person who's a detransitioner, okay? Like maybe two. Because there's not that many trans people in general, percentage-wise. And then also on top of that, the likelihood that you're going to find someone who's like, oh, actually, I wasn't trans. I hate this. I'm a detransitioner. That is the real transvestigative journalism, okay? To be able to find the literal, and I mean actual in totality, 4 fucking people and then endlessly write articles about them, that shit's not easy. You think it's easy? Huh? Trans people are 0.1% of the population. Detransitioners are 2% of that 0.1% of the population, which leads to literally like 8 guys, okay? And you know how hard that shit is? You know how hard it is to find the 8 people? Well, I guess it's not that hard because they don't shut the fuck up. Oh my God, because there's a very good grift after that. Okay? You know how hard it is to juice the same 8 people over and over again, make them seem like they're different people? It's hard. Not easy. Regrets rates for normal surgeries, post-mastectomy, reconstruction 47%, prostate surgery 20%, knee replacement 10%. We wouldn't question decisions to undergo joint replacement or cancer-related surgery. Yeah. Anyway. New York Times looking 10x harder for detransition trans people than they look for WMDs in Iraq. Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. It's hard. It's hard out there, man. It's hard out there to cut the same fucking article in 10 different ways when there's quite literally only 10 people. Why would you regret tumor removal? Complications, post-surgical complications. It's very common. I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people that get like that, for example, had to get their fucking like a piece of their shoulder removed, and now they have like significant shoulder mobility issues. So it is really like there's always a lot of post-surgical complications that come along, and especially if you don't do like correct physical therapy, or even with correct physical therapy, you can still have post-surgical complications. So that is the reason why a lot of people have. Yeah, it's not always like directly related to like the direct changes that you exhibit either. Yeah. Scar tissue hurts forever. Scar tissue doesn't heal right ever. You know what I mean? Most who detrans are forced to and are still trans, but 82.5% of those who detransition attribute their decision to at least one external factor, such as pressure from family, non-affirming school environments, and increased vulnerability to violence, including sexual assault. I know why I've put off surgery in the past. I have I had a cartilage the size of a ping pong ball swirling around in my leg, and I put it off until the very last moment that I had to get it, when my doctor literally said, if it gets lodged under your fucking kneecap one more time, you could no longer walk without assistance. So I had to get it. And when I did, I hated it like after, but I mean, I had to do it, so I don't have like any regrets, but it sucked. The physical therapy aspect of it is really shitty. You lose all of your muscle mass, your muscle atrophies. It sucks. My wife has a brain tumor. They made a surgery to remove as much as they could, and it caused massive issues now. She gets easy concussions, has hormone imbalance. Now the tumor is back to the same size, but has been stable for the past 3 years. She definitely regrets the surgery. Yeah. Because I think what a lot of people don't understand is that, you know, maybe you weren't listening to the fucking psychotic right-wingers when they were describing the gruesome process of a surgery, but a surgery is gruesome. After all, they're literally cutting you with fucking knives and saws and shit. You know what I mean? They're cutting your shit up. And that process is gruesome, which is why when you look at like a results-based, when you have a results-based approach to like how successful surgeries are, you can make the argument that all surgeries are fucking gruesome, right? Even like a laparoscopic surgery, right? You know what that is? They they drill a hole on your skin. They drill a hole directly into your fucking knee, right? And they basically put a suck straw, okay? A tiny suck straw with a camera attached to it to go find the fucking, the foreign object that is in your body, okay? And then they slurp that piece of fucking bone out of your body. That's nasty as fuck. Yeah, a robotic suck straw is put into your body through through a small hole that they create. Now that literally is one of the least invasive surgeries. You're in and out, same day. Do you get what I'm saying? So you can absolutely fucking use that. Laparoscopic is actually for the abdomen, like hernias. No, I got a laparoscopic surgery on my knee too, so you're wrong. It's not just for the abdomen. You're thinking of orthoscopic? Is that what I'm thinking of? Am I saying it? I don't know. It's just, but it's the same principle, no? Isn't it literally a fucking... No, it's... It's the same principle. They make a fucking hole and they put a suck straw through that hole with a camera attached to it. And then that suck straw with like little saws inside of it basically go in there and suck the foreign object. Point is, it sounds fucking gross. And it is kind of gross. But it's life-saving. Right? So you can describe all manner of surgery as gross because it is gross, right? And not only that, but also the success rating of surgeries for trans people is like infinitely higher than any number of surgeries that that cis people undertake, and no one is choosing to ban those surgeries. Got it? It's video game surgery, to be honest. I'm a surgical tech, and we get to aim the camera. See? Surgeons are fucking psychos. For this reason, look at this motherfucker talking about it like it's a video game. Bro, you're cutting my shit up. Anyway. BS, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You're right about laparoscopic. I don't know why chatters are being silly. What do you mean? That's the whole point. So yeah, Jordan Peterson perked up, going crazy. Don't know why okay, this was funny though. Let's get back to this for a second. Women in Berlin can now swim topless in the city's public pools if they choose to. It's being hailed as a step towards gender equality in the German capital. So he quote retweeted this and then made it seem like CNN is at fault for the Berlin government. Like, I don't really understand what the fuck this has to do with CNN. But yeah, it's great. It's wonderful. Jordan Peterson is upset that German women can show titties in public pools, which is wild because it's just like the most normal thing. Jordan Peterson very clearly never met a German woman. I, as a Turkish person, knew that like German women love showing titty all the time. German television also loves showing boobies. That was like my one source of crank material when I was a child and had no access to porn. So I would go on RTE sometimes, and if I got lucky, there was boobies on there. So, you know. But Jordan Peterson didn't have to live through this this devastatingly difficult time. Porn sick? Yeah. If you watch any porn, you're porn sick. automatically. That's how it works. Isn't it RTL? It's not RTE. You're right. It's RTL. Sorry. How are you going to be 31 years old saying boobies? Yeah. This was already condoned in Germany, but now you officially can't get a ticket for it? Yeah. So there it is. That's the situation at hand. Jordan Peterson fucking losing his mind over it, though. And last but not least, he tweeted this from Puebla, Mexico. Bar. As in the bars he's taking. The constant crowd crowing, truly, they're at the gate, the barbarians. Stop going to the universities to speak. To hell with them. Or, much more subtly and comically, speak at 8 a.m. None of the woke radicals will hoist their miserable carcasses out of bed. I've done it many times, smile. Sheer, unadulterated narcissism in action. I care so much about the devouring mother arises from the underworld. Her worship is now mandatory in all institutions of higher education in precise proportion to their past preeminence. We are indeed rotting from the head down, led by an army of demented harpies. I don't even know what the fuck he's saying any longer. He's lost the plot. He's lost his goddamn mind. Who's he talking to? Don't know. Meanwhile, here is a conversation that Trainwrecks TV had with Will Neff, apparently.
So here's the question full circle.
Yeah.
When are we going to get you on Fear End?
I don't know if we're getting Trainwrecks on Fear End, but apparently there was a long conversation that Train had with Will. We're not going to watch all of it. Apparently there were parts of it where he was like reigniting the whole like socialism. Why doesn't Hasan do socialism himself? What is this Will and Train debate about Hasan?
The whole idea that he should like give away his money or not make money is ridiculous because that's the system and the framework that we preside in. So you do your best to make amends to that system while living under the reality that you are in that system.
Yes, but I think sometimes words aren't enough. I think the action has to be, there has to be action as well, right? So, for example, I think, some of the systems that you think should be in place in America, right? I think should show through action. So, for example, like on a proportional level, right?
You don't think that him raising like millions of dollars for the Turkish earthquake and stuff is practice?
I think it's nice to crowdfund and to, match a small percentage of that yourself, but
Look at him undermining 50 grand. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have like $700 million from fucking crypto gambling sponsorships. Like, that's crazy. He just said a small percentage, like 50 grand from my pocket is like tiny. Like, listen, I don't really talk about this too frequently, but goddamn do motherfuckers always undermine that shit. They don't shut the fuck up about a $1,000 shirt for 700 years. But the moment that I fucking put 50 grand out of my own goddamn pocket to something I fucking believe in, that's a tiny percentage, dog. What the fuck? If you can't shut the fuck up about the $1,000 Gucci shirt, you should be 50 times more vocal about the 50 grand, right? Not once did I ever bring that up. Not once. But when you undermine that, when you make it seem like the infrastructure that we had to create on the back end to ensure that American and foreign fucking donators could very easily dump funds into the charities, okay? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. That's insane. Like, come on, guys. Yes, I have a lot of money, but like, holy fuck. That's crazy. There's a thread on... Are you insane, bro? They will always chirp no matter how much you give. It's the whole fucking suicide paradoxon that people bring on to vegetarians and vegans is disgusting. Yeah. No, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not, because it's not about the fund. Okay? It's not about how much it is. Because in his mind, maybe he's misguided, but he personally thinks like I should be literally fucking like fixing healthcare in America. Okay? You should watch the whole segment of them talking. He actually doesn't say anything bad. No, he doesn't say anything bad, but he said something bad right here. He was like, oh, you've just self-funded a small proportion of the crowdfunding. Like, that's crazy.
Should be in place in America, right? I think it should show through action. So, for example, like on a proportional level, right?
You don't think that him raising like millions of dollars for the Turkish earthquake and stuff is practice?
I think it's nice to crowdfund and to, match a small percentage of.
If you think that is not undermining the process, like, I don't know what to tell you.
That yourself. But I do think, like, I'm talking about the systems, right? So the mental health care systems, I think they should be implemented. I think all the systems that, he talks about that I think are great systems. I think, he should, lead by example in that way and kind of.
Yeah. He literally just wants me to do Mr. Beast style, like, videos, I think. Just, like, stop what I'm doing currently and then do something else instead. That's always what it turns into. He's like, oh, make Medicare for chat. It's like, this is the same exact argument of if you care about homelessness, why don't you fucking open up your house to homeless people? It's like, if I open my house up to homeless people, okay, which is like such an odd thing to suggest, that's one person, that's one homeless person off the street, okay? There's 56,000 homeless people in the state of California. I pay literally, not going to say exactly how much, but a lot of fucking money in taxes to the state of California. Why aren't those taxes helping fix the problem that it is actually creating? I am not the government. One man cannot fucking actually solve all of these problems. 100 men cannot solve these problems. The government that we pay into willingly is who is supposed to fucking help these problems. If people would actually listen to my words and listen to what I'm saying instead of talking over them all the goddamn time to make their own fucking points about how much of a grifter I am, they would perhaps understand this fundamental point. That's why I advocate for the things I advocate for. Anyway. What? You literally not at all. You have such a huge voice. Do more than sit on Twitch and make money. You wrote off your car and your taxes. You're not paying as much as you could. Your words are moot. Brother, you just said I wrote my car off in taxes. One, that's impossible. Like, you're wrong. You're a 15-month subscriber and you just said that. Okay? Are you my accountant? Where did you come up with that? And no, every single counter argument to Hasan is not doing enough always is met with so many goalposts. Okay? So many goalposts that change immediately. Where they're like, well, Hasan does fundraise for a lot of charities and he donates a lot from his pocket as well. And then they're like, well, that's not enough. He should do even more than that. It's like, okay, what is the point in perspective? And why do you think you should get to have a say? Because ultimately, it all comes down to, I think it ultimately always comes down to, I don't like what he's doing. I don't believe what he's doing is valuable. And I think he should be doing something else instead. So many people, for example, turn around and say, Hasan should start a co-op. Why the fuck? I don't know anything about running a business. Why the fuck would I start a cooperative corporation and generate what? If you can buy a 7K shirt, 50K is a drop in the hat and it's not a social justice issue that you make all your money off of, little too late to the donation thing. Are you for real? If you can buy a 7K shirt, 50K is a drop in the hat and not a social justice issue that you make all your money off of. The simps in the chat are what allow this mindset. Brother, you are the simp in the chat. You are. You've given me $5 for 15 fucking months. Not wrong. Okay, well then shut the fuck up and stop giving me money and donate it directly to the causes that you fucking claim that you care about. But all you care about is avoiding the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. And then you're like, okay, well, I like this entertainment. I value what he's doing. So I'm going to give him $5 to avoid the top of the hour ad break. I don't want to see a 3-minute ad break, so I'm going to give you $5. Or I'm going to use my fucking free Twitch Prime on you. And then I'm going to keep chirping. Or maybe if I'm lucky, I'll get gifted a sub. Dynamic Jab 13. Booyah 69. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Also 7K shirt. When did the shirt become 7 times more expensive? I don't fucking know. I don't know. It doesn't matter. $100,000 shirt. Who cares? The point is not that. Okay. Casually Natal. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Haven't you said that you don't even write off your donations on taxes? No, a lot of those donations are not tax write-offable because they're not 501c3 donations, strike funds. Like ALU, Amazon Labor Union. Chris NGRY just gifted 5 gifted subs. Chirped and then gave me fucking $25. You just complain and then give me $25 fucking dollars. Derek Heel, thank you for the 50, get the subs. Ultimately, people find value in the entertainment and the educational aspect of what I do, okay? I find a lot of fulfillment in this endeavor as well. I also love serving you the 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour, but that's besides the point, okay? Here's the issue. Holy fuck, that is literally officially the highest ad-rated segue on this broadcast ever. 9.84. Let's fucking go. It will never be higher than that. Hasan's account. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Now, let me explain something to you guys, okay? This fucking idiot especially. When people say, dude, quit what you're doing, okay, and do something else, why the fuck would I do that? Why would I do that? Maybe we don't cover enough how impactful this community has been in unionizing workplaces or in getting people to be motivated and start their own YDSA chapters. I guess it's not enough that I talk about this so people don't even think about it. They don't even see this as a thing, okay? Leftists don't value propaganda. You know who values propaganda? Right-wingers. That's why they give billions of dollars in funds to the likes of fucking Ben Shapiro. This is crowdsourced, you dumb fuck. This is crowdsourced. That's why it's up to each and every one of you individuals to be like, yeah, you know what? This is good enough for me. I'm going to give him $5 fucking dollars. Meanwhile, on the right, motherfuckers are getting hundreds of millions of dollars to set up failed media institutions that are propped up exclusively by oil barons. You want to know why? Because they understand the value of propaganda. They understand the value of having a hyper right-wing media perspective that's constantly fucking pummeling people's brains with information. Why the fuck would I stop doing what I know I'm best at, what I'm very fucking good at, demonstrably good at, so that I can do something I'm not good at just because you think that's the more acceptable way to promote leftism by creating a cooperative? Oh, dude, you're a leftist? Start a 501c3 and you know, do charity instead. Why? This takes 10 fucking hours on camera every goddamn day to do. You might not consider it to be good. You might not consider it to be valuable, but clearly plenty of people do. Okay? Why would I stop doing what I'm good at that I have contributed 10 hours of my fucking day into and just stop doing that and instead start a 501c3 to make you happy? To make you feel like you're doing something better? You do it then. You can. You have all the fucking free time. Especially as it takes away from what I'm very good at, what I'm good at doing. If you were a blue-collar worker living pay stub to pay stub, you'd A, be completely ignored, and B, if acknowledged at all, you'd be dismissed as bitter and jealous. I'd say it was a bad faith take, but that'd give Train too much credit. Not a dig at you at all, but I love your content, but do the workers that make your merch receive a portion of the profits? They're unionized workers, man. I don't know what else you want from me. That is like literally the reason why the profit margins are minuscule. Instead of fucking drop shipping it out of Indonesia, I work with domestic manufacturers in the United States of America, something that no fucking other content creator even cares to do. And then I get ass fucked for it too. I get ass fucked for it because people say, oh, the merchandise is so expensive. Brother, it's not about isolating yourself into a hug box, but holy fuck, you need to ignore this shit. Every time you engage in it, it not only diminishes the stream, but also gives these worms food to eat both off of and perpetuate this view of you. I think it's important to address this stuff because every couple of months, there's still going to be people that probably hear this sort of thing, but still watch me because they think that like I'm fun, right? But it's important because they probably are too fearful to ask some of these questions. So it's like a fireside chat where I just rapid fire answer some of the most common, commonly launched idiotic criticisms, especially when you have someone who's been subscribed for 15 months who keeps fucking saying that. I'm the crowdsourcer giving to the DSA, by the way. You should keep doing what you're doing. Why? Why did you change rapidly? You have such a huge voice. Do more than sit on Twitch and make money. You wrote off your own car and taxes. Why? How can you both be a supportive fan for as long as you have been and also have so much fucking disdain? Explain. Is it because I wanted to give you? Is it because you were so desperate to be to be paid attention to? Is that what it is? And now that I gave you the attention, you're like I'm back on your good graces again. Is that what it is? Daniel Sheridan and Javelina Zhing, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Not Christian NF, thank you for the 5 get the subs. I see both sides of the argument, to be honest, because it would piss me off too if people constantly picked apart shit I did, but I get why chatters think it should be ignored. No, I mean, it's not just people picking apart shit I did. It's people claiming that the stuff I'm doing, that everyone else is doing, that they themselves are doing, is like somehow improper. The need for fame and status you have is what I think is sus. Okay, now you moved away from like the fucking you're not doing enough to the need for fame and status you have, I think is sus. Shut the fuck up. You just literally, I'm gonna make it simple for you. Okay, you want to know what it is? I know what it is. It's resentment. It's envy. You look at someone that is very similar to you in many respects, be profoundly successful, partially because you and others like you, thousands of others like you, are giving me money. That makes you angry. You have no way of having this level of access to another fucking cultural commentator or anything like that, so you utilize that access to unload all of your anxieties and animosity towards the one person that you have literally demonstrably cared enough to give money to. That's it. That's the main reason. Now you're sitting there trying to, instead of engage in introspection on why you feel that way and why it's misdirected, utilizing it as a way to intellectualize that envy. That's it. And I see it every fucking day. You just moved the goalposts 3 fucking times. My need for fame and status, of course, is going to be partially, because I am brutally honest, about my narcissistic desires, my narcissistic tendencies. But a big chunk of why I want charitability more than anything else is so that people can understand what I'm saying. When this community grows, leftist politics grows alongside it. And many people understand that. If you've been in here since 2020, you should understand that too. What is the argument here? That you just don't want people to fucking hear what I have to say and agree with me? Is that what you want? You want this to be, are you a hipster? Are you a leftism hipster where you're like, no, I want leftism not to be fucking mainstream. I want Marxism to be non-mainstream. I want it to be fucking exclusionary and insular. Is that what you want? Is that what it is? Or is there a third reason? Okay? Buying a 7K shirt is what's sus. Shut the fuck up. Stop giving me access because your squad will not stop attacking me. What is my squad? You are fucking schizophrenic, my guy. Here, get the fucking ban and move on. Holy shit. 7K shirt, and also on top of that, my squad is attacking him. What is my squad? If you want to do praxis and you think I'm not doing enough, you have every opportunity to turn the fucking stream off and go work at a fucking soup kitchen, man. What the fuck are you doing? You're over here feeling kind of gross about your own consumption, I guess. So you have to like make it seem like it's you know, that's actually decent. Criticizing me is the most practice you're going to do. Stop trying to moralize why you like the content or why you don't like the content. Anyway, it's weird. I think he's talking about the pylons that Chad tends to do. From my experience, engages a mini panic attack and you start thinking less straight. Okay, but then don't say fucking dumb shit. And chat, don't pile on this person because you yourself could be in the crosshairs in a similar capacity one day, and you certainly don't want others to behave in the way that you are at that point. But like sometimes motherfuckers are so smarmy and they don't want to even stop. They don't want to stop. They want to keep going. They want to keep going. They want to keep going. I mean, there's an argument to be made about how much money it's okay to spend on yourself in contrast to how many lives you could save for that amount. After reading The Life You Could Save, I had the same thoughts towards myself. Okay. Well, I don't have an issue with how much money I spend on myself. I know that other people clearly do. But, you know, the way I justify it is by spending a shitload more on others. Okay? $7K for a shirt. No wonder said make the rich pay. See, every time someone says some dumb shit in the chat, people fucking go along with it. Now there's like 1,000 people who are like, yeah, he's doing it. Individual acts of kindness are never going to fucking solve systemic problems. I spend every waking moment, pretty much every waking moment, working towards the same fucking cause, the values that I believe in. I espouse those values. That's what I do. Okay? If your goal is to turn around and fucking be like, yeah, you should stop the one thing that you're good at on this fucking planet that gives you emotional fulfillment, that is demonstrably successful, and instead do some other thing to make me happy, well, I'm going to tell you to suck my cock. Okay? The shirt and the house cost more every time they fucking talk about it. Please read. Your influence in agitprop has directly resulted in unionized workers, protests, political action. You are changing minds and affecting change through advocacy. I'm not even trying to glaze you up. I'm just stating my observations over the years following you and seeing what your fans have accomplished. It's true. These people are ridiculous, man. It's funny, I can relate to your frustration simply because I follow you in talk about your takes and other leftist space, and I have to literally have the same discussions as asinine. Yeah. Anyway. Every time I think I'm doing the right thing by like addressing some of these idiotic takes, I always feel like I've done a good job addressing it, and it turns out it's not. It's just breathing more fire into the people who are just coming in here with like stupid fucking takes. I'm so dumb. I know I should always stop, but I can't. Anyway.
Yeah, bro.
Trainwrecks believes Hasan has a good heart at the end of the day.
Kind of like really, really kind of just spouting like a lot of anger. I always feel like it's probably coming from a place where you do feel like everybody's against you because you are a person who gets manic like I do. And I know that feeling. And ultimately, sometimes that can become a self-fulfilling narrative, right? When I'm manic,
for sure.
It just feels like the world is against me. And so it's really good to hear you in like a positive state. And, you know, as I said, I think you get
for sure
more criticism than you're due. Some's fair. You know, you're a buxom guy sometimes, but
of course, yeah. Well, to be fair, I think a lot of that, you know, it's more of a pattern thing over the last 4 years. You know, over the last 4 years, I think on Twitch, you know, I've created, you know, 4 separate metas, and in each, you know, they were all cast out only for a year later for everyone to do them, you know, with no shame. So I think, you know, I don't think all of my anger is misplaced in, you know, that, you know.
I don't like how these clips frame how the convo went. It'd be better if you watch the full thing like off stream because it really rubbed me the wrong way. It's just Train doing what he always does while talking shit about you behind the scenes. Yeah. Well, at this time, it's not even behind the scenes. He's saying a couple nice things, but then also simultaneously saying 10 things that are not nice that basically reinforce the same exact fucking anti-Hasan narrative over and over again. While doing it to my best friend. Like, I find that to be very manipulative. I'm not going to lie. Like, I want Train's platform, kick.com, to succeed because I legitimately believe that if there are more platforms out there in the live streaming space, that's a good thing, okay? 100%. Remember when he said he was going to choke you out faster than you could say Young Turks? That was wild. Yeah, that stuff is whatever. It doesn't even fucking matter, okay? None of that shit matters. But it's like weird to me that he would like go to Will and be like, hey, let's talk. And then the conversation is not just like between him and Will, but the conversation is also about like me somehow not being, being kind of a good guy, but also at the same time, like, someone who's just fundraised a little bit and like donated just a minor teeny bit portion of that. It's like, come on, man. It's just like weird to not living my values and all these other like very commonly held points of view directly to my best friend and his community that has a lot of members of my community in there as well. Like, that's kind of weird to me, honestly.
You know, in that respect, I do think there's a lot of unfair bullshit, and I think, you know, a lot of people get away with a lot more and a lot of shit. So,
but you also have to admit, by that same token, who gets as much of that undue shit as you do? Hasan Piker. Hasan gets fucking dragged for.
Yeah, Will literally has manic depression, like him being like, I'm manic right now, and then starting the conversation that way, and then like having the conversation turn away from that to like a conversation about me is like kind of wild.
Everything, bro. As his friend, sometimes we just laugh about like the man literally can't buy a t-shirt without people being like, oh, here we go. You know what I mean? And so, I mean.
Well, to be fair on that token as well, there are some political discrepancies and hypocrisies. There are some. I do think, you know, we could talk about them on the podcast. And, those things. But I think some of the fans and some of the haters, they come at it in the wrong way. Right? Like, I think the problem is they attack them in the right. There's an extreme way to do it.
That's what I mean. Is like, oh, to be fair, it's like it's hypocritical for him to buy it. Why? Why is it? I mean, that's not fair at all. I don't think it's fair. Oh, I've never said that like fucking buying fancy luxury items or clothes is like fucking antithetical to socialism. You might think that. I don't. I have literally, when I was dirt broke, still advocating for the same things I'm advocating for. I remember having a conversation with Abigail, Philosophy Tube, like before pre-gender affirming care Abigail, okay? Like many years ago. Many years ago. When I was like, it was like fucking 20, when the fuck was it? Philosophy Tube. Yeah, I remember having a conversation with her. I think it was like 2018 or 2019, where I had this exact same opinion about spending money as a leftist. Okay? Where I said that I like consumption. I don't have an issue with consumption. I think people should be able to buy things. Okay? I think people should be able to buy things that make them happy. Life is ultimately meaningless. And if something makes you happy, you should be able to pursue that. I said that when I was poor. I said that when I'm rich. It's very, very stupid to constantly make it seem like this is antithetical to my values. Okay? Odd to say that this is like
implement within his
socialism is like, you know, whatever I decide it is. I mean, this has 400 comments and 300 upvotes. So you know what happened here. Does Train want Hasan to create his own healthcare system or something? Billionaires can often push their agendas by investing in different industries and political ideas to the point where Bill Gates admitted he had more swaying power as a billionaire than he would as president, but Hasan is nowhere near that kind of money. Yeah, exactly. Even Mr. Beast does philanthropy and he could not like do anything. Hasan could potentially go broke trying to pay out of pocket for 1 to 2 people going through major cancer treatments in America. Yeah. No, I mean, these comments aren't that bad. Hell, Cutie was just talking about how Hasan pays his editor too much. To my understanding, Train does not have a mental health program at all. He partnered with an existing mental health program to raise funding for them. I don't see the difference between this and raising money for Turkey, Syria. Both are charities that need money. Both individuals are using the platform to raise money and donating personally. In my personal opinion, Train was donating these mental health programs as a way to get gambling addiction backlash away from him. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. Train before this admitting that he was manic because he thinks everyone is against him back then. Will said, to be honest, that same thing to Hasan, and all the things he said was that got backlash, and he gave an example if you can't buy a gray shirt, and then Trent said, to be fair, Hasan had some share the hypocrisy when it comes to this stuff, and then this clip happens. The whole clip before this is just Train wanted to bury the hatchet with Hasan and come on his podcast, but I guess it didn't sell good on LSF. These are the most charitable? Yeah. That's the problem. Like, you advocate for free healthcare system, yet you haven't provided a free healthcare within your community. Hypocrite is like basically what this argument is reduced to. And that's one person's free healthcare. Like, it doesn't change anything. There's no systemic change associated with it. And all I can do with the limited amount of power I have is to advocate for systemic change from here. And every now and then I do also literally pay for shit. I pay for people's surgeries. I pay for people's GoFundMes and stuff every now and then. But ultimately that doesn't matter. Like that, one, it doesn't even get any kind of fucking, coverage on any of these platforms because people don't want to actually look at the truth of the matter. They just want to fucking paint a narrative. Okay? And two, I don't think that is like moving the needle. It's just something I'm doing because it makes me feel good. Okay? That's it. Why do others get to decide what they do with your money? They give it to you, the fuck? Yeah, I know. Didn't you get shit for donating the MasterChef contestant for surgery? Yes, I did. They said that because they assumed that she was an alcoholic, they said that I was just irresponsibly giving her 10 grand on her GoFundMe so she can spend it on alcohol. Because people are fucking gross and disgusting and insane. It's the same principle behind the turkey charities. People literally turned around and said, oh, dude, it's a scam. They try to stop other people from donating. They said it was a scam. Remember, that discourse happened too. I've never been able to do anything in my life where I've done something that I think is the right thing to do without people just like literally, without any evidence whatsoever, immediately dismiss it out of principle. Okay? Look, I don't want bad blood with anybody, but like it's not going to be that easy for me to like automatically forget that Train was so excited at the prospect of me being called out by someone who was victimized by sexual assault when I was like completely unrelated to the point of the conversation itself. Like it's hard to let that go. You know what I mean? Like, that was his design. Or even saying like, oh, there's other nukes out there about Hasan. When we found out what those nukes were, and it was like ridiculous. So ridiculous that even fucking Destiny said, don't speak on that shit. There's no evidence for this. It's like literally defamatory bullshit. It's slander. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to watch the rest of this. XU did the same thing to you and you forgave him. You're a pretty charitable dude. That's why we like you. Yeah, I did. I did because XUC's history with me is a little different than Train's. I mean, you're talking about a guy who literally stayed at my house when he needed a place to stay. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of a difference there. Also, most importantly, even though the juicers don't fucking recognize this, Felix admitted that he was at fault and apologized. So there's that too. You know what I mean? When someone you try to manufacture a sexual assault accusation towards you, it's not like XUC with XUC where he gets wrapped up in someone else's scheme. Train is the one scheming. Yeah. Anyway, let's. All right, we're done. Are you gonna play Valo again? Maybe. The cut is wild. Dating outside of my race for the first time. Jesus Christ. Jesus, Lord mercy.
What friends do you have?
One.
That's zero. You don't have any
one. Who's the one? Like, are you close or is it coworker? But like,
Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello.
And open. Hi.
Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Thomas.
Nice to meet you. I'm Jupiter. What are you two doing here?
Dating outside our race.
Yeah. Wow. How's that make you two feel?
Good, I think. I think this is a fun way to meet people, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, I'm super nervous. Hella, but I'm excited for sure.
I'm excited.
Why are you nervous?
Yeah, why are you nervous?
Well, well, I mean, not at all. No, not at all.
Have you ever dated a Latina woman? Have you ever spoken to a Latina woman?
I've spoken to a Latina woman, yes,
What do you
absolutely.
think about them?
I think they're great. I think they're quite lovely, yes.
Let's start with the shot.
All right. Cheers.
How come you have never dated outside of your race?
White men just scare me a little. I don't know if it's because it's like the bias of like white men are the type to do something crazy. Also, I don't want to be like the stereotypical Pocahontas and Sam Smith type.
Sam Smith the singer. You mean
Is that
Sam Smith?
John Smith. Oh my gosh.
I'm from a small town, so I just never really had that, I guess, opportunity to.
I feel like just the opportunity hasn't happened yet. Yeah, I may be interested in another race, but maybe it's not reciprocated, so that's why, yeah.
Tell me 2 reasons why I should date you and 2 reasons why I shouldn't.
I'm really just knowledgeable. If someone were to date me, they'd end up knowing so much about everything.
Yeah, so you're a sponge for knowledge.
Yeah. 2, I feel like I'd push you in life. It's the ambition. Like every time I've dated someone, like they're here, and then as soon as they stop dating me, they're like here.
They're way up there.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm really like independent, so sometimes I'll just like not text or something. It'll be like a whole day has.
A whole day?
Yeah.
Whoa, okay.
And then another reason.
This is the red flag. This is the second reason is that you
I'm
only
just not
think
humble,
that you have one.
I'm too confident. Yeah, that's the other one.
What stereotypes have you heard about my race when it comes to dating?
Ooh, I don't know if you're like rude. I heard like y'all can be crazy.
What's wrong with a little crazy?
I don't think there's anything wrong with a little crazy. Yeah, no, absolutely, that's totally okay.
That you don't typically date outside of your race.
Yeah.
I think there's been a lot of instances in my life where I've like been into a guy who is East Asian, and I've just like not gone for it because I was like, nah, he's gonna get with like some really cute East Asian girl, and I'm not gonna look exactly like that. So I'd say that is like a big one.
You guys can be like really nitpicky. Are you a picky eater?
No.
Can you handle spicy food? Let's start there.
I might be a little wimp if it's too spicy, but I'm gonna try it. Like.
Tell me the most racist thing you've ever done, or take a shot.
Have you ever done blackface or anything like that?
I've never done blackface.
Have you thought about it?
What the
Does
fuck?
rapping along to like Doja Cat count?
What?
I don't know. I'm reaching here.
If you're not saying the N-word.
I have never said the N-word, and I stand by that.
You stand by that? Okay.
So when I was 15, I was getting bullied by someone in an
He said, have you ever done blackface or said the N-word? I guess when you look at the history of or when you look at the performance across the board for white people, it's like, that does make sense to ask that question.
In order to stop getting bullied by that person, I decided to befriend him, right? And so that meant doing and saying the things that he was saying. And one of those things was like the N-word with the hard R. So I was just hella saying that without any regard to it, exactly. And I feel a lot of shame about that.
Oh.
That's something I would never do.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay, well, there you go. I was proven. I like literally, this is what okay, well, that's what I meant.
Are you not?
Absolutely.
You could take a shot for this one. I will not be offended. Between the two of us, who is hotter?
Oh, that's easy. You, obviously. Yeah.
I don't think so. I think we're like in equal playing field.
Oh, okay. Okay,
You're about to leave here with the biggest ego boost.
Let's go.
Honestly, you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So I would say you, because I have poop color eyes. I have brown.
No, but you're so pretty. What? That really surprises me. Like, oh my gosh.
I would say me, to be honest, but that's just my
valid.
opinion.
Okay, you said yourself. I'm gonna say myself then.
I respect that.
We like confident people.
Ooh, what's the kinkiest thing that you have ever done?
I remember one time I was kissing this guy and like he bit my lip and he made me bleed and I got so turned on by it and I kind of got a little scared, not gonna lie to you. I was like, is there something wrong with me? You know, I tried to do that with other partners, but it just, I felt like that was just a one and done.
Gotcha, yeah. I've never had any experience with like pain or blood or anything like that. I don't know how I feel about that though, that's crazy.
I recently basically flew someone in to have sex with me. I don't know if that's like kinky, but
You flew,
Damn!
You flew someone out.
She's Drake, bro. She pulled a Drake. This is your mod. Blood play. Haas tasty. Oh my God, Lake, what are you doing?
How many black friends do you have?
1.
That's 0. You don't have
1.
That took a minute to think about though.
I did, because I have 1. What can I say?
Who's the one? Like, are you close or is it
Coworker. But like favorite coworker.
See? That doesn't count. That doesn't
She said favorite coworker, but he's my favorite black.
count. No.
Serenade me with a song you think someone of my race would like.
What? Like what kind of music do you listen to? Like,
No, I
I have to make an assumption?
She's a Latina woman. Do you know any Spanish songs?
I don't.
You listen to Doja Cat.
I do listen to Doja Cat. I don't know if I would consider any of those songs serenades.
You're Taiwanese, right? So
Yeah.
you know Chinese?
Yeah.
Okay, I took Chinese in high school and a little bit in college, but that was so long ago. But I
Wait,
learned.
so you could sing it in Chinese
No,
too?
I'm not.
That's,
I don't really got anything, so I'm gonna take a shot. Like I honestly don't really got nothing.
Do you know who Selena is? Selena Quintanilla?
Yeah.
Sorry. That's not cheating if I wasn't with your ass. You kept secrets and your cousin told me that. Logical thinking is just something that you lack. What you eat.
That's not. That's, you can't. Nope. Nah, nope. Nope. Don't do that. There's no reason to, no, nope, 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 nope. That's not it. You never do that. It's a trap. Okay, that's a trap. You just fell into that. Okay?
Even mad for? Looking like a stick in your asshole.
I think the tune was like, 你是我的小野小苹果, and then I don't remember the rest.
dang, I'm serenaded. Banger right there.
Last one. If you are feeling it, let's seal this day with a kiss.
I don't know if I'm feeling it.
I don't know.
Oh!
That's cool. Oh, I'm glad you said that.
Oh my God! Bro! Bro! What is happening? What's happening? He just went right for it, dude. Yo! Hey, yo! He just said, I don't give a fuck, dude. Oh my Lord, that is crazy. I'm surprised. I thought the white boy would have kissed, and I thought he was not going to. That's, he's wearing your pants. I don't have ownership over every type of real tree. Oh, he was going for more.
A kiss? I have so much lipstick on.
Yo, let's save it for the next day. You know?
Save it for the next day?
Oh
Okay,
my
that sounds
God.
good.
So would you two go on another date?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right then.
Wow.
Damn, he was ready, dude. He was like, fuck it.
Oh, okay. I'm so flattered.
Jerk TWWH. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That was wild. What we just watched right there was wild, dude. Dr. Umar is rolling. Dude, I don't even know what just happened. Yeah, she has 2 black friends now. That's exactly what happened. Should we watch this TANF or should we watch it later? I think maybe with tomorrow. I don't want to watch that today. Okay, I'm not going to watch this. Bretman Rock
I
blind date.
can't with this. I just feel like so mean. Can I call a friend? I regret doing this. I'm not even into men, actually. Matter of fact, who said I was gay? Scene 1, take 1, action. Well, hey guys, my name is Bretman Rock. Today, I am here to find a date based on their outfits. I feel like I noticed like their color palettes, I think. Not necessarily what they're wearing. I'm like more of a color aura girl.
And what's like an immediate red flag when it comes to fashion?
Just an outfit with no thought. So I would say like a no-no is a himbo outfit. This is my book, You're That Bitch. Buy this shit. It's my little memoir, my first love letter to myself. There's a lot to learn about
I just got
me.
attacked.
How I lost my virginity in Disneyland, how I dealt with my dad's death, how I dealt with fame in high school, and just things of that nature. Buy this shit.
Are you ready to meet our boys and start our date?
I don't have a choice, girl, I guess. I just realized, I was like, I noticed the color first with my gray ass. Not a lot of colors, like I said. I feel like a lot of the shoes are also giving hetero. Raise your hand if you're straight. Exactly. Bitch, I can't be talking shit because I feel like I have every pair of these shoes. Say your name and why did you wear that?
My name is Corin Porras, and I wore these because I love hiking and I live in Simi Valley.
It's the voice for me.
My name is Noah Carter. I wore these because they're comfortable and they look cute.
They be.
Thank you.
My name is Dale, and I wore these because I love a good Doc Marten.
Oh, period.
I'm Keon Lee, and I wore these because they are a staple to every outfit, honestly.
Oreos.
My name is Ronald, and I wore these because they're black and white, and if I want to switch it up today, I could still keep these shoes on. I don't know.
My name is Angel. I wore this because they look very sci-fi. Looks like I'm gonna go to the moon, and I'm gonna take you to the moon.
Oh, shit.
Oh, period. Oh my gosh, why am I nervous? Like, can I eliminate myself from this video? Vanish. Just based on the polishness of the shoes, I feel like number 5 left their shoes out in the sun for a little too long.
What? You're making a mistake, Brett. I'm telling you.
All right, can I have number 5?
No, I didn't even say that. And he's the only one wearing color too. Like, I don't want to eliminate him.
Come on, baby. You're making a mistake.
Oh, well, I do like being called baby, so 5 can stay. 6, you gotta go.
All right, number
8.
eight.
No, he's gonna take me to the moon.
Who are we eliminating?
Bitch. 6.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, period. Word. I love your top.
Thank you.
And your collar.
Yeah.
I love it. What do we talk about now? I hate the fact that y'all just made me want to talk to them. What is your sign and why?
Aquarius. So we are compatible.
Happy belated.
Yeah, you're a Leo. And my moon is Leo.
My moon is Aquarius.
Oh, shit.
Oh my gosh, maybe we're just cosmic sisters, honestly.
Yeah,
Thank you,
bye,
Angel.
bye,
Nice
bye.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Is there like certain dialogues you want me to hit when they come here so it's not awkward?
Well, it's gonna be awkward no
I
matter what.
can't with this. I really like the style on the other 3 here.
Bro, what? He's got pants that say BLM on it.
Because it's more like loose era. I like these 2 as well, but you know, I'm a color girl. So I would love to know where everyone got their pants from.
I got these pants as a gift because as a weightlifter, I find it kind of hard to find pants that fit my butt. So I love these pants because they're 4-way stretch and I can pretty much do anything in them.
Corin is very Austin coded. You know exactly what I mean, okay? It's like straight. Yeah, I mean, he is like, he's like, yeah, I like hiking and I like working out. And also on top of that, you know, I got a big ass. I feel like that's straight up what I would hear Austin say. The selfish top is exuding. Okay? He's just, it's seeping through the white psyche here, okay?
You had me at weightlifting, girl. Like, period. Like,
I believe I thrifted them. I love a good loose fit. And yeah, they're just my vibe.
they look so airy and light.
Yes, they are.
Is that Carhartt in the middle?
Yes,
Period. Did you thrift that?
I did. I thrifted at a coffee shop.
Oh, work.
And I like that they're kind of cropped because I'm pretty tall.
Oh, period.
Well, these are from Urban Outfitters. Yeah, I'm like super into like parachute pants and staying on trends.
All right, so my friend actually made these
I mean, he's wearing panda dunks and parachute pants. You know what I mean? He's just like, this man is wearing whatever is like fashionable in that moment. Okay.
personally for me during the BLM movement. So it's kind of like a tribute to that time in my life. I usually don't do colors. I'm usually like a black, gray kind of guy, but he made these like super pink and I kind of appreciate it.
Is it like hand painted?
It is, yeah. All of it's hand painted. And,
so good. I would love to know your favorite hobby, because I have a lot of hobbies.
I love being outdoors, obviously. You know, being among plants and animals, and I like doing as much volunteer work as I can.
I like two things, basically. I love creativity and I like socializing. Like, I love to draw. I love just art in general, music.
I like to sing. Right now, my favorite album is SOS.
What's your favorite song? Because I need to know now.
Definitely Snooze.
What else? Because
Conceited.
Period.
Oh.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
You said you like to sing. Like, any chance we could get like a little...
Do we do a 4-part harmony right now? What are we
Yeah. Pandas are what we make fun of for being basic in the sneaker world, lol. I know, but I do think that pandas are fine. They're basic, but that's why I like it. I have too many non-basic shoes. I need to have some basic shoes.
Fifth harmony, let's hit it.
If you could taste my pulse right now, I'ma feel it just like a sledgehammer.
Oh, they were serious.
Okay, that
That gave. Thank you.
I'm really into sewing at the moment.
Do you crochet?
You know, I'm actually getting started with crochet literally next week.
That's your next era. I love it. We always start at sewing.
Yes.
I picked up a new habit, which is actually drag shows.
As a drag queen or like as a watcher?
Oh, no, I'm not a drag queen. I've never been put on makeup before, but my friend is like a really good drag queen.
Do I know this friend?
Well, they're on TV
I know
right
a
now.
lot of Are they on season 15 of RuPaul's Drag Race right now?
Yeah, she is.
Why do I feel like I can guess? I know all the girls. Is she on the top 9 right now?
She's a chola, yeah.
Mitch, I know Miss Selena Estes when I know it, bitch.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. By the way, you guys, I would go on date with all of y'all, so including even the one I eliminated. So don't even get hurt. Like, I'll do one based on the pants and then one based on the Q&A. I would say two. But I love his shoes the most. I would just say that. Oh my God, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Noah, I love your jacket. Where is it from? Because I need
is
it.
thrifted.
What is your, is the Herkimer diamond? Let me show you some. We have like kind of like a matching one.
Okay, yeah, those are cute.
Love.
Why are they in the bag?
Well, when I'm doing like shoots where I'm just surrounded by a lot of energies, like, you know, keep it to myself. This is taste. I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
so
good.
sorry, but I love your look. I love your vibe. Still my favorite shoes though.
Is that hard?
Yeah. I regret doing this.
Video is hilarious.
I regret doing this, actually. Oh, I should ask their signs, huh? Because water signs, to the back.
Oh,
who was shaking when I said water sign? Carhartt, why are you shaking your knees when I said water sign? Are you water sign?
No, there's something that got on my shoulder. I had to like push it off.
Okay. Bitch. I'll just go with 2. Please. Oh my God, hi King, nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you. And I am a water sign, so
you are a water sign.
Yeah.
I knew you were shaking at the knees.
Yeah, I was shaking a bit.
What specific water sign
Good
are
style.
I am a Pisces.
I love your pants. I really
Thank you,
do.
I appreciate it.
I have those.
It's a good style. He did not even care. He was like, yeah, I made the good choice. He didn't even hit a, oh no.
she really won't break my soul. I feel like I finally see more of their personalities.
Yeah, more like you can see more of their bodies. What do you mean?
Oh my gosh. The double plaid. Why? Honestly, it's styled well. But don't do it again. I love the second one. This looks like me. This is like something I literally would wear to the gym. I'm pretty sure I have an outfit, these exact colors, honestly. And then the third, obviously it's Beyonce, bitch. But the Scorpio necklace, I don't know if it's a red flag for me or not, because my mom's a Scorpio, my dad's a Leo, and I'm a Leo, and like, do I really want to repeat the history? But
by the way, the outfits that he has eliminated so far were the best. Well, maybe not the first one. That one was a little out there. But the second and third outfit that he eliminated was like the best. And then this one is good too.
It's got me weak in the knees.
So my question for you basically would be, what are your red flags that you find in a partner?
Okay, so outfit-wise, I don't see myself dating someone with a similar style as me because
None of them are wearing cat clothing. 0 out of 10 for all of them. Oh my God, cat people are so weird. Why you gotta be like that?
I don't know about sharing clothes or competing for the spotlight. I'm kidding. My red flag when it comes to personality, I'm a very like secure person, honestly. I would love someone that is as confident as me and like carries themselves well.
Can you describe the last picture in your camera roll?
I'm pretty sure I had asked my makeup artist to take a close picture of my makeup today, so it was probably just me checking if I had a flashback.
Bretman, where is your favorite place you've ever visited that you saw for the first time?
I'm not trying to sound corny, but like literally when I first moved to Hawaii when I was 8, I was like, this is so magical, and it looked like Lilo and Stitch.
Nice.
That was a good question.
The only person that's dressed normal is the first one. Yeah. Yeah, normal. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I said he's Austin coded. This is actually some shit Austin would do.
Question. Have you been to the islands?
I have been to Hawaii. I've been a few times. I've been to Maui. I've been to a couple small islands. Yeah, I like the tropics a lot. Actually, the reason I wore this in general is because I wanted to show off this jacket. My friend made it for me. And it's freaking incredible.
It's so cute.
Oh, he's okay. Oh, dude!
Oh, you
it's
didn't
a
have
wrap!
to get rid of it, but thank you. I would love both of them off, actually. Plaid. I don't even like plaid.
You want them both off?
I hate plaid, like red flag. There we go. I just feel like so mean.
He's cheating. He's ulting.
But
That's like me at the Japanese snack mama bar. You know what I mean? Taking the fucking jacket off.
Can I say something? Also say that my favorite outfit though is the second one I eliminated. My favorite outfit. Together, girl. Atery. With that being said, my first eliminated one, because I said what I said about I can't with someone that has similar style as me. And number 2 is looking like me, like dead ass, like. So I would say number 2.
He literally eliminated all the people with good style.
Hi, King.
Hello,
nice to meet you. I love your bandana.
Thank you. I
Nice
love
to
this.
meet you.
Damn.
Okay, this
My
is
man's got some
Bessie
pit
right
stains.
here.
Sisters.
Keon, when is your birthday?
May 27th.
Bitch, the same day as my sister. I'm so glad I eliminated you.
That'd be easy though, a family party instead of just the two.
Yeah, I'm glad. Can I give them hugs? Okay. I should have gave them hugs. Now I
late.
look like I mean okay, yeah. I would say, because I feel like number 1 is someone that I would be very like physically into. I already know. But number 2 is someone that I feel like I could talk to forever and ever and ever and ever. I feel like talk about Drag Race and Beyonce.
What are we gonna do?
You'd be sweating too if Bretman was gonna eliminate you? Yeah, okay.
Girl, I'm not even into men, actually. Matter of fact, who said I was gay? Fuck. And both of their outfits, there is something I don't like and like about each of them. At this point, I'd rather date these fucking poles holding this fucking curtain, bitch. Because the title of the video is dating people based on their outfits, I'm gonna keep.
Oh, he's gonna keep BLM pants.
Number 2. Unfortunately.
Bro, he literally, like, look at how tight these fucking pants are.
2.
I mean, you're a slut, okay? Can I just say, I'm slut shaming, okay? He is so fucking caked up. He's wearing a skin tight fucking shirt. He's got his biceps popping out. You're a slut. You're a hoe. Okay, you better fucking relax. What is this?
Unfortunately.
Look at him. Look at him galloping over here, gallivanting with his big fat ass, dude. This is exactly Austin shit.
Oh my God. Hello, King. Nice
Hi.
to meet you.
Nice to meet
What
you.
is your name?
Corin.
You're so beautiful.
Thank you. You have a beautiful smile.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I love your.
That face is not what I expected from that voice. That I will admit. Okay, that is what the fuck? I did not expect what just happened. What? I'm in a state of disbelief. What is happening? What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, what? Who goes to the barber and says the Adolf, please? Like, no, actually. Like, even the mustache, too. What the fuck?
Your smile as well. What did you do today and why did you do that?
What did I do today?
Haircut's giving gay and proud boy. Motherfucker said mine fade. No, I don't understand what just happened. This is very strange. No, like actually very, very strange. I don't know how, like everything up to here, okay? You're like, oh, okay, like this is like Austin coded, and then boom, it's like, what the fuck? Like this fits on an entirely different person. An entirely different personality. It just doesn't make sense.
Today?
Yeah, you're making me nervous.
I don't know. I don't know what I've done.
Besides this.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
I walk my dog. We took a hike.
Yeah, no. Oh, no. That's oh no. No. What do you mean mustache not gay? Super gay. Imagine this man with a leather jacket. No, the mustache is like, the mustache is bad. I'll say it. It's just bad. Okay, it's just like too kept. I don't know how to describe it. Like it's just like he like styled it. Like, even without the stash, it'd be better. Like, the hair is ridiculous. The mustache is also ridiculous. He's just doing no favors to himself, okay? Like, actually doing zero favors. Mascara is rubbing me the wrong way, too. Makes his bright eyes pop too much. I don't know why, but he looks like a character someone would make in Cyberpunk. Yes, actually. No, he looks like a character selection scene where like you just went with one of the presets and then you tweaked it too hard and now you can't fix it, so you're stuck with it kind of. You know what I mean?
Hike this morning. I have a white husky wolf.
A husky wolf?
Yeah.
Work.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
That was a really tender hug. And did you hear my bone crack?
All right, are you ready to meet your pick?
Yeah.
This dude is gay, but also listens to hardcore. When you see a guy like this, you know they definitely mosh to Trapped Under Ice. He's a punk gay. You're being mean now? Bro, someone in the chat said this, but he looks like yassified Hitler. What the fuck do you mean? He looks like if Hitler went to Argentina to live his best life, okay? The fuck are you talking about? I'm not being mean. There's so much you can fix here, okay? Yeah, if he got into art school, both of my mods said the same thing at the same time. Oh no. Oh no.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
That was a really tender hug. And did you hear my bone crack?
All right, are you ready to meet your pick?
Yes, actually, I'm very excited.
Okay, come on out.
Selena Esteris! Yes! Hello, King. Nice to meet you.
You're beautiful, no? I'm just like, yeah.
I literally was just thinking that. Nice to meet you.
What's up?
Good. Can you explain your tattoo, your musical tattoos?
This is actually the first tattoo I got. I'm actually a songwriter, so I didn't want to. I know.
What songs have you written that I know?
I've actually written the song on Drag Race, the one that she performed. I did that one. I know you're the singer.
On the first episode, right?
Yeah. You're the singer. You're the singer.
Wow. I know. Now we're gonna go. Our first date is at a drag brunch. I know. Thank you, guys. I'm so sorry. Honestly.
I mean, Uncle can get it. I don't give a fuck.
Another redhead. Oh, another redhead.
We're a dying breed, though.
So we have to reproduce?
We don't. I mean, you don't have to.
Wait, redheads 6v1? Wait, what the fuck?
For a long time, I was in ginger denial. Like, I didn't realize I was a redhead. And just so everyone knows, gingers have souls. South Park really did us dirty.
Ginger kids have no soul.
Physical attraction is important, but let's make this fun. Let's laugh.
Bro, he is too ginger, bro. Give me another video. I can't watch this.
I f***ing can't with it.
It's like, it's too ginger. I can't. I can't do that. Dating athletes? Yeah, let's watch this instead. No, I can't. I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Ronnie. I'm 23 years old. My type are athletes. I love going free diving in the ocean. I love snowboarding. I love going to the gym, working out. Just being fit and being outdoors is what brings me happiness. I do.
Bro, how can I be ginger phobic? My bitch is ginger, okay? The fuck do you mean? Like, you can't come at me with ginger phobia accusations. That man was a little too ginger, though.
Indeed, need a big boy. I am so ready. I'm so excited to see who I'll meet today.
Physical. Physical.
Oh my gosh, he's wearing a Speedo. All right, well, hi guys. My name is
crazy.
Ronnie. I played softball at a 4-year university in Hawaii, and I'm really excited to get to know you guys.
Nice to meet you. So excited.
Hi, my name is Akemini, E for short. I'm 25. My sport, I mean, you can tell by the dumbbell, the gym. I don't do it for
my
the
sport,
aspect.
the
I just
gym.
like to look good.
Okay, I feel that. Nice.
Gonna slut shame some more now? Yes, I am. Yes, I am heavy into male slut shaming. Okay, yeah. Put some fucking pants on. What is this?
Nice to meet you.
My name is Edgar. I'm 24 years old. As you can see, I play soccer. Fun fact about me is I had a bowl cut when I was a kid.
He had the Edgar cut.
Oh my God.
Hi, Ronnie. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for asking. My name's Daniel. I'm 25
I gotta
years
pee. I'll
old.
be back.
I got another dumbbell, kind of rusty. I got it 5 years ago when I was still a little skinny. And a fun fact about me is that I do speak 6 languages. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, talk to me. It's very nice to meet you.
That was smooth. Okay.
Hi, good to meet you. My name is Alex. I'm 22, and I brought my ball sack with a lot of different sports inside.
Okay.
And then I have knee sleeves because I like powerlifting, strength training. And then fun fact about me, part of my eyebrows are a little bit gone because when I was young, my brother convinced me to get the little cheap razors and to shave my unibrow with the razor. And like half my eyebrow was gone and then never really grew back. But yeah.
Very fun fact.
How you doing, Ronnie?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, thank you. My name is Garrett. I'm 21 years old. I'm an active MMA fighter. I brought these wraps right here. This is for my last fight, which I won, so these will be worth $1 million one day.
Okay.
And fun fact about me, my first time out of the state, I went to Hawaii. I didn't even, to be honest, know what Hawaii was, you know what I mean? I knew it was far or something, but I didn't know what it actually was. So when I first stepped on the beach and the water and all that, it was absolutely amazing. I felt super blessed.
That's super cool. If you don't mind me asking, what island?
Oahu.
Okay, that's where I live.
Basic, I know.
Basic?
Isn't that the one that's the one everybody goes to?
I lived there for 3 years and I lived my dream life
No,
there.
it's amazing, don't get me wrong, but you know, that's the one everybody goes to.
It's okay, I feel you, you're good.
How you doing, Ronnie? My name is Jordan. I'm 26. My sport was football, as you can see the helmet. A fun fact about me, today's my birthday.
Oh my gosh, happy birthday!
Hi, Rodney.
Hi.
I'm Ray. I'm 24. I'm wearing my prop.
I see.
I was a swimmer.
Oh wow.
And one thing about me is I recently found out that I'm not allergic to mangoes anymore.
Amazing. Mangoes
So
are like
I've
the
been
best fruit
binging
ever.
on mangoes.
Okay, super cool.
All right.
Hi Ronnie, my name is Luke. I'm 22 years old and my sport's a little unique. It's pickleball. I try to stay active in my sports right now from a coaching side. So I coach youth soccer and youth tennis.
Okay.
And it's really great to kind of see the sport from a new perspective. And honestly, it's like having 12 little brothers, which is awesome. I'm not Italian, but I can make you the best homemade ravioli and I speak Italian as well.
Do you?
Why?
Okay, Italian food is my favorite, so good
Awesome.
to know.
Perfect.
Hey Ronnie, my name's Tyler. I'm 26. I played a bunch of
Dude, what's up with pickleball? Like, everyone's talking about it nonstop. What is that? Like, I don't fucking understand. I hear it all the time. People always are talking about like, oh, I love pickleball. I love pickleball. Like, what the fuck is it? It's like tennis? Okay. You use a pickle as a ball? Really? That's what I always thought. Like, what's up with that? Why is it called pickleball? I think Will likes it too. It's like gay tennis? What? What is that? Wait, why? Tennis can be gay. I don't know why you think it's ball with a pickle on it. It's like a smaller court. What is pickleball? When you hear pickleball, don't you think of tennis? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Pickleball resembles sports such as tennis, ping pong, and badminton. Players use paddle made of wood, composite, or graphite. The balls look a lot like wiffle ball. However, they're denser and more durable, representing a similar size baseball. The court size is 20 feet. Yeah, it's like chode.
By now,
yeah,
sure.
It looks like chode tennis. You're
You've
right.
heard of
Pickleball. Pickleball.
Pickleball.
right?
How do I fix this?
The so-called
Is a game for retirees. Some startup bros are trying to make mainstream. How pickleball got its name. In the summer of 1965, it was founded by Joel Pritchard, Bill Bell, and Barney McCallum on Bainbridge Island, Washington. Within days, Joan Pritchard had come up with the name pickleball, a reference to the thrown together leftover non-starters in the pickle boat of crew races. I'll beat you in a pickleball match. Is where people want to pretend they are good at a racket sport and don't have the time or dedication to play an actual one. Bro, what the fuck? It was named after their dog. It's required at most schools. Wait, really? Okay, we're deviating away.
Hey, excuse me, do you know where the pickleball tournament is?
You're in the right place. You want a beer or no?
Oh, no, we're fine.
We're actually the athletes,
in today's tournament.
No kidding. Us too. Cool. Great.
Cool.
Awesome. Yeah.
We're gonna kill them.
Good luck.
Do you guys want bloodies? Are you wearing those?
These? Yeah, no. Wearing those.
My 12-year-old really likes those too.
So we are here at the first annual Manitowoc Pickleball Open.
Here we are. We're at the park. I'm just really happy that our training is.
We're at the park.
It's our first tournament.
I'm glad this didn't conflict with the Packers.
Oh my God, I know this guy. He used to sometimes be on the Young Turks. Crazy. Charlie Barons. Yeah. Like, I know him. I've known him for like fucking years and years. Hasan, how the fuck? Wait, why? What's... He's huge on YouTube? Let me see if I can find a video of us together. Damn, he has 1.7 million subscribers. Good for him. He's famous in Wisconsin. Yeah. He makes TikToks by the Midwest and stuff. I think that's crazy. All right.
Game.
Checking out the competition. I think we got this.
You know, it's important to tailgate before really anything, but pickleball especially.
My dink shot's been like a little off.
Well, we've been trying to correct a lot of your spin with some lead tape, and we've been trying to work really on getting that power when we move forward. The spicy bloodies give you a kick.
Gonna knock you.
Yeah.
Gonna knock them on their ass.
Yeah.
He is wearing plastic shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She's drunk. She's on her, looks like her fourth Bloody Mary. We're both professional picklers. You know, we got some nice cucumbers in the garden.
Yeah.
And,
some gherkins.
Oh my gosh, it's freezing here.
Yeah. First of all, this is not a regulation net, but
are
whatever.
those tackle boxes holding the net down?
Oh my gosh, honey, look.
Is there a court official? I'm sorry.
This is an indoor ball.
This is an indoor ball.
It's okay, fine. Look, no, we're good. I actually brought an outdoor ball, so like we should be okay. We're playing you guys.
Oh, good to see you. Yeah. This cannot be legal.
Beautiful day out.
Actually, it's freezing. I should have worn my Lululemon.
So is that beer allowed on the court? They didn't say anything to me. Did they say anything to you?
No.
Think we're okay.
Well, in that case, drink up.
Yeah.
Easier for us.
Absolutely.
You want it?
Honey, what kind of tournament did you find for us?
I don't know. Oh, you're good? You're good?
Okay.
Well, you take that
I'm gonna
one.
take it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
You want
take
to
it.
just get started?
We're just here for fun, guys. You go easy on us, okay?
Come on, let's go. Let's do it. Got it! Oh, sorry.
Just lucky shot. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay,
It's fine.
yeah.
Fine.
Oh gosh.
You. Oh, good rip.
It's a nice day out, you know. What's a point for us?
I apologize.
I promise we're not that good.
No,
No.
we're not. I thought it was Sorry going about out, that. like, You know, way out.
You should try.
Someone's
You know
gotta
you have to
win
try
a
for
point
every
here.
shot.
Try?
Oh, you know what? It's my serve. Hold
Oh,
on. You hold
hold
that
your
just
beer.
real quick once.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Jackson.
Did you hear about Janet Jelansky?
What about him now?
He got a new lake house.
They should really get a boat.
Hey, John, how are ya?
Are they having conversations
Yeah, I
with
heard you had
other
a time.
people?
The walleyes are biting. No, you bet your
I
ass.
got it.
Yeah.
Should we go to the church picnic later?
Yeah, that could be fun.
Out. Great. That's game.
Well, we tried our best.
We did it. We did what we could.
You won.
We won?
What?
Oh.
By quite a lot, actually.
Very wide margin.
By a lot? Oh gosh.
I'm so sorry.
Your apologies actually make it worse somehow.
I don't know why, but
Okay, I mean, we got it. That's pickleball, don't you know? That at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, don't you know? And if you no longer want to see those ads, don't you know? All you need to do is subscribe, don't you know? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It's coming sometimes 15 minutes into the top of the hour. Accent work lacking. Okay, shut up, dude. It's been a while, okay? How's the weather by you? 0107 affecting foothills of the central and southern Sierra Nevada to the transverse range of Southern California. Why does this shit look like a dick? A dick and balls. You betcha. You betcha. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You betcha. I gotta watch Fargo again. Can you watch a Vox video so we can see how pickleball is a danger to our society? Later. Let's watch this.
Sports growing up and stuff. Then I just started working out and stuff, wanted to get into shape. But my whole life doesn't revolve around it. Like, whenever I go out, people ask me about lifting. I'm like, can we not talk about lifting for, like, the first, like, at least 20 minutes? But
Good to meet you all.
You too.
You too.
Okay. Hold on. I'm thinking. Okay, so the first person that I want to eliminate is Edgar, because soccer is the one sport that I really don't know anything about. I've never even seen a soccer game, so I think that's the only reason why I'm going to eliminate you, but you seem like a really sweet guy.
That's fucked up.
You missed out.
That's fucked
Watch
up.
many games together.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
It's so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, to be fair, that wasn't the biggest L. Let's be real.
All right. And the second person that I'm going to eliminate is Garrett.
She's a Pinaldo fan. Yeah. That's why she said Ronaldo on top.
Because he called Hawaii basic. Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Bro, you know his ass listens to the podcast, okay? I can tell he is a podcast listener right there, okay? You can tell this motherfucker loves podcasts. Bro, that's you? I don't got cauliflower ear, man. How dare you?
Nice to meet you.
Ronnie, I was curious what your biggest kind of motivation is and kind of your future and pursuing to be your best self.
Ooh, that's a really great question. I'm very family oriented. I'm very close to my family. And so
when you got cauliflower ear like that, can you put that shit in your ear? Can you put like earbuds in your ear? Or like how does that work? No?
all I want to do is just like make my family proud.
What kind of music you like listening to? Like, who's your favorite?
Ooh, okay, good question. I like all kinds of music besides maybe like screamo.
Okay.
I love house music like Dom Dolla, DJ Snake. What about you? Who's like your top favorite artist?
Wait, I thought we're asking the questions.
Huh?
Yeah. Our turn.
You know who Smino is?
Wait, say that again, sorry.
Smino.
I don't think I know
I'm gonna
that
put you on, don't worry, okay?
Okay.
What muscle group do you look at for guys? Because girls like back.
Great question.
But arms, what about you? Just your perspective.
Okay. For me, a good back and a good like bicep, like I could just wrap my arm around, like when we're walking, like I could feel safe, I feel protected.
That's cool. That's cool. Okay.
I see you.
Why do jack dudes, when they get together, everything turns into a fucking reality TV show? Why can't jack motherfuckers just be normal? Like that? Why do they have like? It literally automatically turns into fucking like what is it? Too Hot to Handle, or one of those like Netflix shows where it's like dumb sluts, fuck, but they're not allowed to. Says you. I just don't get it.
Yeah, that for me, that is what I find most attractive in
No
guys.
dad bod time.
Oh no, I like a dad bod. I like a good dad bod. I want him to be like bigger, stronger than me. I want him to like be able to like lift me, throw me. Like I'm into that.
I mean, I can do what you're over.
Are your nails French?
Yes, I do have French tip. They have little hearts on them for Valentine's Day. Gotta be on theme. Yeah. As of right now, February 14th is open for me. All right, the first person I'm gonna eliminate
Speedo guy
is Tyler. I don't think you asked me a question this round, which is okay.
I asked that your nails were French.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Oh my God, what is
So
that
nice to meet
facial
you.
hair, bro?
Okay, the second person that I am going to eliminate.
Bro, big homie's face looks like one of those like old-timey photos. Like he just straight out, it looks like a 1920 strongman who'd be on like one of those bicycles with like one really big wheel and one small wheel. You know what I mean? What the fuck? Hello! That's right. You see? I'm the strongest man in the continent. What the fuck is this, bro? What is happening? Sounds like you're insecure about that. What?
It's so nice to meet you. Okay, the second person that I am going to eliminate is Ray.
Sounds like I can't grow any facial hair. Yeah, me, famously incapable of growing facial hair.
You seem like a really fun guy, but just not what I'm looking for.
Oh, dude.
So nice to meet you.
L.
All right, and the last
L. She didn't even go with that. That's a L for her.
person that I'm going to eliminate
He was good looking.
is Daniel. Hi.
Yeah.
It's so nice to meet you.
Eh.
All right. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
Okay, so E. I go by E. Ah, okay. Ooh, wow. Good to see you. What's your ethnicity?
I'm Hispanic and German.
Okay. So can you dance? That's my question. Because I can't dance and we can't both have two left feet. It's not gonna work.
I love dancing.
Okay?
Yes.
What do you like dancing?
Just like being like out at a club like with my friends.
Mhm.
But I did Tahitian and hula dancing for 5 years.
You did what?
Tahitian and hula dancing.
What's that?
Oh, fuck.
It's like a type of like Polynesian.
Okay, look, you can teach me later. Okay. Now, what do you like to do on your free time?
Wait, hula dancing is... I thought like hula hooping, right? I thought that's what she was saying. Oh shit! It's the Polynesian dancers that like they do the do 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 that. Hula hoops got its name from the hula dance. I got it. Pretty fire.
On my free time, I love reading. I know I said like I love being like outdoors all the time.
Okay.
I love spending time with my family, spending time with my friends.
Okay, so I was more thinking like, you know, when you're alone,
Uh-huh.
what do you like? Who do you watch? What's your favorite form of entertainment?
I love watching movies. I'm a
Okay.
big like movie buff. My favorite movie is Into the Wild. It's based on a true story and it's also a book.
Okay.
I also love like rom-com movies like The Titanic, The Notebook.
Okay, look, I like rom-com too, but
Do you?
you watch anime?
I've actually never seen anime, but I hear
Oh.
so many people talk about it.
Yeah,
though.
because it's good.
The fuck is that?
We'll talk about it.
Okay, what do you suggest? What should I watch?
I have to go through my list. It's on my phone, so I
Okay.
can send you a list after this.
Okay.
But there's rom-coms that I watch because you know sometimes you need to
Oh
take a break
no,
from the.
dude! He watches. Wait, don't tell me he watches anime. He does not watch romantic anime. Please, that's the final stage of weebdom. Okay, that is like, don't ever admit that shit in public. Okay, don't act like you don't know. No, I only watch like shonens and shit. You guys already know. I don't like romantic animes. I feel like romantic animes are not for me. It's like too much.
You know, I don't want to hear a guy screaming in my ear all night. But like, there's some like, it sounds weird, but some high school rom-coms, right?
Okay.
Oh, see, this is what you sound like. No, never admit that. Never admit that, my man. Do not do that, bro. That is so stupid. One Piece of romantic anime, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? Brother, I would never, even if I said like I watch anime, I would never like ever describe in detail what the animes I'm watching are. Okay? He was so, Batman couldn't get this info out of me. Dude, CIA black site torture, okay? They black bag you. They put you in a fucking airship. They literally, they dangle you outside of the airship. They pull the black bag off your head. They say, tell me what kind of animes you watch and explain them with ages that of the characters. I'm like, nope. Kill me right now. Throw me off this plane right now.
Love, and it's like, this is so sweet. Like, I want to fall in love in high school again. Yeah, thank you.
It's nice chatting with you.
Ronnie, you know what brings you out here to SoCal?
So I'm born and raised in Southern California, Long Beach girl.
Are you a big hike person?
I'm a very big hike person. I love going on hikes. I've yet to go on a lot of hikes here in California, but I'm like very open to it.
Bro, he killed it. Like the first guy ruined his chances.
Are you a big
NorCal, there's a lot. There's like a big waterfall that goes onto the beach. It's like a 5-mile hike all across the coastline.
Yeah.
And it's just a wonderful thing. You can climb up the waterfall because there's a rope there. So if you're feeling like risky, you can definitely do that.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. And I got a whole bunch of stuff fall on me.
What would you say is like the most like riskiest, scariest thing you've like ever done? Like bungee jump?
So I've always wanted to go skydiving, but I'm so scared to.
Why wouldn't you do it?
It's like, okay, it's one of those things where like, I'm down, let's do it. But when the time comes, my hands get clammy and everything. Because like for roller coasters, I love roller coasters.
Okay.
But I have to warm up for it and everything. Are you down to go skydiving or have you gone?
I would be so down to go skydiving.
Okay, you gotta convince me, I'm really nervous.
Nerding out about physical activity, talking about shoujo, okay. I mean, I definitely hate hiking, and I definitely have maybe sometimes on accident watched anime, okay? But like, dude, yeah, I just don't fucking understand. As someone who is very physical, like I do a lot of physical shit, okay? I do. I love working out. I work out every fucking morning before I start the broadcast. I usually work out after as well. I play basketball. I love touching grass. I just don't understand how motherfuckers make that their personality. It makes literally, okay, making anime your personality makes more sense than making physical activity your personality. I'm not even kidding, because anime is so wide, okay? And I'm not saying this as like an advocate. I'm not a weeb, obviously. But I feel like when you're working out, it's just like, it's so one-dimensional. Like, even if you're doing all these different kinds of physical actions, I don't know. I just feel like it's weird. I don't get it. I actually don't get it. It's so boring. And I say this as someone who works out more than the average person. You know what I mean? I do 2-a-days sometimes. You know what I mean? I love working out. It's still so like, I don't know. Oh, you like hiking? Sick. Like, tell me what you watch. What kind of content are you consuming? Bro, look at your audience right now. Of course, most of chat is going to agree with you. I guess that's why we are in agreement. You know what I mean?
Okay. Great talking to you.
Likewise.
Well, I see you went to school in Hawaii, right?
I did, yes.
Well, last year for my 25th birthday, I was in Hawaii. I was in Waikiki.
Okay.
This guy's
I was
gonna
like
win.
10 minutes away from Waikiki.
He's the best looking.
What did you do there?
I was in the mopeds. I went by myself, so like.
You went by yourself?
Yeah, I solo
How was
travel.
that?
I solo travel everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did the little mopeds. I went to Hawaii, the school. And then I did that hike. That's like a volcano.
Diamond Head.
Diamond Head.
Yes.
I did that. Took some nice pictures there. What else?
Okay. If you could have dinner with one famous person, who would it be and why?
Not Jay-Z. It would definitely be probably like Rihanna.
Okay. Why Rihanna?
She's been like my crush since Umbrella. So like.
I think she's everyone's crush.
Yeah, she's been a crush. I would definitely take her on like a nice date at a restaurant.
Yeah.
You know.
What restaurant?
Bro, I do not understand how motherfuckers solo travel either. Like, that is also odd to me.
Probably like, no, I've never been, what is it?
No disrespect. No disrespect to those who do. I just don't get it. Like, I don't get it.
Probably like, you know.
What restaurant?
I would definitely take her on like a nice date at a restaurant.
Yeah.
You know.
What restaurant?
Probably like, no, I've never been, what is it? Fogo de Chao.
Damn, he's got no riz, dude. No charisma.
Like that. There's one out here in LA.
Okay.
It's like a Brazilian like steakhouse, and they bring you food and they like cut it up and stuff like that. I did that once.
Okay,
Yeah.
that sounds super good.
Right now I just trade stocks.
Okay.
So I trade stocks, I invest, and work from home, and I just travel. That's it.
That's super cool. I don't know much about stocks.
I can teach you. I can teach
I probably
you.
should learn about stock trading. I just feel like, I don't know.
I'm big in like saving, investing, and the future.
That's important.
Yeah, that's something I'm big on.
I think we can all agree. Oh my God, they hit a pause. They hit a pause so long that like they cut it out, and they still had to have the producer step in and go, "All right, bye."
Hi, goodbye. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I was curious. A lot of jewelry, at least in my family, has meaning. I was wondering if you
okay.
had any kind of personal meaning.
So this ring is actually from my mom. It has like a whole bunch of like good luck charms on it, like 7, a clover, an elephant, like a heart. And so I wear this every single day because it's like for my mom, and it's like a little good luck charm that I have. But besides that, I'm a
HasanAbi hairline? Fuck you. Okay, literally fuck you. That is not the HasanAbi hairline. How dare you, dude? Hasan's stepson. You know what? You're disowned. Okay? This is why I have body dysmorphia, you fucks.
gold girl. I love wearing gold jewelry.
I'm a silver guy.
Yeah? I know, I see you have
I know, I'll buy you gold.
Are you a watch guy? Like, are you into like watches?
I'm becoming one.
Yeah?
I think I work in real estate.
Okay.
So watch it, it's just kind of, with it.
Yeah, it looks good with like a suit and everything.
Yeah, I think I'm becoming one. I never really was. I was always like a $5 watch.
Yeah.
Like, its purpose is to tell time. But
Yeah.
now it's kind of a little flashier, so yeah.
Okay.
I was curious kind of how many siblings do you have, if you have any, and kind of what your dynamic is like.
So I have 2 younger sisters, Robbie and Ricky, and we're all super close. Like my family, we're very, very close. We always do like family trips at least once a year.
That's awesome.
And yeah, I'm just very family oriented. I have cousins that live like super close to me as well. So we do like pretty much everything together. Family's just really important to me. What about yourself?
I have 2 older sisters, so I'm the baby.
Okay.
I actually come from a family that is almost all girls, cousins.
Okay.
Bro, I swear to God, fucking sports guys are so boring. Oh my God. Yeah, the anime guy came across with like way more personality than anyone else.
And everything. I was the youngest boy and the first boy. But I mean, I'm very close with them. We all live together. And growing up, they would kind of pick on me because, younger brother, that's kind of what it is. I'd see my sister at high school and she would literally 180 it the other way. But we've grown up, we're kind of maturing together. So it's really cool to just kind of do things together.
Okay, and I remember
Anime
you
guys'
mentioned that
whole
you like to cook
personalities,
Italian
anime, how
food,
is that
right?
exciting?
What's like your favorite meal that you've ever cooked?
Listen, I'm not a weeb, okay? But like anime is way more exciting than this shit, dude. Holy fuck.
Probably the ravioli.
Really?
Yeah, so when I'm in the kitchen, I kind of just like see what I have and make something of it. So I saw that I had stuff to make that and I made it and it was actually very good, so yeah.
Okay. There's this, like one of the best like Italian restaurants I've ever been to is called Sunny's in San Clemente.
Okay.
I would highly suggest going there.
Okay, cool.
Like
Is it like
Is cooking a W or L for a guy? It's a
I
W.
think
What do you mean?
It's very
Of course, a
traditional.
W.
That's awesome.
Yes,
Okay,
it's like a
that's the best
cute
food.
little like it's like nicer than a hole-in-the-wall restaurant.
Yeah.
But their fettuccine alfredo was like fire.
Awesome. I'm
Yeah.
lactose intolerant.
Are you really?
But I'll order it for you
L.
and get something else.
L.
Good to see you, Ronnie.
Good to see you.
Ronnie, do you know who you want to choose?
Yes. So today, I'm going to be choosing.
Wait, what?
Alex, because I felt more comfortable talking to him, and I think we both are on the same level of like being like family oriented, kind of like
Oh
family.
my
close.
God.
And
Look at his face. Look at anime boy's face, dude. He's like, oh my God.
I think we both are
He just looked
on
him
the
up
same
and
level of like
down.
being like family oriented, kind of like family comes first, and that is one of the main like more.
He should have won. I'm not saying that because he likes anime.
Morals and values that I'm looking for in a future partner.
Guys, sorry, please find me out.
Don't touch me.
Wow, Roddy, I feel so special. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
What will you guys do on your first date?
Definitely hike.
I think
He's
so.
gonna
too.
write
I
him
think
in
that's
his
a good
hike.
idea.
Oh my God, sick. Have fun hiking, guys. Oh my God. Literally, what the fuck, dude? Oh, I love. What is this? Trash Chase lied to your face and stole your
How's it going,
content?
bros? Today I'm gonna rate and eat every single candy. And with me as a guest is... Hi. Joey the Anime Man. It's me. Let's go.
Why did they lie to my face? I don't understand. And stole my content? I mean, I tried Japanese candy as well, but... Actually, you know what's really funny about this? I said I wanted to do a Japanese candy taste test, and then I never got around to doing it. I bought the candy, and then Ray did the candy instead, the candy taste test instead, without me. And I wanted to do it possibly with someone from... Well, not someone. Ray and Psycho did it first. First of all, I literally did it first with Cutie out here with Halloween candy, okay? With Cutie and Myth. But also, I wanted to do it in Japan. I went and literally got the fucking candy. Finish the video. There's an unexpected ending. Wait, really?
We can go to the beach, and then what about food? What's your favorite food?
I love Mexican, Italian, poke.
We'll go
sushi.
Mexican. Italian doesn't count.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Ray and Psych did the Japanese taste test vid. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I know, motherfucker. That's what I'm referencing. I was the one who got those candies. Okay, I can't believe March is in here right now lying too. I was the one who went and fucking purchased those candies because I wanted to do it on my stream, and then I was like, oh no, we'll do it together, for you, like content on your channel, and then yeah, I didn't get to do any of those. Okay.
It is.
I bought all those candies. I bought those. Damn, 500K views. Nice. They didn't even like any of the ones you bought too? Okay, well, I don't want to hear about this. Okay, I don't want to see this. This is betrayal. Hasan prep for a stream? Yeah, sure. I literally did. What the fuck? Y'all are crazy.
Italian doesn't count.
Wait. I meant the Italian guy, the cross guy. Is that bad?
Oh my God. Oh no.
Wait.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's brutal. You're right. I shouldn't have paused. I was literally going to fucking walk away from this.
Yes. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, that's so bad.
Oh no, it's okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I think Ronnie might have said the wrong name.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Bro, take the L at that point. Just go on a date with him. Live a life happily ever after. You know what I mean? There's no way you come back from that. That's crazy. That's brutal. You know, you have to take the L. You have to go on a date with this guy at that point. You can't, oh my God. No, she don't want to hike. Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, that's Italian.
Wait, what's your name?
Luke.
Okay, yeah. Wait, what did I say?
You said Alex.
Alex.
I take back everything I said about Italian. I love Italian food. It's the best.
This is for you.
Thank you so much.
Oh my God.
I think you and Luke will do on your first date.
Bro, why did she literally talk?
I like when the guy makes the plans.
Okay, well, so
I think she was like in her mind going through it and was like, should I just like play along with this? This is really awkward. I don't fucking know. And then decided like, nah, this guy likes hiking way too fucking much. You know, fuck it, I'm done. Anyway, listen, on that note, I'm done for the day. Okay, I'm tired. I'm done for the day. We will be back with more fucking content and more goodness tomorrow. Same time, same place. You already know what it is, okay? I'm gonna try to see who I can get for. I'm gonna try to see who I can get for potentially the taste test, the protein taste test. And we'll figure that out. I also am gonna probably set up an IRL stream for the weekend where I go to a adoption place. I'm not gonna get a dog there, but I want to go and like test out the field. You know what I mean? Dip my little toes in, kiss some puppies. You already know. All right, so get excited for that, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
To the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS REACTLORD, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.